can you still hear me? Alright.
Welcome back to the HearthStats Champions League Season 1. I'm your host, Callum Leslie. We are here for the finals, the top 8, the first day of the 2-day playoffs for the HearthStats Champions League. They're playing for $5,000, and we've got our first game coming up for you momentarily. But I would be remiss if I did not mention and welcome my new co-caster, obviously D2 casting with me all this week, and thank him for joining us for the past 4 days. But with me now is a guy who needs no introduction. He's probably the nicest guy in Hearthstone. It's Nimsh. Nimsh, thank you so much for being here.
Oh man, thank you so much for the introduction. I'm really excited to be here. It's 2 days of good games for the finals for Hearthstats, and it's been a long way. Like a lot of games, a lot of matches, and a lot of great players were eliminated. But we are down to 8, and we are going to have a fantastic top 8, and I can't be more excited.
Absolutely. For those of you who haven't joined us already this week, we've had 4 days of group stages. We had 16 players at the start of the week, and those players had fought their way through several other stages already. There was the 288 person Grinders League, which was a completely open tournament, and we saw some of the guys we were going to see later on today come through that. Then we had the 40-person Challengers League, which Nimsh was in, and I believe got to the very final stage. And we saw some of the guys come through from that. And then we've got some guys who've come from the HearthStats Invitational from last September. And that's where Gara has qualified from. But Dart came through the playoffs in the Challengers League, and I believe, in fact, you in the final round of the playoffs, Nimsh.
Oh yeah, darts. Well, I have to say, Dart is a player that it's a great guy, and he was in the stage for Hearthstone for a long time. He had a lot of success on ladder, and he had a couple of tournament wins, I believe. And well, one of the things that he went through me in this tournament, and now he is in the top 8. He still wants to prove himself. He still is fighting to make get his name out there, but he's almost there. Like he is a player. He's been a couple of teams also, so I'm definitely curious, like what decks is he going to bring, and what is going to happen.
Well, we saw these two play in the group stages earlier in the week. Of course, Dart played on Monday, and he actually topped Group A, which involved your teammate Acop, the reigning Hearthstats champion. But Dart managed to top that group based on head-to-heads, and Gara managed to top Group B, coming ahead of Alchemix, Dark Onyx, and Wava. So both these guys have had tough groups to get here, certainly, and a lot of achievements even outside of Hearthstats, particularly Gara. Gara, probably one of the most decorated players out in Hearthstone so far. He's won so many different tournaments. What are the kind of highlights of his resume that stand out for you, Nimsh?
Well, for me personally, when I think Gara, I'm thinking DreamHack Bucharest. Like Gara was the first original DreamHack winner for Hearthstone, where DreamHack was still a tournament where you had to go through all the rounds, and it was a single elimination tournament. So he went through that and won. And then for the second DreamHack, he got to the he actually won again versus Tice. If I no wait, he actually got to the final. So he was the finalist.
Yeah.
Tice won, but still Gara got to the final. And it's like when you have a big tournament in the same place and you are in the final twice, it is quite an achievement. Also, Gara was one of the guys who played the WCA in China, and he finished third, I believe,
Yeah.
getting a very nice prize there. So in the first Hearthstone tournament, Gara finished second, I think, losing only to Ecop. So a great player from Temple Storm, having a lot of success. And whenever I see Gara, I'm like, this guy can win this tournament. It's possible. Like he does that. He just wins tournaments. And where a lot of players stumble and they finish like top 4, top 8, Gara is the winner. And so yeah, this is a very great player facing our Dart here, and it's like it seems like the Dart is coming from behind a bit. Like Dart not that known, and Gara being one of those guys who's consistently in the top 10 world ranking. Really really exciting match to see where whoever is going to win here, and also like when I'm talking about matches, I'm also trying to check like who is more hungry for the win, like who really wants to win the tournament. Because if you have those players who win all the time, and if they finish the high places, sometimes they just fall back because they are used to playing those tournaments, and they are not like, oh right, I'm just in the money, so I'm good. Like I don't have to win this tournament. I've won many tournaments already. And you have those people who like Dart who really need the win. Like he needs the win to make his name more popular. So he might be more hungry here. But then again, Gara just got eliminated from the Pinnacle free a couple of days ago. So he might be disappointed about that, and will really try to get here and show his skills again.
Absolutely. So we do have interviews with both these players to bring you that we're gonna get to in just a second. But Dart as well. You did mention he's been around for quite a long time. He won the Hearth Wars Invitational, which was a tournament way back last June, kind of around the time that Hearthstone really exploded. I guess for me, I think Hearthstone really kind of exploded around DreamHack Summer, and that was the point that everyone started to really take notice of Hearthstone. But tournaments like this were going on with the kind of the underground pros at the time. Gara was in that Tides of Time, but that was Firebat was in that before he was really known by anyone. Guys like Admirable, Kistifer, Semijuice, Skip, Freshka, all these players were maybe not as well known to fans, but certainly within the pro scene are regarded as very good players. And he managed to take that back last year. So we are going to get into the interviews with you. We're going to get into the interview with Dart first and help you get to know him a little bit better.
Yeah, my name's Matt Ergel, I guess better known as Dart in game. I'm in Group A for the HearthStats Champions League. For those who don't know, I'm actually currently in medical school at USC out in LA, so that takes up quite a bit of my time. Uh, Other than that, I've been playing Hearthstone since really early on in beta. I've actually never spent a single dollar on this game, which I guess is a little bit interesting. I've just played it for a while, so I was able to collect all the cards. And I've slowly moved up in the ranks to a point that I guess some people know who I am, and I do pretty well in tournaments. So yeah. So in terms of med school, like when it comes to med school and Hearthstone going together, honestly, I would love to say that Hearthstone's a stress reliever, but when it comes to being able to play, I really only play Hearthstone when it comes to big tournaments because I don't have time for anything else. So all my Hearthstone time goes to preparing for big tournaments or playing in them, such as this Hearthstone Champions League. So in fact, it actually is just as much stress, if not more, than med school. It's just it kind of builds up to a point where when I'm go from med school to playing Hearthstone, I just want to go to sleep. So yeah, when I'm actually studying, just playing ladder a little bit, it really does help kind of just get me away from the med school stuff because when you're studying a GI system for 12 hours straight, you do need a break, and a video game like Hearthstone does really help. But when it comes to big tournaments, it just kind of adds more stress to your life. But oh well, it's still fun either way. I'm used to stress at this point. So my most difficult opponent in Group A, between ECOP, Fentiris, and Phone Tap. Originally, I would want to say ECOP just because he did win the last Hearthstone tournament and he does play quite a bit. The more I see Phone Tap play, the more I realize how good he is at this game. So out of the three, I'm definitely scared of facing Phone Tap. He's definitely going to be a competitor in this tournament. What decks I like to play most for fun would have to be whichever deck is winning. There's really nothing better than to actually win a game. It's a great feeling, especially games that you don't even deserve to win, that you kind of get a top deck and pull it out of nowhere. Those just always make you feel good. So really, whichever deck has the highest win percentage, I really enjoy. I have no preference otherwise. So which Hearthstone card would I be? Because I'm going to become a doctor soon, I would have to be anti-Keelbot. You just heal way more than a card should, and it makes a difference in the game. And as a doctor, you make a difference in people's lives. So I'd have to go with anti-Keelbot.
Okay, well, that was Dart telling us a little bit about himself. And interestingly, obviously, saying he was most afraid of Phone Tap, who was the guy that he narrowly beat for the top spot in Group A. And he could, well, they're not going to meet again potentially until the final. But Phone Tap's certainly a player to watch. We'll get to see him later on. He's one of our players who's come all the way through the Grinders League. But we'll do another interview for you now to let you know a little bit more about Gara. Obviously, one of the better known players in the bracket, but it's always nice to hear what the players have to say for themselves. So we're going to get that interview for you now.
Hello, I am Peter Stefanovic Gara. I am from Team Tempo Storm, and I'm there from basically the beginning. And yeah, I'm in Group B.
Awesome. So, how do you feel about your recent performance in Hearthstone?
It is actually not that good recently. Since GVG came out, I haven't won any major tournaments, and I'm struggling a bit. But I don't think it's a lack of practice. It's like also other top players yeah, Colento also had like a rough start, so I'm not like the only one. And there haven't been too many offline tournaments since then, and this is like where I shine. I have a really good offline record, and that was like only the assembly. and I was like first in the group stages, so I wasn't disappointed with my performance there. But overall, like I'm struggling in the like recently.
Awesome. Um, so we know that there's been a lot of problems within Temple Storm recently. Has that affected you personally in any way?
This is actually this pretty new drama going on since yesterday or 2 days ago, and it's not affecting me too much. I don't know too much what is going on, to be honest. We're not talking too much about it, like we're trying to figure it all out. And there haven't been any problems like team wise, like everything was going right, and I don't know like if it's even true or not. Well, it hasn't affected me, so I'm just doing my thing. I'm preparing, practicing, playing.
Awesome. That's great to hear. So there's Dark Wanix, Alchemix, and Weva in your group. Who do you think is the most threatening to you?
Uh, I have to immediately say Dakwonix. Like I really respect his um, deck building abilities and his play style. He's, in my opinion, like top three players in Europe. He's really good, and I like even without the group, I would say like Dakwonix is one of the best players, if not the best player in Europe. And I respect him a lot. Like we have similar play styles. Like we like to play more control. There were like three very heavy control players, including me, where like I respected a lot. There were like Tides and Dakwonix were the other two, and we played like a lot in the past. And Dakwonix won the ESL league, so he's practicing a lot. He's also placing top on ladder like the last 2 3 seasons. Like he's playing a lot of Hearthstone. And he's focusing on that, so he's by far the most threatening to me.
It's good to hear. Lastly, if you were a Hearthstone card, which card would you be?
I would be Doctor Room, Doctor Balanced.
Is there any particular reason behind that?
Yeah, they would nerf me to a 6/7 after a couple weeks, and that's fine.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time, Gara. Awesome.
Thank you as well.
Okay, so that was Gara, obviously letting you know a little bit about him. But we're about ready to get into the class screens here, and they have already completed the two bans, so we can see those for you. So 5 decks on each side. It's a best of 5. The grand final is a best of 7, but all games are best of 5 at this stage. And but a 2, maybe a more standard 1 ban. The bans are done in rounds, so they'll ban 1 deck each. They'll obviously see what's banned, and they'll be able to reevaluate and make their second ban. What do you think of that kind of rounds ban system, Ninchin? What kind of tactics do you think that will make the players employ?
Well, I think the format is really interesting because when I heard about it for the first time, I was like, "Oh, I can ban more classes than just Hunter or Warlock." So it allows you for specific strategies. Like you can ban, let's say, control decks. It's really hard to like build counters. Really, like for example, when you think about the lineup, what for the normal best of 5 one ban format, you think, all right, so he will bring a warrior. I ban warrior, but he certainly will have a paladin or something else that will counter my aggro decks. But here it's like, okay, I can actually ban his like big control decks, and maybe my aggro decks will go through. But on the other hand, maybe you can just ban all the aggro decks. So it allows for a lot of room to shape the lineup your opponent is bringing, and maybe to counter all the to ban like all the counters that they bring. So a lot of strategy here, and definitely players can bring different decks.
Absolutely. So we're going to see the first ban coming in here now. And it's a Hunter ban on both sides. Seems fairly sensible. Hunter is kind of enjoying a little bit of a resurgence at the moment as a dominant class after many people thinking it was dead after the series of nerfs that the Hunter deck had suffered.
You can never kill the Hunter. And right now, Hunter is kind of like a Warlock, I feel, because there are so many builds. Like Face Hunter and Midrange Hunter, they are so different that it's really hard to counter them. You just need different decks. And also like the decks that counter Hunter. Let's say like Taunt Druid. It counters Face Hunter. It's bad versus Midrange Hunter. So can you feel like your Druid is a counter to Hunter? You can't really. So the ban here is really good, and I would definitely ban the Hunter first as well. And also banning Hunter doesn't suggest anything for the second ban. It's like you ban Hunter because it's a great class, you don't want to play against it.
Yeah, that is very, very true. Often the bans can sort of, in this sort of system where they get to ban a second deck after seeing what you've banned, they can often get a bit of information from what deck they've had banned first. So while we wait for that second ban to come in, we do see four classes the same on either side. The Hunter, Druid, Rogue, and Mage, fairly standard classes at this point. Gara bringing a Shaman. Shaman's been kind of a weak class in this tournament so far. We've seen it be a little bit of a liability to some players. What do you think of the place of Shaman in the meta right now?
Well, Gara best Shaman, I have to say, and Shaman is a class you can still play. It's weird because when you think about the lineups overall, some of the decks, maybe aside from Hunter, you do feel that the power level is not that high. Like all of the decks are viable and all like in the tournament format, but you don't have a really prominent deck that's beside Hunter maybe or possibly Mech Mage that's like, yeah, I have to bring this deck. So I feel like Shaman is a class you can bring. Also, like it's hard to play against, like especially where the class is not that popular on ladder. You basically don't practice against Shaman that much. So I feel like it's a good deck
Yeah.
to bring.
Well, we're going to see the second band coming in here now, and then we'll obviously see what our three deck lineups are. So the Mage of Gara being banned and the Druid of Dart. Again, very solid bans, very dangerous classes, particularly if Gara is bringing a Mech Mage. We've seen the damage that those can do. And Nimsh and I were just talking about how Druid being able to 3-0 you is probably the biggest argument against the last hero standing format. So Gara decided not to go with that. So we're going to see the Rogue, Druid, and Shaman of Gara up against the Paladin, Mage, and Rogue of Dart.
That's a very interesting lineup here. It will depend which rogues are those players playing, but then Rogue is a very good matchup versus Paladin, and Rogue is good versus Mage, and the mirror match is a mirror match. So Gara has a very good chance to win with this Rogue. He can possibly even sweep if he wins the mirror match, where Dart has a Mage, and Mage has a good matchup versus Druid. Versus Shaman, I feel like versus Shaman it's also a good matchup. Apart, like it depends which Shaman is this, because if this is a Mech Shaman, then Mech Shaman is a bit better than the standard Shaman versus Mech Mage. And Rogue is kind of like a 50-50.
Well, just to make you guys aware as well, both these players are actually playing away from their home bases today. Dart is apparently in a ski resort somewhere, and in China as part of the Temple Storm NEL excursion. So if there are any internet connection issues, we may have like little bubbles of lag or anything like that, but we'll persevere. But if you were to predict, Nimsh, what they would both open with here, what do you think we'll see for the opening matchup as we get that ready for you guys?
I wouldn't probably open with Shaman. I'm not sure. Like, I would need to just allow me to check the. I want to see the Shaman. Do we know the Shaman? We probably don't know the Shaman.
I don't think we've seen the list yet.
All right, so we don't know which Shaman is this. This can be Mech Shaman. It can be a specific Gara Shaman, like a new build. There is still room to build a new Shaman, and it might be a standard Shaman. So I would not open with this if this is standard or Mech. I think you can open with Rogue. You don't want to hit Mirror Match, but then you can hit Mech Mage, you can hit Paladin, and you'll be happy about it. With Druids, you probably don't open with Druid because you don't want to face Mech Mage. And Shaman is weird. So I would definitely, as Gara, I would open with Rogue. And as Dart, I will open with Mech Mage, I believe. Because you should have a good matchup versus the lineup from Gara.
Well, that feels pretty solid. We're just waiting for these guys to get queued up here. Obviously, I'm just waiting for them to get set up into the matchup. But I definitely feel like Gara's got the stronger lineup here with the Rogue and the Druid. Obviously, Rogue and being so good against the Mage and the Paladin. And there's not really. I feel like Gara kind of has to go for the Rogue. I think to open up because there isn't really a good response from Dart. He's never going to feel like he's picked particularly well into that Rogue. But we're going to get into the game now.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Round of 8. Gara versus Dart.
Okay, so we do see it is a Mech Mage for Dart. Obviously, these decks are brand new from what they brought in the first 4 days. And we see some potentially interesting cards from Gara. We see the Power Mace, we see the Pilot Sky Golem. So this could be some kind of Mech Mage build, but trusty old fire elemental there as well. Shows the same kind of core of a shaman deck.
Oh man, Gara best shaman. And yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. I feel that there is still room to build a new shaman, and maybe a kind of like a mixture of old and new, of a mech mage and a standard shaman. So it's like you bring the mechs and you bring the AoEs and use power mace.
Okay, so we're just gonna come back out to the class screen in a second to fix a little technical issue with the sound there. Man, I'm really salty about shamans right now. It does gets me. I lost a double rockbiter wind speaker in arena yesterday, and shamans just have that ability, particularly in arena. We never know what you get, but often shamans can be really bursty, particularly if they run Alakir, rockbiters, that sort of thing. And that's something you've got to really watch out for, particularly in an aggro deck like Mech Mage, where you might be a little bit careless with your life total.
Yeah, certainly. Also, like the advantage Gara is having now is that Dart doesn't know which shaman build is he playing. Where Dart's Mech Mage, like he does have stuff. Like he is playing Blingtron, if I remember correctly from the list. So sorry for spoiling that, but he is playing that. But other than that, it's like mostly standard cards. Well, we can see Water Elemental here, which is not standard and will be good versus possible weapons from Gara. But other than that, like the cards are the same in most of the builds. And by the way, Water Elemental is also suggesting that the Blingtron is the deck, because then with Blingtron you just deny the weapon effect with the freezes. So what do you think about this matchup right now? Like looking at those cards, like who do you think has an advantage?
I think it's very interesting, obviously, that Gara's drawn the second Power Mace as well. He doesn't manage to get the buff of the Power Mace, but he's able to use that and the Rockfire to clear the Water Elemental early. Clearing that Water Elemental can be so important, because 6 health is just such a horrible point to have to clear, really, for any class in the game.
I certainly agree. Like he was able to clear it now, which is important because he has the second weapon. But then again, on the Dart side, he wasn't able to get any value from the mech cards like the Blast Mage or TTT, the Technician one. But is this Mech Warper going to survive? If it does, then Blast Mage is going to do a lot of damage. Unless he actually decides to play the Technician here.
That's interesting. Why do you think Gara didn't kill the... Oh no, he already attacked this dunks. He killed the Water Elemental. He just equipped the...
He was frozen, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he was frozen, so he couldn't attack. Or first cast of the day, a little brain fart. But yeah, that was really unfortunate if Gara wanted to clear this Mech Warper. But he has been able to use his weapons quite effectively here. And like you say, clearing out that Water Elemental early, when you're those freeze minions like Snow Chugger and Water Elemental could just really mess up your tempo, really mess up your ways of clearing the board.
Oh yeah, certainly. And also right now there's a couple of important points. So with the Power Mace, what Dart can be thinking is that Gara is playing Mech Shaman, and the Mech Shaman is not running Lightning Storm. So from Dart's perspective, it's fine to play many minions on board, because Lightning Storm might not come ever. On the other hand, the matchup overall is about Dart dealing as much damage as possible and getting Gara into the fireball range, where Gara normally shouldn't have any healing cards. But looking at the cards that I'm seeing in Gara's hand right now, it is possible that he is playing heal bots as well. So it really depends like what kinds of cards Gara is playing, and also right now he has to decide what to do with his 6 mana.
Yeah, it's he does have those two options as the Fire Elemental and the Pilot Sky Golem in hand here. Which of the two options would you prefer, do you think? Well, he's not going to use either. He's going to go for Earth Shock and a Lightning Storm to clear the board instead.
I think this is very smart, because if you go for either Fire Elemental or the Sky Golem, you're not able to use the Power Mace, like because you can't go for the 4/4. So here, using the Earth Shock and Lightning Storm is pretty smart, but he did miss the Mech Warper. So Mech Warper is still on board, which is very bad for Gara, unless he attacks it. I think he should definitely deny the mech and deny the mage the possibility to get any extra value from the... How do you call these cards? Like mech cantrip cards? Like the cards that actually benefit from mechs on board?
Yeah, I guess the mech activated cards, or the mech situational cards in a way. But yeah, it does. That is one of the real problems with Mech Mage is where you see yourself stuck with a hand of Blast Mage, Tinkertown Technician, Cogmaster, and you just can't get anything really efficient going. He may actually just have to play out the Blast Mage here by itself, and that doesn't feel good when he's got a Power Mace and the Haunted Creeper up, so he can clear it straight away.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if Gara attacks into the Blast Mage, he will take 5 points of damage. And you know you have this Fireball, you know you have the Dr. Boom. So even though this turn looks very weak, you are staring at a situation, like when you look at your hand, you have a lot of potential. And with Dr. Boom, you can maybe even follow up with a Blast Mage dealing 4 points of damage using one of the bombs as a mech and a Fireball next turn. So it's not that bad for Dart yet.
And quite crucially, in these Mech Mage decks in the late game, the Boombots are mechs, which some people sometimes forget. So, you know, those Boombots can activate Tinkertowns, they can activate Blast Mages.
What's also interesting is that in this matchup, Mech Mage can run out of cards. And if you like, it's important that Dart has a Fireball, but if Gara is just stays alive and denies any more damage, the Fireball will be not enough to finish the game. So Dart will eventually run out of cards, and he will just play those cards that don't do anything. Like, you know, like a Yeti. You just play the Yeti, and it doesn't change that much on the board. It doesn't have charge. It doesn't have a taunt. So if Gara's like keeps the tempo here and becomes the one who is aggressive, he will be able to take control over the game. But right now he's throwing at his Dr. Boom, and there is nothing really to counter that.
Yeah, there's nothing in the hand of Gar that feels particularly good. He's looking at playing this Alakir here. I guess it is a taunt, but with Boombots on the board, it can actually get dealt with pretty well.
Well, I think that's the only card he can play with. He can also try to draw something, but then what can he really draw into? With Alakir, what he can do is first he attacks into one of the bombs with the spider, because he doesn't want the spider to die. He wants to remove the bombs because they are mechs. And then or maybe he can go for face. And actually, oh, he's going for Dr. Boom. That's also very smart.
He's just going to clear it here. Getting that big threat off the board is going to make a difference, but this Blast Mage could really do some work here.
So what Gara did is, like, he prevented a lot of damage from him. He knew that a Fireball is a possibility, or like a possible. He even knew that those bombs could maybe deal with Alakir. Like, you know, bomb hitting Alakir for 4 and then being able to kill Alakir with a ping. That would be huge. So healing Boom, he was able to prevent some of the damage, but right now Dart is building up the board and getting the tempo back.
Yeah, and that Blast Mage was pretty important. It managed to kill 3 minions on board. That's really going to give Gar the ascendancy here. Kills off the last totem with the bombs. That healing totem can be really, really annoying.
And well, Gara is in trouble right now. He doesn't have a way to deal with this board. He needs to get something, but Tyler the Shredder is not it. And how much damage is there?
There's 9 plus. Yeah, there's enough. There's lethal in hand, more than lethal. I think there's 20 damage on board and in hand, and that's going to be game number 1. Going over to the Mech Mage of Dart. Not a huge surprise. Mech Mage, still one of the very, very most powerful decks in the current game, and that's going to be game number 1 going over to Dart as Gar's Shaman is knocked out of the running.
That's a weird matchup. It's like I like Gar's Shaman, but we didn't see that much of it. He has a mix of like mechs and early minions from the previous Shaman with Haunted Creeper, but I don't think he had a really good draw. Like he got double Power Mace. He wasn't able to get the power of Power Mace enabled with like mechs following up. So it didn't work out for him, even though the matchup is, I think, maybe Mech Mage has an advantage here with this particular build, but overall, I think it's kind of an even matchup, and Gara got a bit unlucky. But then Mech Mage can work like that. If it starts snowballing, it's really hard to stop. So with Shaman out of the way, Gara's down to his Rogue and Druid, where Druid is also a bad matchup versus Mech Mage. So I think he will have to go with the Rogue now.
Yeah, we did say he would probably... The Rogue was the strongest deck for Gara against this lineup, but I guess the Shaman is probably the weakest deck in his lineup, so throwing that out and losing this first game is not a huge loss for Gara. He's still not too far behind in the matchup overall.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I'm just thinking if he loses with a rogue, he'll be in a very bad shape with Druid versus Mech Mage. So he needs to win next game. Where
Yeah,
it's
he definitely
possible still,
does.
it's possible still to win with Druid versus Mech Mage. It happens, but I think it's really a bad matchup. And if played correctly from both sides, Mech Mage has a huge advantage.
Okay, so we're just waiting for this game to start. These guys to queue back up and pick those decks. Obviously, Gara thinking long and hard over his over this choice. Twitch chat likes it when I say long and hard, so I try and drop it in there every so often. And we're gonna go into that game for you now.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Round of 8. Gara versus Dart.
Okay, so it is the rogue for Gara as we expected, and it looks like this could actually be a very interesting rogue build from Gara because we see the Goblin Auto Barber in hand, and that's not a card we've seen in the standard kind of oil rogue decks.
Yeah, it's a card that pushes a bit of damage, and it's an important 2-drop. But on the other hand, from Dart, we see that very important Cogmaster, and obviously he is playing a different, showing it with a Harrison Jones and War Elemental. So originally, Rogue is a good Mech Mage, but then this build is different. So maybe we should actually evaluate the matchup right now with the War Elementals and Harrison Jones and Blingtron.
That's true, and I guess the kind of tactics that Rogue is trying to employ at this point in the decks in the current meta with the weapons, the huge swings, the blade flurries. If they can't get the extra swing in with that weapon, that can make a huge difference. So this freezing, once again, we said it in the match against the Shaman, but the freezing could make even more of a difference in this matchup here.
Still, even with the freezes, a good decision from Gara to take that Rogue to counter the Mech Mage. With Druid, it will be very tough, and here he at least has a chance, having very aggressive deck. It seems like, other than the Barber, the deck is more or less standard. I think he's also playing one deckhand, which is sometimes it's in, sometimes it's out of the decks of the other pros.
Well, at turn 2 there, which is a little unfortunate, drawing into the Mech Warper a little bit late, but it does get the Water Elemental out on turn 4. But again, this hand isn't actually looking the greatest for Dart right now. He's got two completely reactive cards with the Harrison Jones and the Black Knight, the Fireball that's being saved, but if not for a big threat. Other than that Mech Warper, if he picks up something like a Mech Yeti off the top of his deck, this turn could absolutely change in how it looks, but there's also not a huge amount going for Gara at this point.
Yeah, for Gara needs to decide like what to do. It's like you either clear or you go for the tempo play and try to maybe sap the Water Elemental.
He's actually going to coin at the Azure Drake and just try to develop his board a bit more.
Well, the thing is that if he goes for that, for Azure Drake, and attacks face, he is kind of forcing Mage to start trading his minions. Oh, he's going for the sap. That's very smart. Like, with this is turn 4, and he already has a 3-2 on board and a 4-4. And a Water Elemental play is very slow. It's reactive. And right now also it will be much easier to deal with the Water Elemental if he gets replayed. So Dart is picking up a mech, but still, as you said, like his hand is really reactive. And if Gara maintains tempo, if there is nothing to come back from this for Dart, then he's just going to lose in a couple of turns.
Yeah, we do see the Spider Tank coming to hand in a second Water Elemental, so Dart is getting those kind of mid-rangey minions that he needs to really contest this board. But it's still a fairly balanced matchup at this point. Neither seems to be drawing the cards that they absolutely need to take a huge tempo advantage. Something like a Blade Flurry, for example, which is just coming to hand for Gara there.
Yeah, Blade Flurry for the Rogue feels like cheating, because you both clear the board and deal damage. Also having Azure Drake is pretty huge. Like every time I see an Azure Drake on the opposing side playing against Rogue, I feel like, oh my god, it's like so much damage is going to hit me.
It never feels that good. And using the Deadly Poison you can see here on the Water Elemental, but that is going to freeze his face, and that's potentially going to present Dart with an opportunity next turn.
Look at Dart is getting nice cards here. With Pyro the Shredder, he won't be able to play everything, but he is able to develop at least the Mech Warper and the Shredder. Oh,
he's
with
gonna-
Fireball.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and clear the Azure Drake and get the spell power off the board. I guess that spell power can be really, if Gara was to have a backstab in hand, he'd get insane value on that Mech Warper. So, pretty sensible.
So Gara's going to top deck Lotheb and play Lotheb, which is possibly stopping any spells or spare parts being played. But Dart has this Carson Jones to kill the weapon and draw a card, which is pretty good against the Rogue.
Yeah, it always feels good to get some cards, particularly the Snow Chugger there as well. That's going to be another important card in this matchup. As I said, those freezing minions could make all the difference in the crucial turns.
This Harrison Jones was so huge, just dealing with the deadly poison. Right now, Gara has the Blade Flurry, but he doesn't have anything to buff the weapon. Still, like, even creating a weapon costs mana, so he will be able to kill Jones with Eviscerate, but he needs to play something first, and then his hand is really bad. Like, what do? Do you cast, like, if you cast Sprint, you get too low, and so you possibly want to develop a minion like SI7 and then Eviscerate the 5/4, maybe trade with. Like, at this point, Gara has to decide if he still wants to trade or if he's going to face. At some point in those matchups, like tempo matchups, you need to decide who is the aggressor and who is the defensive player.
Yeah, it does seem like that Spider Tank is a pretty defensive move at this point, but it can pay dividends in the end. We'll see if it helps him keep the board a bit clearer, but lots of options in hand for Dart to build this board back up. In fact, he could play out the Shredder and the Snow Chugger and still have mana to spare this turn.
Yeah, Gara is not contesting the board that much, and Dart will be able to kind of like win the board and push with them. Because he's not pushing with damage, but still, he's like sprint.
Job's done.
The Mech Warper is gonna trade into the Lotheb here, and as you say, the sprint is pretty much Gara's only option here. He has two of them in hand, doesn't have a prep. It definitely doesn't feel particularly good, especially against a deck like this, though backstab means he is going to be able to clear something.
Oh, anti-Qbot, that's actually a huge card in this matchup. Because maybe a Qbot is giving Gara a chance to maybe possibly clear the board with Flurry and Oil, and then heal back to get the game back in his hand, because it's important that Dart is running out of cards. He only has this Black Knight that will probably never be used as a card in this matchup. Will be played as a 4/5 body, but there are no taunts in Gara's deck. And the Fireball, it is important, but if Gara heals back, he will be out of reach for Dart.
Yeah, he's getting pretty close here. If Dart were to top deck a Fireball or possibly even a Frostbolt, well, he does get a little bit of power off the board, so there's 10 damage on board, so Dart would need to top deck a Fireball here that he doesn't have because he already used it to clear the Azure Drake. So Gara feels a little bit safe here, and the anti-heal bot probably will come down next turn to get him out of range. But the Frostbolt, that's exactly why he does need to heal next turn, because it's going to be a huge amount of damage coming in from the hand. Do you think we just see the Black Knight here?
Yeah, we're probably going to see the Black Knight, where your opponent is frozen, and you know that what he can... Like, you've seen one Deadly Poison already. You know that Tinker Oil is giving +3, so you want to have Black Knight on board. On the other hand, it's interesting that Gara decided not to backstab the Raptor, and he just wanted to have a Flurry on the board and backstab something else.
He's not going to heal, and that's actually going to be his undoing here. He also a Blade Flurry to clear the board instead of healing. Can't fault him for that play, but that's actually going to give over this game to Dart, because he has the spells in hand to finish this off. And that's going to be actually kind of an upset, and possibly could be the game that really swings this matchup in favor of Dart.
Exceptionally played by both players, and Gara's decision to go for board gear and keep himself on 10 was definitely correct. You know, mostly you just expect a Fireball and a ping, so 7 damage coming. You have to make a gamble. Even if he would just heal and not clear the board, I don't think he had enough mana to survive, where even with a Fireball. No. Like, this play was definitely correct, because only Fireball and Frostball was killing him, or like double Fireball. And he already seen one Fireball being casted, so a good pick by Gara, but unfortunate for him. And right now he's down to his Druid deck that has a bad matchup versus Mech Mage, but on the other hand, it can win. And if Druid wins, Druid is the class that can sweep. So this is his last stand. And also it's important to mention that Gara, like DreamHack Bucharest, Gara mostly went through all the players with a Druid, and he is an exceptional Druid player. So if anybody is going to make a 3-0 with a Druid, that would be Gara.
Yeah, I remember the DreamHack Masters Bucharest final that was the Warrior Mirror match, I think, between Gara and Tice, the final game that you were casting. Gara did play a lot of Warrior in that tournament, but Druid, as you say, another signature class of Gara is very much like Shaman. We've talked about it a couple of times already. Druid is a class that can win 3-0 pretty much against any other class. There's not really any lineup that Druid, it's impossible for them to 3-0. So Gara's definitely not out of this yet, but Dart certainly in the driver's seat in this matchup, this first quarterfinal.
Well, Dart still has 2 other decks. So even if the Mech Mage is being defeated by Gara's Druid, he still has his Rogue and he still has his Paladin. And Rogue is an interesting matchup versus Druid. It really depends like who you ask. Like some players will tell you that Rogue is a good matchup versus Druid. Some people will tell you that it's a bad matchup. Personally, I feel that combo Druid has an edge.
Okay, so we're going to get into that game for you now.
Touch the one.
You asked for HearthStats Champions League Season 1, Round of 8, Gara versus Dart.
Okay, so Innervate Shade, turn 1, turn 2 Wild Growth. That's, I guess that's a pretty good opening if you're a Druid.
That's a good opening for a Druid, but I'm looking at Dart's hand and I'm just, oh my god. Again, Cogmaster.
Yeah, and the Clockwork Gnome as well. And then Neutron. What a start.
Wow, he actually mulliganed Spider Tank, where it looked very nice with like Cogmaster into coin Spider Tank. But I wonder what card is he looking for? Is he looking for a Blast Mage? Or Mech Warper? Mech Warper possibly.
Yeah, that is definitely possible. We do also want to thank Kinguin for hosting us since their tournament's just finished and sending their viewers our way. It's very nice of them. And Olasami, who's been with us all week, restreaming the tournament with her own Russian commentary. And it's nice to be finally beating her in viewer numbers for the last couple of days. So we thank her for that as well. And to our Chinese restream as well. It's being broadcast in 3 languages. I'm pretty sure some of them are better than listening to me.
Well, it's great that the tournament is actually broadcasted in many languages because, you know, Hearthstone is an exciting and fantastic game, and I really want to bring Hearthstone to more people, and not everybody is actually understanding English. So if we have more languages, the more the better.
Yeah, yesterday we had as many people watching on the Chinese stream as we had the English, so it's definitely a global game, global community. The Chinese scene getting so huge, but we see the double Clockwork Gnome here. Clockwork Gnome, for me, kind of always feels like maybe a weak opening against Druid because that they do have that hero power. But I guess you are getting damage in, and that can make all the difference.
Yeah, also it's important that you're getting spare parts, and in many cases spare parts can help you win the game, where you just swap the stats of like Druid of the Claw being a 4/6 into a 6/4 and easily trade against it, or in the key moment you just freeze something and go for face. I wanted to like talk a bit about why this matchup is so bad for Druid. It's mostly because, again, Mage can snowball, and you do have to get the cards like Cogmaster and those early minions to be able to deal the early damage. And in the mid game, you shine with cards like Piloted Shredder and the Yeti, which Dart has in his hand. And then you finish up with cards like big bombs like Dr. Boom and Fireballs when the Druid actually struggles. Like, Druid originally always had trouble with coming back, especially if you're playing a combo Druid, not like a taunt. You just play those minions and they don't do much, and Mage just plows through them. But on the other hand, Druid can fight back with the cards that we see on board right now, with Keeper of the Grove, with Shades, because this Mage doesn't have any clears. Like, there's no Flame Strike, Blizzard. So if you're not able to deal enough damage till endgame, you might just lose. And Druid has a lot of explosion as well with Savage Roar, especially with the board when the board is full.
Yeah, we are probably going to see the Druid start to take a little bit more control of the board this turn. Those 2 Shades getting pretty huge already. Ancient of Lore, that's going to be big turn 7. Dr. Boom in hand already as well, but probably just going to see Hero Power take off the Divine Shield, use the Keeper of the Grove to clear out the Annoyatron, possibly even clear out the Shredder here, and just try and mop up this board a little bit before it gets completely out of control.
Definitely. With Wild Wolf, it's also important that Gara is going to get one of the 7 drops on turn 6. And with Ancient of Lore, if he feels like it, he will be able to heal himself and escape the range of Mage. And with Dr. Boom, if like he doesn't have to heal himself, he will set up a board for a possible lethal next turn with Savage Roar. So right now it's only like the question, like how do you clear, and do you really clear? Because I don't think he has any reason to go for face. So he might also decide to keep the Shades hidden for like, you know, to win.
Savage Roar, yeah. Yeah, he could definitely set up. And, you know, you see Dr. Boom in both hands well before turn 7, and it feels like, okay, that's pretty equal. But actually, you can see Gara getting the Wild Growth on turn when there's not anything else to play. Really crucial for the Druid, being able to fit those Wild Growths in if you don't get them early on. And he was able to find a perfect home for that Wild Growth on turn 5 and allow him to get the... He's going to be able to get his Dr. Boom off a full, like, 3 turns before Dart can get his.
That's the power of the Druid. That's why Druid can sweep people, because you do cheat a bit with the mana crystals, and you play those bigger creatures earlier. And it's like the Hearthstone is designed in a way where you have those key turns for key answers. Let's say like on turn 6 or 7, you play a big minion, being Dr. Boom, and you're a Warlock, you should be able to have a Siphon Sword for turn 6. But Druid can play it earlier, before you even get the removal cards.
Well, the Frostbolt does come down and clear out that first shade, and clearing the Keeper is pretty important as well. Even though that one shade is getting pretty huge, it is going to make a difference not having those multiple minions on the board for a potential Savage Roar on turn 8. MC Tech, we could well see that in this matchup. It's certainly a good anti-aggro tech. A lot of decks are choosing to include the MC Tech at this point, but Dart is in a pretty bad position here.
I love the play from Gara. Gara is just saying, hey, I have bigger minions and I can kill you. So Gara is basically forcing Dart to clear the board and keeping the... He was able to somehow turn around the game where he is the aggressor and Dart is in the defensive. And it's not really a good feeling as a mech mage to be defensive versus Druid.
No, it definitely... It's a very odd position in mech mage to be on the defense, kind of ever. But this Druid is really putting the pressure on in what is a very early stage of the game. And that Direwolf Alpha actually is kind of awkward, because it does mean that he could clear the Shade of Naxxramas with the Snow Chugger, but then he wouldn't have an activator for the Goblin Blast Mage.
Yeah, right now he's thinking he wants to play the Blast Mage right now and possibly lose the Snow Chugger to a bomb.
Only 1 damage.
Oh man, that was lucky. I was like, if this is going to die, he will be so disappointed. And also, like, if the Direwolf would die, well, if Direwolf dies, he actually has the thing still, but...
He's able to clear that Boombot, and again, that is very crucial for Savage Roar. Boombot does kill the Direwolf, but double Ancient of Lore in hand for Gara means he could opt to draw... Do you think he opts to draw cards here, since he's been in such a good position?
If you count 2 Fireballs, which are not going to get casted because your opponent has 7 mana, I think you can get ambitious and actually draw cards. You really have to count the damage. Like, is it possible that Mage is going to kill you with 7 mana? With Fireball and Frostbolt, that's 9, 14. It's not. So if you attack with Boom for face, you can probably draw the cards. But do you even need the cards? Because right now he is well, you probably want to get a Force of Nature and develop the 5/4 body anyway. So I think like he can draw cards here and just go for face.
There's Innervate and Sylvanas. Interesting.
Innervate is very good. He can even play the Mind Control tech to develop the board and put himself in a situation with Savage Roar lethal next turn.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and do that, put the Mind Control tech on the board. But this pretty much telegraphs to Dart that, you know, hey, by the way, I've got a Savage Roar, but he can clear out the Dr. Boom here. Blintron does come in, but that's probably not going to do any good for Dart here. He really needed a Fireball to clear out the Ancient of Lore. This is probably going to be curtains for Dart in this 3rd game.
Yeah, this is certainly over because Dart has to play Dr. Boom in this situation. He has to assume that there's that Gara's hand is so bad there is nothing to play.
What do the weapons get? That's a Perdition's Blade for Dart, and we didn't get to see what weapon Gara got, unfortunately.
Well, there was like no play for Dart to come back from this. Dr. Boom was a play, but how can you assume that your opponent doesn't have anything just after playing Ancient of Lore?
I think when you see the MC tech, that really telegraphs that a Savage Roar is coming, because against an aggressive deck, you would never play MC tech normally unless you could make use of the Battle Cry.
Certainly. And Gara is able to win his first game in this match. And you know, it's getting exciting now. So Dart is down to his Rogue and Paladin. Both decks have a fair matchup versus Druid. Both decks can win. But you know, this like Druid, we've seen those Druids win 3-0 and do 3-0, so I don't know. What is your expectation? Like, do you think Gara can 3-0?
It depends what kind of builds Dart is bringing. I mean, if it's some kind of hyper aggressive rogue deck, maybe that has a better chance against the Druid. But he has just seen how the aggro deck did against the Druid, so maybe he thinks, well, I'll try for the Paladin, which is more of a mid-rangey control deck. Have the big minions to threaten the board against the big minions of the Druid. We'll have to wait and see. But we are going to get into that match as quickly as possible. Obviously, keep things moving along. Lots of games to bring you today. 4 different matchups. But it is 2-1 in favor of Dart at this point, and he only has to win one more game, obviously, to take the series. It's single elimination at this point, so it's all to play for. And it's important to say as well, before we get into this game, that a win in the first games today, everyone who wins today is guaranteed prize money. If you don't win today, you go home with nothing. So let's get into the 4th game of this series.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1, Round of 8, Gara versus Dart.
Okay, so we see some interesting cards for Dart. We did see the South Sea Deckhand, which is certainly not too uncommon in Oil Rogue at this point, and the Piloted Shredder. This feels like kind of the standard Rogue deck that we're seeing in the meta right now.
Yeah, it seems like a very aggressive oil deck with Deckhand. Some people still swap it. They play more free drops instead of Deckhand. Some people cut one oil, but with Deckhand, it telegraphs the second oil for sure. And for Gara, again, Gara got a Wild Growth and Innervate and a couple of important cards. So, what do you think about this matchup overall? Where Gara is playing, also after the Wild Growth, like Gara is playing this aggressive Druid mostly with combo. I think he's playing one Force of Nature, but still he's playing cards like Piloted Shredder and Double Savage Roar. Who has an advantage?
It's difficult to say. I think having seen the cards come into hand for Gara, like you said, the Wild Growth, the Innervate coming to hand, I think in particular that Swipe could make all the difference, because Oil Rogue relies on getting those miracle-esque turns for the Violet Teachers, and that Swipe, if you could get Swipe plus Hero Power, because it's going to be turn 5, if he's going to be well above turn 4, so he'd probably even be able to do a Swipe plus Hero Power to clear out the Violet Teacher and everything that Dart would be able to get off with the Apprentices.
I certainly agree with that. The swipe will be very important at some point. But right now we are going to see a Shredder on Shredder action. And it's, again, some RNG there with whoever gets what from the Shredders. But Gara's play with Sludge Belcher helps him to stop the Shredder from his opponents, and Dart has to make a decision here what to do. And he decides to sap, which is a good decision. He deals with the Sludge Belcher, and for 2 mana he actually cancels the 5 mana card for 1 turn at least.
That patience. That's one of the worst, I think, to get off that, though. It can, sometimes it can do damage, and I guess it can actually trade with the 4/3 of the Shredder body here. But it's certainly not the scariest thing to see. That was a pretty aggressive turn from Dart, and I guess that's what you got to be looking for. He's going to silence the Shredder here, and then use that Patient Assassin. Wow, that mini Myexna is going to get some work done against the Piloted Shredder, and going to see the Shredder come down from Gara now.
Yeah, Shredder is such a powerful card. For turn 4, it has good stats, good attack. Even though it can easily be dealt with because it only has 3 health, you are getting a minion back. And those minions that come back, like Patient Assassin, or Lord Walker Cho, or Doomsayer, or even like Millhouse Mana Storm, they do create very complicated boards. Like whenever I see the board with Piloted Shredder, I have to really think a lot about what to do in what order, and think like what is the worst card that can spawn from the Shredder. Here, just a 3/2, which is a blank. It's probably fine for Dart. It could have been worse, but still for Gara, it is giving him a chance to trade with the 3/3.
Yeah, the whole piloted mech series, and obviously mostly the piloted Shredder, it's the most common one, the best value at this point in most of the decks in the meta. The whole piloted mech series in GVG have really kind of whole equation of board trading in the game of Hearthstone right now.
Yeah, it's actually amazing. So with this matchup right now, Gara's plan is basically to attack as much as possible because Rogue doesn't have any taunts. So Gara's plan is to deal damage every turn. On the other hand, for Dart,
Ooh, that's a top deck.
yes. Oh my God, that's a turn 8 card you always want to play against the empty board.
And this is getting to be scary amounts of damage for Dart. Hasn't been able to get anything off the Violet Teachers, no backstabs, no preps. Sprint isn't what needed. I guess Dr. Boom's going to create the most targets for Ragnaros on the board.
Can Gara? Oh
yeah,
my God.
that's super lethal now actually, because he had the
Yeah.
swipe. He had the swipe before, so actually it was lethal well before that. But another very quick game from this Druid, and Gara has brought it back to 2-2. We're going to have one game to decide it here in this best of 5 series. It's going to be the Druid versus the Paladin in the final game. Nimsh,
Wow.
we've said it so many times already today. Druid is a class that is so capable of 3-0ing against just any class lineup in the game, and the Druid showing its power there with Savage Roar, Swipe, minions on board. That was way lethal, I think is the official description of it.
Oh, certainly. And a lot of people are saying that Druid is broken because of the combo, like Force of Nature and Savage Roar. But we didn't even get to that.
No.
Like, what we've seen are just standard cards like the Ramp, the Wild Grove, the Innervate, the Piloted Shredders, Sludge Belcher, and we've seen Savage Roar. But that's just like one card. It's not a part of the combo. So it's not that the game ended at turn 9. Pretty impressive play from both players.
Absolutely. So let's get into this final game here. It's going to be the Druid versus the Paladin.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Round of 8. Gara versus Dart.
Okay, so we see that Paladin hand, True Silver Champion coming to hand. That's feeling pretty good. But let's talk about the Paladin a little bit before we get into the specific matchup. Paladin was a class that when GVG first came out, and I remember watching the very first competitive match after GVG came out, which was RDU and Firebat in Deck Wars. And RDU brought a Paladin deck, which was a completely different build from what was eventually seen in the Paladin builds coming out. And Strife Crow used the Paladin in I think it was the first Kingoin tournament very effectively. Paladin was a class that just shot to the top of everyone's radar coming out of GVG straight away, but it's kind of fallen behind a little bit in the months since.
I think it's mostly because the rogues, and because rogues do counter Paladin, and it's a weird deck. It's like Paladin is amazing, but it can win it can lose against itself. Like sometimes you get those funky draws and can't do much. So Paladin is still a contender. It's a fantastic class. Here, Paladin versus Druids. I think Dart's hand is actually alright. It could have been better with Master, but then again, Gara has the swipe.
Yeah, the swipe and the Wrath are absolutely crucial to deal with the really threatening early game of the Paladin. Isaldur Peacekeeper is going to be nice to stop the momentum of the Druid deck. These are two actually really interesting decks and quite finely balanced in terms of the way they can seesaw their strategies. They can be quite heavy late game decks or control-y decks, but they can also be decks that can just end up being super hyper aggressive and kill you within like 6 or 7 turns.
Oh man, that Consecration is so powerful here.
And especially even the Shredder target.
Yeah, that was kind of like a gamble from Dart, but definitely a great play to get something from the Shredder that he can consecrate.
And we're just going to see the Harrison Jones come out here. It's not a bad 5-drop. It's not hard to see when there's going to be another opportunity for Dart to play it. I don't think there's a Blingtron in either of these decks, so it's not going to be seeing a weapon on the Druid anytime soon. Does have the Black Knight. We haven't actually seen Druid of the
Sludge
Claws.
Belcher.
Yeah, we haven't seen Druid of the Claws from Gary yet, but we have seen the Sludge Belchers.
Yeah, so certainly there are some targets, and this matchup can be played in a couple of ways as a paladin. You can be very aggressive if you get Master for Battle, Quartermasters, and maybe shielded Meebots. But in like looking at Dart's hand right now, and with the cards he has, he can be also a bit controlish and just get to end game. As long as you put pressure on the Druid and stop the important cards from being played, you should be able to get to that Tyrion eventually. Lay on Hands and advantage. There's a couple of key cards like Lay on Hands, Tyrion, True Silver is definitely one of the key cards. From the Druid needs to get Ancient of Lore to refill his hand, because without that, he would just end up without cards.
And that swipe is going to be pretty good information for Dart here. It's going to make him feel a little bit better about potential muster for battle. That Sludge Belcher. I wonder if we're going to see it this turn. We are. So that's going to be pretty much a snap Black Knight from Dart to answer that. And that feels like a pretty big tempo swing here for Dart.
Oh yeah, that's very important. Like for Gara, it was a lucky draw because he didn't have a good play on 6. But then the Black Knight is going to swing the game here. And interesting that Dart is playing the Black Knight. We've seen many Paladin builds before, and people stopped playing Black Knight. They were playing Piloted Sky Golem. But here, Black Knight is actually important. And another taunt from Gara.
That's not a bad draw, certainly, after he just had his first taunt out.
Dr. GG.
Dr. GG. Dr. Balanced, as I believe Galento calls him. There's a Cairn Bloodhoof. I think it might have been Dart that we saw the Cairn Bloodhoof from earlier in the week. And D2 and I talked about how the 6-drop spot in Paladin is a pretty interesting spot. You just talked about it with the Black Knight and the Pilot Sky Golem. I guess if you've opted not to put in maybe a Pilot Sky Golem or Sylvanas or a second Pilot Sky Golem, and the 2 sick drops he's gone with are Black Knight and Cairn, what do you think about the position of Cairn in this kind of mid-rangey deck right now?
Right now I'm just counting damage because Gara might have lethal next turn. I think he actually has lethal with...
oh yeah, that might well... Well, so he's going to trade the... He's going
to... Trade of the Claw and Savager. It's actually 8 damage from Savager.
Oh
wow, wait a moment. This is 12? That's so close to lethal right now. One Savager is 6 if he has only 2 minions on board. If he plays the Druid of the Claw, that's 8 plus 6, that's 14. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be it, right?
It's not it, but it's super close.
That is super close. And the second Savager in hand actually means that if a taunt... Well, Dart does have the Lay on Hands here. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see Lay on Hands this turn. Not really any other option for Dart here, but the Druid is still up at 28 health, and that Tyrion as well. But there is a Silence in hand. This game is so swingy. These guys are top decking cards which look really great, but there's just always answers.
Yeah, also that was actually pretty amazing. Gara made a correct call, because even if Tyrion is being dropped, he wins with Keeper of the Grove. But then Lay on Hands was the single card that could stop him here. And with 11 health on Dart, Gara needs to top deck Force of Nature, or maybe another Druid of the Claw. Karen is going to get killed here, but God, he actually gets it.
So that's not quite. That's 8 damage in total, right?
Yes, but this is like a repeat of a previous turn. He gets him to 2, and now it's again a question: do you have a heal? Because if you don't, if you have Tyrion, you're dead.
Yep.
Or are you? Oh, he has actually a 3.
Okay, so he's got the Tyrion here, which can come down, but then there's a Silence. But that takes... Oh, that takes the damage potential off board. If he top decks something like a Swipe here... In fact, Swipe, or... We've already seen one... Have we seen one Keeper already?
I've seen so many Keepers the last 2 games.
So how many producer? How many cards has Gara got in his deck here? What's the
Force of Nature.
maths? Wild Growth. Okay, so he's got one more chance to draw a Swipe or Keep of the Grove.
One Groove is not bad. It's like he still can top deck into lethal, and he is filtering his deck.
Let's have a look. Is it going to be? No, it's the Shade. And Gara's pretty much top decking for his life here. He just needs to top deck that extra 1 damage and hope that no extra healing comes in from Dart.
Wow, this is such an intense finish because whoever wins this game wins the match. And right now is really close to dying, but on the other hand, if Gara is never going to top deck a card he needs, well, actually, he has the means to win because he just silences Tyrion and wins with the Shade. And
yes,
that's it.
So that's gonna be lethal.
Yeah, Shade was actually a fantastic top deck for Gara.
Yeah, the Stealth. I guess we were thinking about the direct damage, but actually with the Keeper in hand, we were thinking of the damage from the Keeper being really important to the lethal. But actually, this is going to be exact lethal with the Shade and the hero power. The silence coming in on the Tyrion is going to be crucial, and it's going to be Gara reverse all killing with the Druid. We told you it could happen, and Gara's going to go to the semi-finals 3-2. This board looks super scary for Dart, but he's just hoping against hope. Gara doesn't have what he needs. But unfortunately, it is going to be it. And there's Wrath. That's completely academic at this point.
Wow, that was an amazing game, and this again proves the power of the Druid. We've seen double Savage this game from Gara, but it's just you decide to attack. You are the aggressive player, and in the end, you just have all those cards to deal with the opponent's board and go through it and deal the damage. Because Gara had so many options, like even with the Keeper, double swipe. He had so many outs. So in this position where he got the Shade, well, first decision to go for face with first Savage Roar, putting your opponent on 2, where all lay on hands, or maybe the heal bot is going to save him. There was lay on hands, but still Gara was able to again put your opponent super low and then get the Shade and go through the Tyrion. An amazing finish of an amazing match.
That's something that a lot of players maybe try and hold on to the Savage Roar and use it for combo, but you see in a lot of pro matchups, and it's one of those decisions that I think takes almost a pro player level of confidence to do, is just use the Savage Roar when you've got damage on board and you can put your into a dangerous place, even if it's not bursting them down to lethal.
Yeah, certainly. That's the situation where a lot of players will play safe and just lose the game. And in those, like if you want to win tournaments, you have to make those like risky decisions and be like, okay, if I top deck, I win. If I don't top deck, I don't win. But that's why Gara is the winner. But then again, big shout out to Dart. Like played exceptionally well, and I really enjoyed the mech mage as well. Well, it's hard to say. Kind of like a Blingtron, Water Elemental. With Harrison Jones and Black Knight, we've seen something like that being played by Reynard before. Yeah. We've seen something like that being played by Orange, but still, this deck is a bit different. And a big shout out to Dart for bringing it to this tournament. Yeah,
well, Dart unfortunately is going to be out of the HearthStats Champions League. He's fought very valiantly to get to this stage, but Gara is going to go through to tomorrow's semi-finals. We'll see him in the first semi-final of the day. He's going to be playing the winner of our next game, which is Ari versus Sixo, and Gara guaranteeing himself at least $500 for his troubles here in that tournament. And that always feels pretty good, I guess, as a pro player when you get to the stage where you're into the money.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially if you're a pro player, which means that you basically live from playing Hearthstone. So, for people who are just having a normal job and just going through life, it's cool to win a Hearthstone tournament because you get bonus money. But for many pro players, the money you get is basically your living money. Like you're like, okay, I got to the top 4. I'm eating tomorrow. So, it is important for sure.
Do I see a return on this time I spent in the tournament, or was it a complete waste? I guess it's that simple and black and white for pros at this point. Well, congratulations to Gara on getting into the prize money. We're gonna go straight into our next matchup coming up here. Ari versus Sixo. Now, Sixo is a player who at this point definitely needs no introduction. He put his quote we see. I didn't explain this to you, Nimch. Obviously, you're new to the HearthStats family here. The box at the bottom is we asked the players to provide a quote that maybe was a favorite quote or a quote that defined them or something they wanted to say to the people. And Sixo coming into this tournament from the Challengers League was Mr. 6-0. He 6-0'd in the first group stage, he 6-0'd in the second group stage, and then he 3-0'd Alchemixed in the round of 8 to get through. He didn't drop a single game in the Challengers League. Yesterday, he went up against his Archon team captain Amaz and came off worst, dropped his first match in the competition, but was still able to beat RDU in the group decider and make it through to this point. Ari is a player who you've maybe not heard of before, but he's certainly a player who's been around for quite a long time. He's taken part in ESL tournaments, online cups, gets a lot of high-ranking legends, and actually, I mean, if there's one fact I can tell you to take RE seriously, is that in the round of 8 of the Challengers League, he 3-0'd Calento. Not many people do that.
Oh yeah, certainly. That's definitely an achievement, and it only proves that he is a player that's been around and been playing Hearthstone, and being here in a tournament playing against 6-0. If he wins, he's the guy who actually won versus one of the biggest ladder juggernauts. So this is a very important moment for Ari, but he already proven himself. So I'm certainly excited to see what decks did he bring to the tournament and to face against 6-0. But winning against Colento gives him an advantage here because there is nothing he fears now. Like, I won against Colento, I can face 6-0. Like, the guys are similar with regards to how they go through ladder, and I think like he gets an advantage there. Also, there's a lot of information on 6-0 on the net because 6-0 plays in so many tournaments. You just go through his decks. Like, he streams a lot as well, so you just research the guy and try to counter him. But on the other hand, as you said, like 6-0 being a 6-0 guy, I have to add as well that 6-0, when he was playing in France for the Gamers Origin 2, it was I think 400 people LAN event. He went 6-0 as well.
Well, the 6-0 the week that we played the Challengers League back in January, I think he was also playing in the German Championships or some kind of German Hearthstone tournament, and I think he went like 12-0 in that tournament. So his record was something crazy, like 25-0 in tournament games that week. We just talked about Gara getting to the prize money, that being important for pro players. In each of our next 3 quarterfinals, we're gonna see a pro player up against a player who really has nothing to lose. A player who's come through the Grinders League, has fought off, in 288 other people, then the round of 40, then the round of 24, then the round of 8, then the groups, beating some of the best players in the world. I mean, Ari was in Firebat's group, so that shows you what kind of competition he's had to deal with. And there's really nothing to lose for them at this point. Even to have gotten this far is something no one will have expected them to do.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I'm sure he really wants to win, and it's like for all the players who play in those tournaments, they want to win and get not only the prize money, but they want the fame and the respect they deserve, because they do play a lot of Hearthstone. Like, everybody's here in those tournaments, they do practice a lot, and you want to show to everybody, hey, I am good in Hearthstone, and I am winning against those pro players that are everywhere. And even like a 6-0, you can't lose because you have your reputation and you want to win everything you play in. Also, 6-0 is hungry for tournament wins. As we can see it, like, he is first in ladder, but then in tournaments he didn't get that many tournament wins. He's a Hearthstone Invitational, but then he is getting second places many times.
So this would be the first big career win for 6-0 if he was able to pull it off. But like you said, the other side of the coin for these open qualifiers as well, at this point, I'm only 3 matches away from $3,000, and I've played so many matches to get to this point. I don't want to go out now. But we're going to bring you videos for these guys to get you a little bit more informed on these guys, particularly on Ari, and I think we're going to start with him. Yeah, we're going to start with the Ari video and let you know a little bit more about this guy you might not have heard of before.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm 20 years old and I'm studying computer engineering at UTD. My in-game name in Hearthstone is Avery. I got into Hearthstone mainly from first watching Crib play. I never played Magic or anything, and watching Crib play is like this game just seems like so much easier.
Cool. All right, so you're actually a really well-known player among the North American pros. So what are you kind of known for? What kind of playstyle or decks are you most known for?
I think I'm most known for playing Rogue, and I play with like my practice partners. I just play with a lot of like really good, still kind of unknown players such as like Raccoon and Axius and even Firebat, and we just play in like Google Call, like 8-man tourneys, and just practice.
So in your group, there's DLCZ, Pause YWAM, and Firebat. Who do you think is the most difficult opponent for you?
Probably Firebat. I mean, he is the reigning world champion. Like, just the way he goes about into each tourney with like picks and bans like in mind. He understands the game so much.
Definitely. So knowing that Firebat's definitely the most difficult opponent, do you have any particular strategies to prepare for him?
Not really. Just to try my best and hopefully I can get out of the group.
All right. Last question. If you were a Hearthstone card, what card would you be?
That's a tough one. I guess I would be Auctioneer because I like to draw cards.
Awesome. That's great. Too bad it's nerfed now, though.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks a lot for your time, Mary, and good luck in the groups.
Okay, so that was Ari. Obviously, we've talked about his achievements in this tournament so far, but good to know a little bit more about him. Now we're going to find out a little bit more about Sixo, obviously a better known player, but we're going to get you this interview and get a little bit of insight into him in just a second when our producer manages to cue that up. The wonders of live production here. But Ari is certainly not a player to be taken lightly. Looking at his record to get into this tournament, he beat in his round of 40 group in the Challengers League. He came out ahead of Impact and Faramir in a 4-person group. So he's beaten a lot of big names to get to this point. He's got nothing to be afraid of against Sixo. Beat Tiddler Celestial as well in the round of 24. So he's certainly going to be looking to add another big name to his hit list here.
We got the live cams.
Okay, so we're going to take you into that 6-0 interview now.
Hey, I'm Xixer of Team Archon, and I qualified for HearthStats. I'm playing in Group D.
Awesome. So in the group stages, you basically went undefeated, right? And
Yeah.
How does that feel going to the actual championship going undefeated?
I think I was the only one not dropping a game in the qualifier, and I don't plan on starting it now.
Wow, that's some very impressive things to say. Well, I remember you told me that you feel like you never got invited to any events or anything, but I feel like that has definitely changed now, right? You get invited to more events. I'm sure you can always get invited to more, but what are your next big goals in Hearthstone?
In the past, I won like 2 8-man tournaments, so like one 32-man tournament, which had like a really tough bracket, but wasn't advertised well. So my goal for like the next 2 months would be to win one tournament with like a lot of viewers.
Okay, so definitely just get your name out there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So in Group D of HearthStats, there's Amaz, RDU, and Meistings. Who do you think is the most difficult opponent for you?
Actually, don't know about Amaz. I mean, I'm teammates with him, but I haven't seen him play tournaments much lately, so I have no clue what to expect. RDU has not been performing that well the past months, but he qualified for some tournaments as well, so I mean, also be some tough matches. About the last player, I have no clue what he plays, who he is, so can't really make any predictions.
Fair enough. Last question. If you were to be a Hearthstone card, what card would you be?
Salty Dog.
Any particular reason you say that?
I might or might not get a little salty after RNG losses.
Alright, that's great. Thank you for your time, Sixo, and good luck in the tournament.
Okay, so here we are. We've got both those interviews in for you. You know the players, you've heard us talk about them. So it's time for us to get into the class screens, talk about the lineups, and get these bans here. For just while those class screens get up, for those of you who are just joining us, we maybe didn't see the last match. The both players are bringing best of 5, so we get 2 bans in rounds. So they ban 1 deck each. They'll see what lineups they have left, what their opponent's left with, and be able to make a second ban decision, allowing for more strategizing, I guess. And we see more interesting lineups. We see things like Shaman and Paladin play more of a role in these lineups. I guess because of the 2 bans, you don't always have to go, well, I guess I just have to snap ban the most powerful class, whatever that may be. But these players have very similar lineups, both bringing Mage, Hunter, Druid, and Warrior. Ari's opted for Rogue, while Sixo has opted for Warlock.
Oh man, Six's Warlock. Well, I want to only add to the format that it's really cool that you can ban 2 strongest classes sometimes. If you don't have the strategy to ban control or maybe ban aggro from the other player, just ban 2 stronger classes. But here, as you said, like the classes are more or less the same. Sixo bringing Warlock, but what kind of Warlock is that? Is this the Sixo Zoo or is it Darklock or maybe something else? Like when I'm looking at Sixo and his decks, I think I can expect everything. Like Sixo is a guy who plays so much Hearthstone that he can play any deck, any class, any build.
Well, we saw in his game against Amaz, we saw his Mage yesterday, and Sixo actually brought a free. Obviously, the decks have changed from the group stage to the round of 8, or at least they've been given the opportunity to change the deck lists. But okay, so we see a Druid being banned on both sides. I was just about to say, if we see a Warrior being banned for Sixo, that would probably telegraph he was playing Freeze Mage. But I guess both these players were watching the games just going on and seeing, just how dangerous Druid can be. I was going to say just how Druid can be, which I guess that works too.
Yeah.
But Druid banned out of both the lineups here.
It boggles my mind because in the Warcraft universe, Malfurion is one of the strongest creatures that walks through Azeroth, and apparently in this match, he is the same. The strongest guy, you need to ban him. He is overpowered.
Well, it's a fair argument. I don't think you can ever argue with, no matter what the lineups are. If you see a Druid ban, I don't think you can ever question it because, no one ever really wants to play against Druid.
Yeah. On the other hand, it's not giving enough information to your opponent because you do ban the Druid because Druid is a strong class. Not like, hey, Druid counters my lineup. I better ban it.
That's the same kind of with Hunter. That's a very good first ban in this kind of format where they do get information in between the bans. So let's see what the second ban is going to be here. And it's Mage on both sides. Interesting. So we're left with Hunter and Warrior on both sides versus the Rogue and the Warlock. So I guess it comes down to what order these guys run in their decks, but also which way the Rogue and the Warlock match up.
Oh yeah, certainly. Well, I would not expect Warrior to be much different. Like some people play a bit of a more mid-range Warrior with piloted Shredders and maybe Sneeds, but from those 2 players, I would expect the standard control list because they did in my Hunter. So I would feel, hey, this Warrior is anti-Hunter. That's why I don't have to ban Hunter. I ban those classes that can snowball, that can cheat a bit, being Mage, Mech Mage, and the Druid. And with Hunter, it's interesting which builds that those players are going to bring. With Rogue, I feel like we are going to see a standard Oil Rogue, maybe with 4 cards different. But then Warlock is a
what
mystery.
Could it be? What do you think of our art here on the band screen here, Nimch? All this custom art for each of the classes. I've said all the way through, Garrosh could do with being a little bit more hench, but he needs to get his lifting on, get back to the gym. Clearly doesn't even lift. But we're gonna get into this game now.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1, Round of 8, Zixo versus Airy.
Okay, so Hunter mirror match here, and it looks like fairly mid-range Hunter builds from each. We see the Savannah Highmane in the hand of Ari, and the Sludge Belcher and the Harrison Jones in hand for 6. So give us kind of that information about what kind of decks we're looking at here, and it definitely does look like a mid-range on either side.
Oh yeah, certainly. What we still don't know is that if both players are playing double Freezing Trap or is anybody else running Snake Trap. From Sixo, I think Sixo was playing Snake Trap. He loved Snake Trap last season, and seeing Sludge Belcher is certainly possible that he plays one. With double juggler though, those jugglers will be dead before he gets any, so that might be troublesome there.
I think for me, throwing out the double juggler shows that there's maybe not a snake trap in this deck, because you definitely want to try and keep those if at all possible. Houndmaster coming into hand for Ari, that's a card that is certainly not a must pick in Hunter at this point, and get a lot of work done with web spinners and Haunted Creepers.
Yeah, definitely. Houndmaster is a card you play a one-off, and it is kind of like a card that's popular in the current most popular Hunter build, the mid-range one that Trump was playing as well. And right now it's like a very interesting situation on board with a big 6/6 Misha.
That's pretty scary, and it certainly is a good opponent for the 4/4 Misha, the inferior Misha of 6-0. And he has two choices to clear this. It's either with his face, with the Igor bow, or running in his Knife Juggler, and neither of those feel like a good play for 6-0.
Yeah, right now 6-0 is in trouble. Like, his mana curve seems funny. He won't be able to play, like, he can only pick one card. So he either goes for Eagle Horn Bow and clears them for free, or tries Animal Companion, which does actually nothing. So it was possibly the only play here. Yeah, I don't see Animal Companion being played to face this board. You want to clear the board and win over time. But right now he's definitely in trouble. He is behind in this match, and Ari is just, he can extend the board. He even got the Grizzly Bird to fill the curve on turn 5. He decides not to play Lothab, which I actually personally like. Against Hunter, in this situation, spells are not that great, and Lothab can just seal the game. When you have an advantage, you play Lothab on a board with a lot of minions, and your opponent won't be able to clear that.
Yeah, it can definitely be a real swing play, and when you've got a turn 6 Savannah Hymen, you don't feel that much pressure to play out a big minion and just play Lothab for the body.
By the way, we got 100% Misha from Animal Companion.
That's true. Misha, a big part of this game so far. And we see the Savannah Hymen coming down. Now, Nimsh, what is your opinion on the Amaz law of Hunter? That if the Savannah Hymen attacks face, then you win.
Well, if there is no freezing trap, that's certainly true.
Well, let's see what the traps are actually here. If our producer can show us, that would be nice.
I would guess double freezing trap on both sides.
I would think so. Wonders of the spectator mode is that producers can do things like show us how many cards are left, or show us what secrets they are. If he's paying attention, he might do that. But we now have dueling Savannah Hymens here.
The situation is really interesting.
It's a snake trap for 6-0.
Oh, that's a snake trap. That is important.
Oh,
because...
double snake trap.
Wow. Okay. That's unexpected.
Ari's probably thinking about playing this freezing trap in his hand then to try and stop the Savannah Hymen.
Well, he has the Lothab, so but then on the other hand, can you really attack into Misha? There is a risk that it's a freezing trap, and you don't want to get Savannah Hymen being returned to your hand.
There's a freezing trap on both sides, but 6-0 isn't going to be able to play his deck to the Lothab. He's thinking about a 5-mana Hunter's Mark here. But I guess we'll probably... Yeah, we're going to see Misha proc the freezing trap here.
This matchup suddenly got much more complicated. I didn't expect this much of like a complexity from Hunter versus Hunter, where you have traps on both sides and you have Savannah Hymens that can't really attack. Let's try to evaluate who has an advantage here. We see that Ari only has 2 cards left and 6-0 has many more. And the boards are more or less similar. And there is Savannah Hymen to face. So if Amaz rule is actually true.
But how does that work in a mirror match? That's the question. Let's see if we get another Misha here.
If he gets a Huffer is probably the best to proc the... Oh my god, he actually got a Huffer.
So kill command coming in on the Sludge Belcher. And he's going to be able to proc the freezing trap with the Huffer. So that's going to be a nice big threat in Ari's hand. On the spot, it's proccing the snake trap For the
Now he's in a situation where he has to count for lethal, because you would normally love to see a freezing trap, get half return to your hand, and then just go 11 to face. But now with free snakes and Savannah High main, well, basically the problem is they do counter your freezing trap.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be pretty bad news. And they actually, they can trade very well with the opposing snake trap as well. You can just cancel that out if you're 6-0. The health is also completely balanced at this point as well. This game is really balanced on a knife edge.
I think you have to go for face. Like, there is no reason to trade for snakes. One snake is going to get returned anyway, so like your freezing trap is toast. And with you're staring at what, like 8 plus 2, 10 points of damage. So you probably have to, like, what Ari had to do is to count how much damage can 6-0 deal with kill command and possibly unleash the hounds, or is he dead to kill command at least? With freezing trap, that's 8 points of damage. With hero power, that's 10, and then kill command, it's not enough. So he will be dead to unleash the hounds and kill command, hero power. That's why he was thinking so much about attacking face or trying to trade at least one of the snakes. But we can see that 6-0 doesn't have those cards, and he is far from lethal. But on the other hand, he will be able to clear the board and set up the freezing trap, which will help him to stabilize and then attack with his Simon again and possibly create a lethal position for the next turn.
Does have a Misha as well if he wants to go for that. Got an extra taunt. So we're going to see snakes for days here.
Oh, that's actually a snake trap, not a freezing trap. That changes a lot.
Yeah, well, he knew it was, and he knew that as well because the freezing trap and snake went up together, and he'd already procced it. So, knowing what trap he was playing against was pretty big information. He's going to go face with a high main as well here, and suddenly, how does the Amaz rule work? Nobody knows.
Well, kill command top deck is lethal for Ari, and Iron Beak is lethal for Ari. Unleash the Hounds is lethal for Ari.
And he gets the second Shredder into hand. Well, that's definitely not what he needed.
That's not lethal.
And now it looks like 6-0 is going to be in the driver's seat.
I think 6-0 actually misses 1 damage. 6-0 is 1 damage of lethal next turn. This is actually pretty amazing. In this kind of matchup, like with both players having it's not that many cards that 6-0 can top deck to win as well. Well, kill command and unleash the hounds, but it's not like he can top deck a Wolf Rider or Arcane Golem.
Well played.
So right now Ari just
what? Did we miscount that?
No, that's not.
Sorry, I thought he was gonna. The well played threw me off there. I thought you maybe did have lethal.
Fine. Just like
6-0's one off lethal here, and he's just gonna go ahead and concede. So Ari wins the initial contest here, the Hunter mirror match, and 6-0 is gonna have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. Does have the Warrior and does have the Warlock available, and I guess we talked about the Warrior being a standard control build, being pretty good against Hunter. That feels like a pretty solid pick for 6-0.
What a clutch match. It was so important for the Hunter to win, because right now Warrior, this kind of Hunter with snake traps and Savannah High mains, a lot of endgame, is probably a good matchup versus Warrior. And then Warlock, snake trap. If this is a zoo deck, snake trap will be really irritating. And but what kind of like other deck 6-0 can bring? Would you expect a handlock?
I'm trying to think if we saw his Warlock. Did he play Warlock early in the week? I'm trying to remember. I will check and see what 6-0. No, he didn't bring Warlock yesterday, so this is the first we've seen of it from him. We have seen some pretty crazy variants on the Demon Lock deck. We've seen, I think it was Posmywam's deck that he brought. There was a kind of a variant on Handlock, but it had taken out the giants and put in things like Kel'Thuzad, the Jiraxis, and the Mistress as a pain in there, and kind of made it more just kind of a control-y Warlock deck without the Handlock element to it.
Well, we've seen Silent Storm Demon Lock recently, so maybe 6-0 got inspired by that as well.
Of course, we didn't get to see Dark Onyx's Warlock deck, but he played it off stream, and he brought a variant of his Dark Warlock, which had Twisting Nether in it. But Okay, so we're getting ready to go into this game in just a couple seconds here.
Let the hunt begin. HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Round of 8. Airy versus Zixo.
All right,
Okay, so this looks like a zoo from 6-0.
Yeah, and it's well, is it? Well, it probably is. But then again, if I think Warlock and 6-0, the first card that comes to my mind is Implosion. You know.
That card, he's basically to blame for that card being prevalent in Warlock. But there's an antique heal bot. That's interesting.
So is it the zoo actually? What cards did he mulligan away? Defender of Argus?
Yeah, he mulligan Defender. And so there's a Doomguard. So this may just be like a... And Sylvanas, okay. So this could be just kind of a tweaked zoo deck with maybe some late game and some mid game and some healing and things to maybe counter things like Face Hunter. But
and that's actually amazing because it only proves that in Hearthstone there is still room for being creative and bringing your own decks, your own brews, and trying to find the new decks. Like, you know, a lot of players they fall into the standard, well, I have to net deck, or this is the best Hunter build, this is the best Warlock build. But some of the guys are deck builders, and they actually bring something new and surprising to the tournaments.
You know, we do see some guys like Silent Storm, who we haven't heard of before, bringing their own decks, but that's one of the things I think that does set pro players apart a lot of the time, is being confident enough to make what seem like maybe unpopular meta decision be really, really important for tournaments.
Oh yeah, certainly. And here, like, what is the matchup actually? Originally, Zoo is, I feel, good versus Hunter, especially this kind of Hunter without explosive traps, without... Well, there is Unleash right now, but...
Shadow Flame, hello. That's a card.
Okay, that's a good clear with power. I mean, like, overall,
Yeah.
it's a cool combo. It's like a lot of cool combos. And Shadow Flame with Sylvanas as well, Dr. Boom. So this deck apparently has some early game and curves really well into late game as well.
It feels kind of like maybe the Warlock equivalent of the Hunter deck that we're seeing from Ari. It's a pretty aggressive deck. It has a lot of small aggressive minions, but does scale quite well into the late game as well. Kind of like the Naaman Hunter build with the Ragnaros at the top and that sort of thing.
He can already power overwhelming Shadow Flame, but I don't think that's the play. Whenever I see a piloted Shredder, I feel like Dark Bomb is the card I play. But then again, maybe there is something else he can do. Power Overwhelming can trade easily and give him a 4/4 after that, and then you have 4 mana. But there's not really much you can do. Maybe use Dark Bomb and Power. First Dark Bomb, see what you get from Piloted Shredder.
He's going to go for the Shadow... He's going to trade, actually, with the Nervian Egg.
He has to Shadow Flame because there's a Snake Trap.
Okay, yeah. So he's going to Shadow Flame now. He might have been thinking about just going with the Dark Bomb play, but goes with the Shadow Flame. And... Oh, Mad Scientist! A third Mad Scientist for Ari. That's a pretty good pickup from the Shredder.
It's not the worst. It's getting a 4 attack minion would be probably better, but Mad Scientist is definitely a card that's good. Playing High Main on 5 certainly feels good.
I have no time for games.
Let's see a Sylvanas here. Sylvanas Shadow Flame would have maybe been something that 6-0 was thinking about for the late game, but that Sylvanas is a good threat on the board. And we do see a lot of these big bodies with the Dr. Boom, the Lotheb, the Doomguard. 6 is going to start being able to build up some big damage on board. This feels like one of those matches where they're both kind of slugging each other's face quite a lot with big minions. We see a second high main for Ari. He could just, drop the second high main and go face.
The problem that 6-0 is facing right now is that if there is a freezing trap, Sylvanas might be countered. But then Ari has to think, like, if there is a way for Sylvanas to die and steal my high main. Because normally, after seeing Power Overwhelming and Shadow Flame, you are the Warlock just killing Sylvanas. But without those cards, you could go for Mad Scientist into Sylvanas, get the freezing trap, and then attack. But he more or less did the same. He set up the freezing trap, because I believe it's a trap right now. You mostly play one snake to freezing. So Sylvanas is being countered.
It's so hard to make these decisions with a deck that you've never seen before. You get a build that you don't know how it works. But Implosion coming to hand, there's a lot of damage here for 6-0 in a couple of turns. But oh, I guess he wants to trigger the freezing trap somehow. But Sylvanas getting freezing trapped, he's got to be aware of what kind of damage is coming in. I mean, there's 9, 12, 14 damage.
Well, 6-0 can steal the high main if he is lucky. If he can't discard the Dark Bomb. Yeah, I was like looking at the things right now. So he can attack with Sylvanas into jungle, which is. So he correctly read that it's a freezing trap, and then he was able to not discard the Dark Bomb and steal the high main. A very strong play by 6-0.
How's that for lethal? 5, 10, not quite enough for Ari here.
Ari will probably have to use Iron Beak and Kill Command to clear the high main. Unless he actually...
Oh, he's just going to go aggressive here.
No respect. Is this lethal for 6-0? No, not really. But then the heal bot.
Yeah, the heal bot's got to come down here.
Yeah, it's changing this matchup so much. Ari, I feel, is making a correct decision. Instead of going for full board trading and trying to clear, just looking at the hand sizes, you want to go for face, especially if you have Unleash the Hounds against the Zoo and Kill Command and a bow. So the decision is correct, but it works. This decision works for 6-0 because he has the cards to counter it.
This is such a back and forth game already in this series. This really interesting Warlock deck from 6-0. Yeah, the healbot's got to come down. He's staring down very, very, pretty much easy lethal. But we're going to see go straight to face. No life tap from 6-0 with that extra 2 mana. I don't know if he's actually life tapped in this whole game.
Well, that's again a good decision there. So how much damage is there from Ari? There is 11 on board, so he only needed 10. He has 8.
It's not quite enough.
I wonder.
Do you go for the silence kill command play here, do you think? And then just hero power, hit face with your high main, and just try and work 6-0 back down again?
Yeah, I think you have to do something like that. Like maybe not kill command, maybe silence, Hunter's Mark, and then Unleash the Hounds, and trade as much as possible. You know that the Doomguard is in the hand, and it costs 7 mana. So next turn you can expect the Doomguard, but Doomguard is not lethal for you. Even with Power Overwhelming, it's still 9, and a Doomguard will discard 2 cards. So if you clear the board here, you're probably positioning yourself pretty well. But you do have to clear, I believe.
Well, we're going to see the Hunter's Mark come down, like you said. Good use of the Hunter's Mark instead of the Kill Command. Obviously, Kill Command is such a vital piece of the Hunter deck, getting lethal. And he's going to go ahead and clear... Oh, he's going to use the high main to clear the 3-3 out.
Yeah, you can't attack with weapon. It's too dangerous because of the Doomguard to just clear. It's better to just use the high main, especially because you've seen 1 AoE already.
Mistress of Pain.
Mistress is a bit too late for 6-0.
Yeah.
There is not really a good way to clear this. Before he had a way to deal with the high main, just buffing it with Abusive Surgeon and then killing it with BGH. But right now he doesn't have a combo like that. He is staring at what, like 10 points of damage? What he will do is just extend the board and try to cancel the kill command with Lothab.
It's one-off lethal for Ari there. With the kill command plus the on board is 14 damage. It's pretty close. But he's gonna go ahead and trade and look for some favorable juggles here. Is he gonna kill the BH? He is! Oh my god! So crucial.
That's pretty good for Ari. Well, he did have the dog, so he actually needed only 1 knife there. 6-0 needs... Well, Mistress of Pain is not the card he needed.
That might be all she wrote for 6-0.
I guess you tap. There's like nothing you can do with this hand.
I can ease your pain.
Yeah, he's just gonna. Well, he's not even gonna tap. He's gonna go full game without tapping. He's gonna Doom Guard on the Knife Juggler, but that's gonna be it. So game number 2, going over to Ari. 2 games in a row with his Hunter deck.
Still, this game was really interesting, and 6-0 bringing a new Warlock deck, and I liked it. I really enjoyed this game, and even though that was something surprising from 6-0, Ari played it exceptionally well, making good calls and trading when he needed, going for face when he could, positioning himself to win the game. Even though 6-0 fought and used those specific cards like Healbot and Lothab, Sylvanas to his advantage, and stealing the high main even from Ari, Ari was still able to win and make correct calls.
Well, 6-0's going to have to make that decision that we thought he would make in that game and going with the Warrior, because that is all he has left as we see the Warlock say goodbye from the lineup. It's a lonely existence for Garrosh here on the right-hand side of the class screen, and the Hunter, Warrior, and Rogue of Ari. I guess if 6-0 is able to beat the Hunter here, it's probably going to come down to how well this Rogue matches up with the Warrior. What do you make of the percentages in that matchup? Well, we're going to go into this game and we'll talk about that in just a second.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Round of 8. Airy versus Zixo.
And we're back with Warrior versus Rogue. We can probably discuss it when they actually face. If 6-0 is able to win this match, and right now he's still facing the Hunter, the mid-range Hunter, which is actually a good matchup for Hunter, I believe. If you get the high mains, if you get Animal Companions, if you get Dr. Boom, you position yourself really well versus Warrior. Warrior does have to get the removal. And 6-0 is playing Piloted Shredder in his Warrior.
Yeah, some interesting cards. We also saw the Gorohel in the mulligan as well. He would have been definitely looking for things like Fiery War Axe and Armor Smith. The Armor Smith is just so crucial in this matchup to get the armor as quickly as possible and try and take yourself out of range. Silverback Patriarch off the Web Spinner. I'm sure that we'll see that play a big part. That'll be a pretty good target for Houndmaster, I guess, but apart from that, maybe not.
Do you think that Ari is going to win 3-0 on the back of the Silverback Patriarch?
On back of the Patriarch. See, I've been practicing my dad jokes all week, knowing I was going to be casting with you, Nimsh, and I'm at the top of my dad joke game right now. So you tee me up for things like that, I'm going to knock him out of the park.
Sure. I'm just waiting for dad jokes then.
Well, I mean, you are the dad joke master. So, the Frothing Berserker. So this looks maybe a bit like Zalay's Warrior build that we saw from the ESL Legendary series.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I like the fact that 6-0 is playing different cards and a different deck. Like, you don't play something that people expect, and that's key. Right now, he gets... Huffer was actually pretty lucky for 6-0 because he was able to trade with it easily, even though it dealt damage. Ari's deck is not poised to deal that much damage. It's more about building up a board. Leok is not bad. He can kill the Frothing Berserker here.
Yeah, he is going to get that Frothing Berserker out of the way, that feels pretty good. And Fiery War Axe coming to hand, like we said, a little bit late for 6-0.
Oh man, that has to be really painful when you just play Pirate to Shredder to get killed by one drop. And Ari got a silence as well. He decides not to do it.
And there's another cool Taskmaster. Not as effective as the previous one, sadly.
So, Ari keeping a silence, probably expecting a Belcher being dropped. He is very aggressive in this match. He is mostly out of cards as well. So, silencing a Belcher will be very important. Or maybe even silencing something like Acolyte of Pain. Or Sylvanas.
Yeah, that could be definitely very important. The Clockwork Gnome for Ari as well in the Hunter deck. That's not a common choice, but it does mean he has this Cloak, which is could be really important for preserving his damage and evading some of the removal that 6-0 has. But this matchup is really not going well for 6-0.
Yeah, I can already picture 6-0 losing here. Without the Brawl and with Sylvanas silence, it will be very hard to come back from this. He even steals the Leok to protect it from a possible execute. Wow.
Sludge Belcher. That's a pretty big pickup right now. That's pretty so alive here. But it's going to be a turn 7 Doctor Boom.
With Eagle Hornbow, probably not yet. Yeah, you would just probably kill the Belcher, see what you get from Web Spinner, and then develop Boom.
And get a secret as well from the Mad Scientist. Freezing Trap would be absolutely huge.
Snake Trap is also good. Like, whatever you get, actually, you're
Stone Tusk Boar.
Wait, is that lethal?
I don't...
It shouldn't be lethal yet. But it's definitely really close.
Actually, well, yeah, no, it wasn't. It would be lethal if he didn't have to clear the slime. He had exactly 11 damage, but the 1/2 slime was in the way.
Well, that's it. I don't see
Yeah.
Sixo coming back from this. He actually attacks Dr. Boom. Dr. GG is going to deal the last damage to Sixo. Sixo going 6-0 for all the series. Actually loses 0-3 to Hunter from Ari.
Ari takes another victim with a clean sweep after beating Kalento in the Challengers League with a 3-0. He didn't lose a game in his group, in Group C, in the group with Firebat, Dale, and Pause My Wham, and now he's taken out 6-0. A very impressive performance from Ari. Like we said, all the players have fought really hard to get here. This isn't an invitational tournament. Everyone has earned their place to this point. Ari's fought through so many rounds, and now he's going home with some prize money.
Oh yeah. Well, you can say that sometimes people are getting carried by their decks, and Ari did play Hunter, but then again, he really made good choices. Like against this warrior, he made the choice to keep the owl, not to like use it to silence the shredder, where normally you'd think, hey, I need to silence this because the Defralo might be damaging. He made very good choice and risked that there is no brawl in Sixo's hand, especially after seeing cards like Frolling Berserker. So exceptional play from Ari in all 3 games, playing against a guy like Sixo. So only proving himself even more after defeating Sixo and Kalento. Ari might be the favorite to win the tournament now.
Absolutely, and he's going to meet Gara in our first semi-final tomorrow. But we're going to take a very short break now before we come back with our third quarterfinal, and that's going to be another of our open qualifiers. I'm very excited to see Phone Tap, and he's going to be going up against one of the stalwarts of the pro scene, Alchemixed. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the HearthStats Champions League. We'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. Okay, so we're back here at the HearthStats Champions League. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Callum Leslie. If you don't know who I am, I'm a journalist and certainly not anyone who's really particularly good at Hearthstone, but someone who is good at Hearthstone is Cloud9 team captain and nicest guy in Hearthstone on my right. Yeah, let's do that. My right, your left, is Nimsh, my co-caster.
Hello. To everyone watching, thank you so much for joining tonight. And we are going to have a fantastic match. We had already a couple of great matches. Gara versus
Dart,
and Ari versus 6-0. Gara advanced, Ari advanced, and they will play tomorrow. Today we still have two matches. Right now we are going to watch Alchemix versus PhoneTap, and after that will be Amaz versus Dale.
Absolutely.
And,
so this is the quarterfinals of the HearthStats Champions League. Crucially, everyone who wins today is going to get into the prize money. There's prize money for the top four, and they're battling out for a share of $5,000. Winner goes home $5,000. Winner goes home with $3,000, and winning in the quarterfinals here, you're guaranteeing yourself 500. So that's a pretty good get. But we've got a guy here, PhoneTap, who you might not have heard of before. Alchemix is a pro who's been around a little while, been to the WCA, the WEC tournament, got to the quarterfinals of that tournament, and he's on Team Complexities. Someone who's been around the scene for a little while, Nimsh.
Oh yeah, Alchemix is a good friend, and we were hanging out on many events before. He is he played Magic: The Gathering before, so he had already card experience before coming to Hearthstone. And when he joined, he is a deck builder as well. Like, he's a guy who's really thinking about building stuff and then playing it. I think he favors mostly aggro decks. Like, he was known from bringing very aggressive, like, mages, warlocks, decks. But he is able to play any kind of deck, and he did play it well in many tournaments before, like WCA and WC. He was also, I think, like he built up his name on I Heart You King of the Hill series, winning versus many pro players at the time, and being previously on Team Curse, now on Complexity, being one of the players that is maybe not that popular right now with the big streamer names, because he is I'm not sure if he is actually streaming. I'm not sure if he's streaming a lot, but certainly a guy that is a great player and is able to bring like new ideas, new decks, and a high level of play.
Absolutely. And Mysterious Phone Tap, we don't have an interview with him. We do have an interview with Alchemix to bring you in just a second. But Phone Tap's one of the players that came to our Grinders League, came to the Challengers League, and he's really impressed us this week so far. Won 2 games in his group on the opening day. He beat ECOP in the final game of Group A, which is certainly a big scalp, the reigning HearthStats champion. And Phone Tap really impressed us with his style of play, so I'm really excited for this game. And it's actually possibly a lot more even than you think. But we do have that Alchemix interview for you now, so we're going to cut to that, and then we'll come back and talk about the class lineups for these two players.
My name is Dan Walton, and my battle tag is Alchemix. I play for Complexity Gaming. I'll be battling through Group B of the HearthStats tournament. Some hobbies of mine are I'm pretty addicted to Netflix. I used to be a competitive swimmer, and I have a lot of pets. I have 2 exotic leopard tortoises, an English bulldog, and a bunny.
How do you feel about your recent performance, and does it matter?
I've been doing okay in Hearthstone recently, but a little bit lackluster, so hopefully I can change that in this tournament.
There are Gara, Darkwonix, and Weva in your group. Who do you think will be the most difficult opponent to face?
Probably Darkwonix, just because he's a really good player and he brings a lot of unique decks, so I'm not really sure what to expect, although Weva did beat me in one of the earlier group stages in Hearthstats, so I gotta watch out for him too.
Decks that you play just for fun, and what do you have in them?
Sometimes I mess around with Echo of Medivh mage decks with Molten Giants. I have a Pirate Warrior deck, and sometimes I used to play a lot of a Crazed Alchemist Priest deck, but I haven't gone back to that yet since the expansion.
If you were a Hearthstone card, which card would you be and why?
I would probably be Nozdormu, I guess, just because it seems pretty sweet to be a dragon.
All right, thank you for the interview. Good luck on your Hearthstone endeavors.
Thanks.
Player cams here. We're a little bit later than we were in the group stages. Phone Tap played his games outside in the group stage, but clearly it's a little bit later where he is right now. So he's opted to stay inside. Looks like he might be in some sort of perhaps.
Wow, that's actually pretty cool. That's a cool looking background. One of the best I've seen in the cams.
Well, you were eyeing up Alchemix's poster while we were watching that interview.
Oh yeah, actually, that's a pretty good question. What anime is that? I'm an otaku myself, but I can't really recognize the character. Is that Death Note? So it would be good, like if chat can help us out. Is that Kira from Death Note, or maybe any other character?
Yeah, our producer is saying it's Death Note, but maybe Twitch chat or even Alchemix can help us out. But we're going to get into the class screen for this in just a second, and we've got some interesting lineups from these two players. Alchemix not bringing Mage or Rogue, which are, I guess, considered 2 of maybe the 3 strongest classes right now, maybe the 4 strongest if you include Hunter. But he does have Hunter and Druid, Warrior, Shaman and Warlock, the 2 probably lesser favored classes in his lineup. Phone Tap, probably a much more standard lineup, Rogue, Mage, Hunter, Druid, and Paladin.
That's one of the things that's really interesting about Alchemix, and that made Alchemix a threat in the tournament setting before. Alchemix brings decks outside of the metagame, and we can see it right now. No Rogue, no Mage, where you normally prepare your lineup versus those decks. He is bringing a Shaman, And we've seen like Gara bringing shaman. You can never know which shaman is that. Like, is this mech? Is this a mixture of mech and something? Is it like a wind speaker shaman? Against Alchemix, I could expect anything. And a warlock again. We were talking about it during the break, and I said like I've always considered Alchemix playing a Zoo deck, but you mentioned that he can be playing Handlock. He can play any kind of warlock. So what do you ban? Do you ban those classes you don't know, or do you ban the classes you know for sure, like Druid and Hunter being phone tap?
He did it. Yeah, he brought he brought a very old school zoo to the group stages with Blood Knight, Scarlet Crusader, and Argent Squires. We did actually say his deck certainly felt maybe a little bit old school in the last round because he brought Warrior with Gorehowl, and he brought the what was the other deck? The Druid with the Spectral Knights. So kind of bringing back maybe some, as you say, maybe slightly out of favor decks, but decks that he still thinks are very strong and that players maybe aren't going to be expecting.
Oh yeah, I mean those decks are definitely interesting. Like Spectral Knight is a great card versus both Warrior and Rogue, so it's not that surprising. And with the Zoo of Scarlet Crusaders, it should be good versus Mech Mage because you do if you're bringing Blood Knight as well against Annoyotrons. So an interesting build, but we can see the first ban from both players. Alchemix is going to ban the Rogue, and Fontap is banning Alchemix's Hunter.
I don't know if it's just coincidence, but in the last game we saw Druid and Mage getting banned for both sides, I think it was, after we'd seen all the games in the first series decided by Druid or Mage. And now we saw all the games in the second series decided by Hunter, and we see a Hunter ban straight away. I think these guys are not stream sniping, obviously they're watching the games before themselves, but they're certainly paying attention, I think, to what the meta of this particular tournament is.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure that it has some impact on the. Well, Hunter is not a surprising ban overall, but I totally agree with you. It's like when you're watching those games, you feel like, oh man, I'm not going to get free out by Hunter. I better ban it. And like, I'm not going to be free out by Druid. I better ban it. It's just a psychological effect. Like, even if you have a strategy, you might rethink your strategy and make a snap ban because of that.
So the Rogue getting banned on the side of Phone Tap, like you said, the Hunter is still up. We see Druid on both sides as well. If you're Alchemix here, having had your Hunter banned, what are you looking to ban that maybe your Hunter was particularly favored against?
If this was Face Hunter, and I would expect Face Hunter from Alchemix, well, it's really interesting because, well, we can now see that he banned a Hunter, but I would think maybe ban something with AoE. You've banned Rogue, so you know you're not going to face the Blade Flurry being devastating to minion decks like Shaman and Warlock. So you might go for... Well, you probably never ban Paladin. Like, Paladin is not a class you're afraid of. But then Hunter is definitely a class you can ban. Druid and Mage. He decides to ban Hunter, so he is going to face Mage, Paladin, and Druid, where Fontap actually decided to ban his Warlock. What do you think about that?
I think banning the Warlock is smart just because, like we talked about, you never know what build it is. But if it is an aggressive deck, it does feel like that could be a really, really dangerous threat. And Rogue is just a strong class. I think I'm not sure about the Rogue ban. I maybe would have favored something like a Mage or a Druid.
Well, if you're bringing Shaman and Warlock being a Zoo deck, let's say, I think banning Rogue actually makes a lot of sense. But then again, your Warlock got banned, and right now the lineups are pretty interesting but weird. Warrior, Druid, Shaman versus Druid, Paladin, Mage. Who has an advantage? Who has an edge?
I probably have to give the edge to Phone Tap, I think, maybe. It depends what kind of Warrior build Alchemix is bringing. It was kind of a weird build in the last round. In the group stages, it was less maybe control heavy and had things like bomb lobbers in it and kind of tempo plays a little bit more than the heavier control plays. But we're going to go into the game and see what this first matchup is going to be. Okay, so it's going to be Mech Mage for Phone Tap, and this actually looks like Shaman, Mech Shaman for Alchemix.
Wow, that's actually pretty great. That will be definitely an interesting matchup. And wow, a Mech Warper pickup for phone tap. That's very important. That right now his turn 3 changed completely. His hand looked weird as a Hearthstone hand. For poker, it was 2 pairs, so not that bad. But then with Mech Warper, he actually has a pretty good follow-up turn 3.
Absolutely. And Alchemist is going to be looking. Obviously, this tournament is being played today. So Alchemist played in the Kinguin tournament earlier today, and actually went out of that tournament. So he's going to be thinking, he's got to get some success this weekend, and maybe looking to avenge his loss in Kinguin and come back here. But this, I'll be very interested to see how this Mech Shaman plays out. Every time we've seen a Shaman this week, I've been kind of secretly hoping it was Mech Shaman that we've seen a huge amount of, and it'll be really interesting to see how these two Mech decks match up against each other.
From my experience, Shaman has an edge because you do run weapons. But then again, with double Snow Chugger, it might get awkward. If this would be not a Snow Chugger, you just coin out the weapon, you attack, you kill it, and then you know that next turn you kill something again, and you buff your mech that you play, regardless which mech is that. Right now, it's weird for Alchemist because it's like you probably don't play the weapon. You might because you still are going to use it on turn 4. But then you had a couple other choices. Like you could go for... You basically have to use the coin, I feel. You could go for Harvest Golem and try to build up some board. But then being frozen is definitely annoying. You won't be able to use your Rockbiter to clear. And this turn you're just going to play a minion and pass.
It's probably going to be the Harvest Golem. Harvest Golem, we saw that in Mech Mage yesterday in our final group, but it's not particularly common in Mech Mage, but it feels like it's maybe more common in Shaman a little bit. I guess maybe taking the place of things like Snow Chugger.
Yeah, certainly. One more important thing is that this deck, the full Mech Mage, obviously Alchemix could modify it. It doesn't run Lightning Storm. So right now, Alchemix is in trouble. His weapon is useless because he's frozen. He won't have a Lightning Storm. He can't use the Rockbiter. Well, he can use the Rockbiter on the Harvest Golem, but then he probably wants to play a Piloted Shredder. He needs to develop some kind of board to start fighting against the board that Fontap is building. And Fontap is going to continue building the board if nothing is getting cleared.
Yeah, this feels like a really bad spot for Alchemist because he took the calculated risk on turn 2 to coin out the Power Mace and kill the first Snow Chugger, but then he managed to get hit by the second Snow Chugger and then get frozen for an extra turn. So it really kind of messed up his curve. He probably would have been looking to break off the Power Mace and buff one of his mechs and get that nice big body on the board and really take the advantage.
Right now, he also put himself in a weird spot where there is Mirror Entity, and he basically spent all the small minions. So the only minions he has in his hand are the minions you don't want to face. Unless it's right to play Piloted Shredder, get it copied, and then attack into one Piloted Shredder, try to get the Doomsayer, and then attack into a second Piloted Shredder, and again try to get a Doomsayer for phone tap.
That'd be some next level plays.
Definitely.
I wonder.
Wow. Yeah.
Never rely on the Doomsayer. It never comes out when you want it to.
Especially in the tournament setting. Yeah, but then what is he going to do here? He can't really... Well, if he plays the minion gets copied. It's 100% Mirror Entity because nothing else is getting played in Mech Mage. There's no need for any other secrets.
Yeah, he's going to kill off the spider. He's going to play the spider tank to be copied. I guess that's the least worst minion in his hand to be copied. And you can kill the 3/3 spider tank with the Power Mace, and then kill the 3/4 spider tank with the Harvest Golem. He's going to look for Taunt Totem, doesn't get it, so it's a spell power, and that's probably usually in Shaman that can be a really, really effective totem, but I think in the Mech Shaman, the spell power totem is probably the worst.
That's an interesting sequencing decision as well. Because he played Spider Tank first, it means that he wanted a chance for the Spider Tank to be buffed. And then he would probably trade Harvest Golem into the Snow Chugger. So maybe the fact that the Harvest Golem got buffed was not good for Alchemist here. he obviously had to play a minion because he wants to follow up with Fire Elemental on turn 6.
Funtap playing around the possibility of Lightning Storm there by killing off the Spell Power Totem and the Doomhammer coming into hand. That's not going to be useful this turn, but does have Doomhammer. Doomhammer, is that a particularly common card in Mech Shaman?
Yes, the Mech Shaman that Firebot first introduced with Purple Dank, I believe, was really bursty. And you do run one copy of a Doomhammer, and you do have, I think, one Lava Burst. You do run the Wind Fury 3/2 minion. How is it called? Like the wee guy. All right, so Alchemix in a weird position here. He needs to kill the Snow Chugger with a Fire Elemental. There is not really a good way to use the Rockbiter, and Doomhammer would be useful if not for being frozen, because he could get rid of Anoyachon. So this appears that this game is almost over.
And the Tinkertown, that's going to be really good for the Archmage next turn as well. Does he get the cloak? No, it's the attack. I guess that'll do. Do you maybe consider using the spare part here to trade the Shredder for the Fire Elemental?
No, I don't think you do. I think you're a position that you can trade if you want, but you basically position yourself. Like, you ping the 2/1, the 4/1, you kill the 3/3 with a 3/4.
And then go face.
You attack for 5 to face.
I guess this is the one tournament setting where if you killed your Shredder, a Doomsayer would pop out. Almost guaranteed.
Yeah, possibly. That's why you want to protect your Shredder. Yeah, you want to get your opponent low enough so that you can win with Fireball whatever happens. But this board is winning the game anyway. Like, a Fireball from Antonidas next turn is like your safety net. So there's no way you can die this turn. But if your board gets cleared somehow, you want to have the possibility to get the Fireball and win with the Fireball next turn. That's why you had to get your opponent at least to 7 points of health.
Well, that's going to be pretty academic for Alchemix here, and he's going to lose this Battle of the Mechs. We see another mad scientist coming down. He was looking for the Doomsayer, just on the off chance, but as he said, it never comes when you want it to. And Alchemix is going to lose that game. Funtap's going to go up 1-0 with the Mech Mage.
That's a pretty good game, by the way. It was interesting to see how the Snow Chugger dictated the pace of the game, really shutting down the weapons which are giving the edge to the Mech Shaman. And well played by Funtap, like playing around the threats and knowing the matchup and valuing the Snow Chugger, playing Snow Chugger first instead of Mad Scientist on turn 2, making good calls overall.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1, Round of 8, Alchemix versus Funtap.
Okay, so it's going to be the Warrior for Alchemix. And you see Alex Straza in the hand is definitely not a card you want, but that Fire Warix, and actually that Unstable Ghoul as well. That's a card which has been rotated out of a lot of Warrior decks, but I guess it's a pretty good anti-aggro card.
Oh yeah, certainly. That's the card that works versus many aggro decks and creates weird board positions. If you have Acolytes of Pain, you clear, you prepare cards for execute, and you can draw cards as well. It's interesting that he's running both Whirlwind and Unstable Ghoul, so this is super anti-aggro. But probably, well, I'm both thinking like if he expects Hunter, but then he was the one banning the Hunter on his side. What do you think about this matchup overall, Warrior versus Mech Mage?
I think it's very dependent, and this early Unstable Ghoul is going to be really important, I think, because it's going to stop the damage coming in early and allow Alchemix to get a pretty early armor lead if he's able to get things, particularly if he's able to pick up a shield block. If the Warrior can just develop armor and get out of range, so the Mage will run out of damage and just run out of steam very early when the Warrior still has quite high effective life, that's definitely what's going to make the difference. So the shield blocks coming in early, the Shield Maidens, if he was able to pick one of those up before turn 6, those are the cards that really could dictate the matchup outside of things like Fire Warx.
I definitely agree. Like, this matchup is all about moves and replies to them. So Mech will try to set up a threat on the board, and if Warrior cannot respond to that, he will be in trouble. He will consistently lose health and get in range of the fireballs. So mostly, like Snow Chugger, again, a very important card that if it's being played on a key moment, it can shut down Warrior and shut down the weapons. A good call from Fonta, by the way, to play a 3-4. There is not an easy way to remove that, and Alchemix will have to take some damage here, maybe even like use the ghoul.
Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, he's just gonna set it up so that the Spider Tank trades with the ghoul and give it over to Phone Tap to have to make that trade. But there is a. And yeah, there's even the Frostbolt in hand of Phone Tap doesn't help him because the Spider Tank would just die anyway.
Yeah, that's a good call. It's like instead of just killing the 3-1 with the unstable ghoul and losing 1 point of damage, he went for face, because in Mech Mage usually there's nothing to heal that, and the unstable ghoul would die anyway.
Well, the
and no
Death
silence as well.
Yeah, Death Spike comes in hand as well. He's not going to play. Well, he's not going to be able to swing it next turn. Gets a cool Taskmaster, and the final swing is Fire War Axe, crucially clearing out everything that Phone Tap's put on the board so far without taking too much damage. And again, that is absolutely crucial to this game, like you said. Actions and replies. If the Warrior can get the early replies to what the Mage throws down, that's what's going to make the difference in this matchup.
So for Fontap, his hand, even though he has one of the strongest plays right now with Pilot to Shredder against the Warrior, he doesn't have follow-up. Like, his turn 5, 6, 7, he doesn't have minions. He doesn't have the meat. He only has the finishers and the freezes and Mirror Entity. So even Cogmaster is not that great as a card in this matchup. So Alchemix looks pretty good overall with a lot of health and ways to respond to the board. The only problem for Alchemix is that he doesn't have that many cards in hand. So he will really rely on top decks coming from now.
Does have things like Whirlwind and double execute as well. So he's got plenty of removal. That Alexstrasza, that could be pretty important as well if the game goes late, to maybe heal himself back up and give himself a last ditch life gain if the mage really runs out of steam in the late game. We do see that Doctor Boom, and that's pretty much going to be a snap decision on turn 7 for Phone Tap. Actually, Whirlwind Execute, that's a pretty good way to deal with Doctor Boom.
Yeah, so Alchemix has ways to deal with Dr. Boom. And here Phone Tap deciding to play Mirror Entity, which is a great decision. There can be a possible Shield Maiden or 6, so you want to copy that.
Oh.
And you've seen a lot of small minions, so...
That's a perfect pickup for the Mirror Entity, though, the Armor Smith. And then can just die straight away to the Death Spike. Oh, he's not going to do it, though. He's just going to pop the Shredder.
Well, Fontap is definitely going to be disappointed by Armor Smith play. As I was saying, like, Warrior doesn't have the small minions on turn 6, 7. There is a high possibility that you're going to get a 5-5 or a Belcher from Mirror Entity. But here it didn't work. But on the other hand, Fontap just getting his endgame, both endgame cards, Dr. Boom and Antonidas, might dictate this game. Even though Alchemix was in a good shape, right now he's actually at 21.
Yeah, this is a pretty good turn for Alchemix in terms of what Phone Tap has in hand. He has that Dr. Boom for turn 7, but this turn 6, I mean, he could just throw out a Fireball and maybe the Cogmaster. He does have a mech on board with that Goblin Auto Barber, so you would be able to get the buff off the Cogmaster. He can kill off this Armor Smith as well.
I could fix anything to do.
Yeah, I think he has to kill the Armor Smith.
Yeah.
So he's going for that. There was obviously no point to Firebolt the Armor Smith, but still, you have to decide how do you kill it. Do you use the ping? Do you kill it with Armor Smith? The problem that he's facing is that there is this Death Bite. So Death Bite is going to clear Armor Smith and the mech. And you will have the mechs with Dr. Boom. Like, after playing Dr. Boom, you have the bombs, which are mechs, so Cogmaster can still attack. But what is Alchemix going to do this turn? Still, not really anything that he can play as a card. So he mostly has the response cards.
But the Whirlwind next turn against, I assume, what's going to be a Snapdog. Whirlwind versus plus BGH. Yeah, probably Whirlwind was plus BGH.
Oh yeah, certainly.
This could be a lot of damage coming in from those boom bots. Just one.
And 4 damage is okay. Alchemix is definitely happy with that.
Yeah.
And he dealt with Boom with no problems. You are at 18 points of health. You've seen Boom already. So what are you? You're afraid of Antonidas, maybe. But then again, do you play Antonidas right now and just try to get the fire? I think you can. You just freeze the 4-2. Because if not now, then when? Do you just wait for turn 10 for Antonidas and just skip playing anything this turn?
That's such a crucial way to deal with Boom, though, because normally one of the big problems with Dr. Boom in terms of how you can trade for it and and one of the big arguments about Dr. Boom being unbalanced is that if you kill the Boom bots after you BGH the Dr. Boom, it's really, really likely your BGH will die a lot of the time. But being able to Whirlwind first, you can clear the bombs and then BGH and take no damage from it. We're going to see Shield Slam execute on the Antonidas.
Into Dr. Boom.
Into Dr. Boom. Perfect mana.
Wow. Oh, and by the way, on your argument about Dr. Boom being unbalanced, one of the arguments why Dr. Boom is balanced is that it is an endgame card. So by the time that you play it on turn 7, mostly people do have the reply to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just saying that that's one of the big reasons why people argue against, well, you can just BGH it. But that's such a great way to deal with it. A lot of damage in the hand of Phone Tap here. How much does he have? He has 15, which is getting pretty scary, but also he doesn't have any way to deal with... I guess you got to go with one Fireball and a Ping on the Dr. Boom here.
Yeah, I think you have to clear Dr. Boom. Like, if you, but at this point, you definitely count the damage if you have any remote chance of just bursting your opponent. The problem is you don't have any more burst in your deck. Like, this is it. Like, well, you probably have one more Fireball, but the chance of top decking Fireball right now is really slim. Even if you unload, there is a chance for Alexstrasza. So you would possibly have to get your opponent to 15, and with armor up every turn, that's not possible. So clearing Dr. Boom is probably the best course of action.
Yeah, you just got to do that and get the damage off the board. Feels bad to use it one of the Fireballs when you don't have Antonidas and you don't have you don't have your own Dr. Boom anymore. And do you think we just see an Alexstrasza here?
That's a very good question. I'm not sure yet. Like, you have to really think. Like, what's your position? I'm not sure if this is that Alexstrasza turn yet. I think you can still try to like develop the board and focus on countering whatever your opponent plays. Yeah, what Alchemix is doing is correct. Just develop the weapon and keep the advantage and then press. You still have execute for anything big. You've dealt with Antonidas, you've dealt with Dr. Boom. There is literally nothing else big in the deck. So right now you're in a position where your opponent, you probably suspect that there is burst. Because your opponent's not playing cards, and there is no point in not playing cards as a mage. So you expect burst, that's why you keep Alexstrasza for a possible heal. And you expect some cards that work with mechs, and probably no mechs. And if you do expect that, that's a pretty accurate read.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe play from Alchemix and a pretty bad hand for Phone Tap. No mechs, no activators for the Tinkertown, and just not enough burst to get through.
How ironic is that? Mech Mage is playing versus Warrior, and Warrior is the one having mechs on board, and Mech Mage doesn't. Because Alchemix does have the mechs. And the Mad Scientist is going to die here. Mirror Entity being summoned, which is pretty good for Phone Tap. Not only the Mirror Entity got filtered from his deck, so it's increasing the chance of getting something better like a Yeti or Shredder. But then again, Alchemix top decking the Taskmaster here. Wow, he just gets the small dudes every time.
Yeah, that's going to really help with this Mirror Entity and not lose any tempo to that. Yeah, do you think you just go with the Taskmaster here and try and clear this 3-3?
Phone Tap is probably thinking about conceding right now. It's like the most agonizing thing. Like, after Taskmaster, you would think about conceding. just sitting there with one fireball, looking at 17. Yeah, Fontap is just scratching his forehead. He's like, oh my god, should I concede now or maybe try to see a couple more cards from this warrior?
We're going to see the execute come down on the Tinker Town.
Alchemix just dismantling all the tools from the Mech Mage.
Well, that's what we said at the start that he needed to do to win. He needed to just take apart all the early advantages, make the mage run out of options, and get to the point where the mage has things like Tinkertowns and Blast Mages with no activators on board and just a completely empty board. There's really nothing that can happen here. He's just going to play the Blast Mage out by itself, and I think it's now pretty safe to see the Alexstrasza, and when that comes down, that's going to be pretty much game over.
Unless Fontap is actually playing a single BGH.
There's Gromash as well.
Wow, Grom is great.
Yeah,
you can trade with the Blast Mage.
And armor up as well, just in case. Yeah, but that's probably going to be the concede now. Fontap looks pretty resigned in this game.
You can still try to see one more card. And especially after getting an Iotron. Well, you can Fireball Grom. That's pretty good. And developing an Iotron. This game is not over yet. And also, like, if he manages to get his last Fireball from the deck, he will... Alexstrasza if Alexstrasza gets played.
Well, there's Armor Smith.
Yeah, Armor Smith, top deck by Alchemix. He needs a Fireball. I guess he has a couple of more turns to get it.
This is pretty agonizing, but as you say, I think this is the smart play from Fontap, is when he, he's not that close to dying, and actually he could maybe see some interesting tech that Alchemix has, and just give himself a little bit more information going into his next pick. But yeah, this game is completely over.
Yeah, even if I think about Fontap being able to top deck a Fireball and kill this Alexstrasza to, kind of like dismantle Alchemix, there is still no way he can develop the board after that and deal 21 or 23 points of damage. But there is no point in conceding. You're not dead next turn, so you still want to. Oh, okay.
He is going to go ahead and concede, I guess, not prolong the agony any longer. But so that's going to go to 1-1, and this game is now back balanced once again. Alchemix is just going to step away for a second there, refresh himself, and what does Fontap, if we can see the class screen, to just remind ourselves what classes these guys still have available.
Rogue and Paladin? No, Rogue was banned.
Yeah, so it's the Rogue and the Druid. The Paladin and Druid, sorry.
Paladin and the Druid. So he killed Shaman, he faced Warrior, and right now versus Warrior, I just snap pick Druid.
Yeah, that definitely feels like the right play. And again, that it's going to be all about the Warrior being able to get his armor up and get out of range and not put himself in any dangerous Savage Roar situations like we maybe saw in the previous couple of series.
I would expect this Druid to be combo Druid, which means double Savage Roar, and like piloted Shredders, because after banning Hunter Warlock, I would never expect a Ton Druid. Ton Druid is a bit worse versus Warrior, it's more to 50-50, I believe. But combo Druid is really a good matchup, especially if you get the Wild Growth or Innervate. But even if you don't, you just put those minions, put pressure, and then win with the combo eventually. So Druid versus Warrior is such a great matchup. For me personally, one of the matchups I'd love to play, Druid versus Warrior. And then Paladin.
Which side of that matchup do you like to play?
I love to play this Druid.
Well, Alchemix is back, so we're going to get ready to go into this game. And yeah, we're going to go into it and see if Fontap agrees with our decision.
Paladin.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Round of 8. Alchemix versus Fontap.
Okay, so he does go for the Druid, and we see Shade of Naxxramas. That's a good early pickup. And the Spectral Knights, I mentioned that earlier in Alchemix deck. Those are kind of a card that I've really been cycled out of Druid quite a bit.
Yeah, then like mostly popular cards right now are Azure Drakes, and for a longer time we've seen the Ton Druid, so we've seen Sludge Belcher being played in a Druid deck. But Spectral Knight is still a contender, still a great card. especially versus Warrior. Unfortunately for Fontap, he didn't get a Wild Growth. He didn't get Innervate as well, so he is up for a slower start. He has Shade of Naxxramas, which will be important, and Ancient of Lore, one of the better cards in this matchup to get to the cards you need. But on the other hand, Alchemist having everything more or less. No weapons.
He does have the Gore Howl, but none of the early weapons. But he's got a Shield Block or an Acolyte here. Which do you think is the better option of those two? He's gonna go for the Shield Block and just develop his armor early.
I think Acolyte is a card you might want to use later in the game with Whirlwind, especially with Alchemix running both Unstable Ghoul and Whirlwind. But then again, let's think about like how Alchemix can win the game. For Druid, it's like super simple. You just play minions, go face, respond to whatever warrior, like not even respond to whatever warrior plays. Warrior will have to respond to your plays. So you're just need to press advantage. But how can Alchemix win this game?
How can Alchemist win this game? I guess just develop his armor and really get those minions out on curve and just really threaten the board and not allow Druid to build up anything.
Yeah, that's the thing he has to do. He basically needs to develop the minions, trade whenever he can, and somehow create a situation where he is the aggressor, and then use the weapons to be able to keep his minions on board. That's why Gorho will be important in this matchup. So if Alchemist keeps the armor, keeps the advantage, then he will just start using armor to kill minions. He will lose health in the process, but he will be able to keep that and control the board. So this match might prove to be very interesting, and I'm definitely curious to see how Alchemist is going to deal with the Spectral Knight right now.
Yeah, it's pretty good on curve for Fontap. He does have options. And we're going to see the second Acolyte come down for Alchemist. I think that's a Harrison Jones in hand for Alchemist in the middle there. That's not going to do a huge amount of good, but he's going to go for a Whirlwind and draw here. Actually, trying to think, is that smart? I'm not...
I think that's fine. You're drawing a lot of cards, and instead of going with Fireworks, attacking... he has the Fireworks, right? It's next to Gorhal, if I believe.
Think so. It's hard to tell, particularly as they're golden and kind of throws the coloring off a little bit. It's harder to tell with such a big hand.
All right, so if that was a Fireworks, that decision was correct, because you do want to save health and draw as many cards as possible to increase the quality of your plays every turn.
So the Pilot Sky Golem comes down. Fontap doesn't make Alchemist overdraw, which he definitely could have done. But he opts to go for the Silence and Armorsmith. Alchemist playing it pretty safe right now, not playing out any of his big minions and just kind of developing his board with these smaller creatures. And yeah, he's looking at the Fiery War Axe here.
That only proves that he knows this matchup. He knows how to play around those big minions with the small stuff, and execute removing a 6/3 right now, giving him armor and also drawing a card. Oh, he actually saves the execute. That's smart as well.
That Shade is going to keep growing, and that's going to be a Savage War threat later on in the game. We are getting pretty close to the combo turns. I don't know if Fontap's maybe running 2 copies of Force of Nature. Most likely is in a deck like this.
Yeah, but still, Fontap was not able to deal any damage. He did deal some damage, but then Alchemist is 30 health or 29 with 1 armor. So this is not a point. This is not something you want to see as a druid. And he even thinks about swiping right now. Like normally, you should have warrior around 20 health right now, or maybe 15, and continue playing minions that the warrior has to deal with. But right now, Fontap is in a situation where warrior is just sitting healthy at 30 with lots of cards in hand, and you are the one who is behind. Even though you have this big shade, he is afraid to like show it in attack because it's damaged. So a single execute can deal with this.
The Spectral Knight actually, in hindsight, is a pretty good pickup here because he doesn't have... Alchemist doesn't have a huge amount of damage on board. He's going to use the Gore Howl to clear it. This actually feels like a pretty good use of Gore Howl. It's a minion with a lot of health and not a huge amount of attack, and obviously can't be targeted by spells. So that's a pretty good use of Gorehowl that he's had since the starting hand.
I'm just thinking like, oh, what is the Alchemic's plan? If he survives, like obviously he wants to limit the minions on board so that this Savager is not that powerful. But on the other hand, you do want to get to late game and play Alexstrasza and Grom. There is a Harrison Jones.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's a really good pickup for Phone Tap. He's going to be able to clear out this Gorehowl. Obviously can't reveal the Shade because it would die to the Gorehowl. And tons of other removal that Alchemist has in his hand. So many ways for that slightly damaged Shade to die.
But still no Brawl.
No Brawl. So we're going to see Sludge Belcher. I think we probably see the Harrison Jones here, right?
Yeah, but we are getting to the turns where we should start counting for lethal as well. With this Shade is dealing 10 points of damage with Savager. So with a Silence, I think this turn is pretty powerful with Harrison Jones and maybe Silence in the 3-5. But then the question is, Fontap really has to think about the Brawl. Alchemix got so many cards that if Fontap is not going to attack with this Shade soon, he might actually lose his chance to attack with it at all.
Yeah. There's a very late Wild Growth. Turn 9, of course, categorically and objectively the worst turn to cast Wild Growth.
Do you silence the Sludge Belcher to try to get a lethal next turn with Savage or Swipe? Or do you maybe use the Shade to kill the Belcher and develop a piloted Shredder?
I kind of like the Silence. I think, you got to start getting damage in, or this Warriors, it does have, there is an Armor Smith on board, and the armor could start getting out of control. So that's what we're going to see, and that Shade is just going to go face.
I liked it. I definitely like it because
BGH as well. So lots of options for Alchemist.
Yeah, Alchemix can remove this Shade with a single breath, but Fontap got some value. We have to remember that it's actually a turn 3 card. It's a card he paid 3 mana for, and it was able to deal 8 damage. That's a good deal for 3 mana, and it's getting to get like removal out. And just waiting more is just asking for Brawl.
Yeah, and like you say, with so many cards in hand for Alchemist, those scary minions could start coming down, and if you're Phone Tap, you've got to think that you got to start setting up for lethal pretty soon. That Shade is going to die, but there's 7, 6, so it'll be 13. There is actually, if he doesn't clear the Harrison Jones or the Keeper, there is lethal with the Swipe and the Savage Roar.
Well, if Fontap gets Force of Nature up the top, then it's probably lethal as well. If one minion survives, then it's like lethal. But the Fontap is definitely doing a good job here. He got to the point where Warrior is quite low and it's close to the combo range. So for Alchemix to win this game, he has to do everything in his power to protect himself from the combo.
So there's a second Sludge Belcher coming down, and that's going to be pretty huge.
Yeah, right now this board is definitely difficult for Fontap. Druid doesn't have a good way to clear. There is a Swipe with Azure Drake, and that will be very powerful actually. It's giving Alchemix some armor, but if you're able to clear the board like this, I think you go for that.
Yeah, I think so. That feels really good.
Wow,
Double Savage Roar. Oh man. Yeah, Alchemist kind of knew it was coming there. Yeah. He's going to give him 4 armor, but that's pretty big.
Yeah, exactly. It's like dealing 2 damage, like even dealing 2 damage to face is actually huge. And I was talking about Swipe with Logan some time ago. Logan's a guy who plays a lot of Druid. And he told me that Swipe is one of the worst AoEs in the game, as it is. But then if you get at least 1 spell damage, it's one of the most amazing AoEs in the game.
Yeah.
And here we could see that, just clearing the whole board with arms with 2 health and BGH, 5 damage to the main target, 2 damage to face. That was pretty huge.
Yeah, I mean it's like, I guess Swipe is slightly worse than Arcane Intellect than Arcane Explosion plus Frostbolt. So if you look at it in that sense, I can see what he's talking about, it being the worst in the game. So you got to reset here for phone tap and try and find a way back to lethal. There's nothing on board that Shield Maiden comes down to really get him out of range. You have the double Savage Roar, but do you just start sort of not quite tossing minions out here, but probably got to start getting that Shade out to try and threaten with Savage Roar later on. I'm trying to look how many cards he's got. He has too many cards to play Shade of Naxxramas and Ancient of Lore, because then he would overdraw next turn.
If he plays them, he has 9 cards. So if he plays them, he will have 7, and then he gets plus 2.
Oh, sorry,
he will
yes,
get 9, so
7,
it's fine.
yeah.
I think that's the play as well.
I thought he had 9 cards just now.
Actually, having a lot of cards, he has a lot of decisions here. And basically what the gist of it is that you want to have minions on board. And the best way to have minions on board is probably to play Shredders. Because with Shredders, they will die, but they will still spawn some minions that will give you some advantage. But then I like the Shade and Ancient of Lore play, because Warrior is getting out of range. Shade, as you said, like this is something that will stay on board, possibly. And you want to have an option to draw into Innervate and Force of Nature, because then you force and double Savage Roar with a minion on board, being, let's say, Shade of Naxxramas. You deal tons of damage and can actually kill the warrior, like one-shot warrior, which has what, like 30 health, possibly 29. So definitely that was an interest, a one play he could do. Going for 2 Belchers, 2 Shredders, you do develop minions that will that are a bit sticky.
Yeah, he's got the BGH in hand, so that's going to deal with the Doctor Boom pretty well. Bombs are going to die straight away, so he's going to try and kill this Shredder, I think, with the bombs. And lots of armor. Oh, Explosive Sheep!
Explosive
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh my god, the sheep! So much armor as well.
That's crazy. Wow, that was a big turn for Alchemist in terms of armor.
There is a Nervite, so Force of Nature. If you would play, if you would draw into that earlier, that would be amazing. Right now, he is facing this Dr. Boom. He has to start thinking about Alexstrasza. With Alexstrasza being dropped next turn, he will go down to like 7. So yeah, this is not a great spot. Like he will definitely have to play BGH to kill the Boom. But then what else do you do? Maybe you just start with draw, because you might want to play Lothab as well to have like a big body on the board. You can even play Ancient of Lore, draw cards, and then decide if you want to just BGH and pass.
I think you can set yourself up in a good spot here with going with the BGH and then Ancient of Lore, and if you want to, you could innervate the Wild Growth just to filter your deck a bit more and try and get into a Savage War position, but he's going to go with the Lothab.
Lothab is pretty nice, and with Ancient of Lore, I'll probably innervate the Shapeshift to kill the Armorsmith to avoid an Execute. Right now, he still like kills it to avoid Execute, even though Execute will cost 6. Lothab is a good play because you do develop a board and you stop removal spells, more or less.
Yeah. The shield being coming down means that the warrior is got a pretty big amount of armor right now. We're going to see that Ancient of Lore finally.
And is he going to pick up Force of Nature? Nope. And this is an awkward position for Fontap, because you would like to innervate Druid of the Claw, maybe, possibly, but then you do want to keep innervate for a possible Force of Nature pickup. So he still has that Shade of Naxxramas, which is fine.
He's just going to go to face with a Lothab, try and set himself up with a nice board. Shield Slam, that's pretty big.
Yeah, that's a great removal card. Kill a 7-mana creature with a 1-mana card.
I mean, we talked about Swipe being one of the worst AoE removals in the game. Is Shield Slam arguably one of the best removals in the game, just because it is a 1-mana spell?
It's definitely a great removal card, but I think still you do use Execute this turn. With you attack one of the 5/5s with a weapon, and then execute the second target. Oh, is he going for the trade then? Interesting. He probably will have to develop a Harrison Jones then. Oh. He is still going to execute and deal tons of damage. Attack phase with the weapon and rage. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Gormash is getting pretty scary here, and there's really no way for PhoneTap to deal with it.
Well, he can kill Grommash with the Druids and the swipe, or he can kill with the Wrath and attack and swipe. He can...
That's probably okay.
Yeah, there's like lots of ways. The fun fact is that if you would top deck a Force of Nature here, he would win. Is there any chance for lethal with the Druid of the Claw? He's probably counting that. That's 4, 7, plus 12. That's 19 points of damage. Not quite.
Yeah, not quite enough. And he's staring down a pretty scary board from Alchemist. And this is the problem that we saw with Alchemist. Playing the game really slow, playing lots of small minions to start off with, is that he can really scale into these late game minions, and PhoneTap hasn't been able to burst him down, and hasn't been able to draw Force of Nature as well, pretty crucially.
I'm thinking what's the best line of play here. He can... Wow. So being PhoneTap, you want to kind of like avoid being killed, and if you can't leave the Shield Maiden on board, because then Death Spite is going to kill you, unless Alchemix actually uses both Death Spites. He used Gorhal, he used one Death Spite for sure. So you need to clear, but on the other hand, you want to deal some damage and have a minion on board in case you actually get a Force.
Cool Taskmaster. So the Harrison Jones is going to come down, and obviously doesn't reveal the shade, so there's no way to kill it. And he's getting the armor building pretty high again. Keeper of the Grove, what does that do?
This still actually looks good for Alchemix.
Yeah, this does look pretty good here. It looks like PhoneTap isn't going to be able to get him into range, and Alchemix is going to have possibly some other big damage coming in.
I think being PhoneTap, you just wild grow first, and then you can think about trading and playing Druid of the Claw. Depending on what you get, you definitely want to get the Force of Nature, and you do want to clear. So you wild grow first, see what you get, see what you draw. You're in a position where you can't ignore this Harrison Jones. You just can't ignore it. You have to kill it. Oh, now it's like pretty easy. You just develop Boom and clear Jones and pass.
Well, that Dodger Boom does kind of change the complexion of things a little bit, because it's 9 damage with double Savage Roar is 12.
Alchemix has a way to respond to that with Execute and even a stable Ghoul. But then, this game got pretty interesting. Does Alchemix run Ragnaros? Do we know that?
I don't know. We have seen, obviously, Gorehowl. You know, that's a big top of the meta curve card that can often see things like that fall out. We haven't seen a Baron Geddon either. There's not many cards in either player's deck left, actually. There's the Force of Nature, but that's going to be probably a little bit too late.
Wait a minute. It can...
So it's 14 plus 6. That's 20 damage from the combo here. What do you feel about just using the combo for damage here? And just going...
I think you do use the combo.
Because you've got Druid of the Claw and a second Savage Roar. I think you just combo here, clear the board, and push in damage, because Alchemist has no cards in hand. Yeah. And you've seen so much of the removal at this point. There's only so many... Oh, 4 to face with that bomb as well.
Well, I think there is no reason not to use the combo.
That's pretty perfect, actually.
No, it's actually... Yeah.
4 to face. Doesn't hit the Unstable Ghoul, doesn't kill the Unstable Ghoul off the first bomb, so is able to then use the second bomb to attack. Actually, it just goes with the Druid Claw and the Keeper.
That's it. That's game.
Coming down.
That's definitely game with the
combo.
Force of Nature and Savage Roar. That's over.
Wow.
Pretty great play from PhoneTap. Just using, instead of just going yellow with combo, just being able. Oh my god! And then Innervate. That's. I just want to see the whole finish with Innervate. Come on, PhoneTap.
Do it.
Just double Innervate.
BM. No, he's not going to do
it.
No, and Alchemist concedes as well. So that's going to be the Warrior of Alchemist getting knocked out. And this series is now 2-1 to Phone Tap. That was a pretty long game there.
Yeah, it was.
Both players nearly running out of cards. Again, really, really good play from Phone Tap. He had a really scary warrior game there from Alchemist. Alchemist got pretty much exactly what he needed. He built up his hand earlier with lots of removal, lots of small minions to contest the board, and then scaled into his late game really well. I don't think Alchemist could have hoped for a better draw with that warrior, but just didn't quite have enough to finish him off quickly enough for the combo. But Phone Tap was digging for that Force of Nature. I don't know if he's copies. He might only be playing one because it took him so long to draw it.
Well, sometimes it happens that the cards you need are the last two cards. For Alchemist, I think he really missed Alexstrasza the whole game because he had a lot of burst, but he didn't have a way to just get Phone Tableau. But then both players like exceptional decisions, and I think this matchup was overall very interesting from both sides, and definitely something I could watch again and just analyze why they did certain decisions in the certain situations, and how did it go.
Yeah, so we're going to get into this final game here, and it's going to be the Druid of Alchemist against the Druid of Phone Tap with the series. This could be match point for Phone Tap.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Round of 8. Alchemist versus Phone Tap.
Okay, wow. So we see a lot of ramp in this card. We didn't see very much early for Phone Tap in the last game. We see double Innervate and Wild Growth for Alchemist, with Innervate and Coin on the other hand for Phone Tap. So certainly plenty of ramp to get this game started early. And we're going to see
Alchemist
double into Druid of the Claw.
How sick is that opening? And turn 1 Druid of the Claw as a taunt. How do you deal with that?
So you can coin Innervate up to 4, so you can't actually deal with it this turn. But if you're able to, if he had another Innervate in hand, he could go with Swipe and Wrath, and that would deal with it. But that would be pretty inefficient. Though Alchemist does have the problem here that he played double Innervate, Wild Growth, and draws Force of Nature. Alchemist has nothing in his hand, so he's going to be pretty much top decking for the rest of the game until he draws an Ancient of Lore.
Do you double Wrath, being Phone Tap? Wrath free, Innervate Wrath, and you're facing only one card in your opponent's hand.
And you've got 5 drops. So you're getting. So you do have options in your deck for when it gets to those turns. Oh, he's going to go with the Spectral Knight instead, actually. I kind of like this because he can Wrath and then attack next turn.
Yeah, I definitely like it. So Alchemist is going to top deck a perfect card to deal with the. Oh my god! Like, what was the chance to actually get Keeper of the Grove here? I would like to talk about this matchup a bit more. So Druid versus Druid is all about tempo. It's the Druid who is aggressive. Well, all right, it's not that simple, but the Druid who gets an edge and is aggressive is actually winning because it's hard to come back, and whoever gets like your opponent lower and then gets the combo wins because there is like no way to come back from that. And taunts are tough because there is a possibility of a Black Knight to deal with the taunt. So the decision of Alchemist getting double Innervate Druid was correct in the sense that he didn't have anything else in his hand, and he is the one dictating the tempo right now. The problem is he doesn't have the cards.
Yeah, that is a significant problem. He does have a Dr. Boom for turn 7, and I guess as turn 7 plays go, Dr. Boom's all right, I guess.
Yeah, and he has one part of the combo already, so possibly if he gets Savager, he will have a good situation. But on the other hand, Phone Tap,
4 or 5 drops.
Like, yeah, 4 or 5 drops is a bit too many 5 drops to my taste.
Yeah, it's not great for your curve, but I guess it's okay. He does have Swipe here. Do you think you just swipe and then attack him with the Harrison to clear?
I think you attack first and then swipe, just in case. But yeah, I think that's the play. That's the play, because like you do have to kill the bombs if you attack with Harrison. Like I don't see anything else. Just playing a minion into this is just too dangerous. And if Alchemist has Savager in his hand, like you do have to clear the bombs at least, and you don't want to face the 7/7 as well. This is painful, but that's probably the play.
Yeah, like you say, it is pretty painful. He's gonna go with the swipe here, trade is Harrison Jones, and I guess if he probably feels pretty good about having made the decision to play Harrison rather than any of his. That is the weakest 5-drop in his deck against a non-weapon class. So having to trade that into the Doctor Boom feels pretty good. But he's getting low health now. Actually, combo starts to become a very real threat with Alchemix still all the way up at 30 life.
Yeah, certainly that's a difficult position to be as a druid. And even though he has Druid of the Claw as a taunt, Alchemix is the one playing the minions first. And even though he was top decking, he got some... I think that Keeper of the Grove on 4 was very important. Even though Alchemix turn 6 was just Shapeshift attack for 1, he is still the one with the minion on the board.
So dueling Lothebs here.
Yeah, Lotheb into Lotheb is normally a very good play because your opponent will trade, but here Alchemix doesn't have to. And if he gets Savager, that's it.
Not because he has... Yeah, because of the Lotheb, it wasn't... That was probably the reason PhoneTap played the Lotheb, because the combo was coming... He just thought, just my luck, the combo would come next turn. But Alchemist is just going to go face here.
I've got the beast in my sight.
And with the BGH, actually, I think even with... It's hard to see how PhoneTap gets back into this game here. Like you say, it's all about tempo. Alchemix took the early tempo with that Druid of the Claw, gambled on no cards and top decking options, and he's top decked pretty spectacularly for the rest of the game.
He doesn't have lethal yet, but he's definitely close. He needs a swipe. Druid of the Claw probably doesn't cut it yet, unless he gets something good from the Shredder. If he let's count it. If he gets the Bluegill, is that game? That's actually game.
I guess it is.
Game if he gets a Bluegill.
So let's see the trade. Okay.
Yeah,
Bluegill Warrior, one time. Oh no, he's...
I don't think there is a point going for Bluegill here. It's a very slight chance, and he's still in such a great position, getting your opponent on 4. No way that PhoneTap is going to kill him.
That's going to be it. This is it. And this is the kind of Druid matchup we expected, not the kind of slow game we saw from the last one. So that's going to be the Druid of PhoneTap. Is going to go down here. Even if he puts up the taunt, it's going to get cleared.
No Bluegill.
It's the wrong Murloc. The wrong Murloc.
Yeah, not the one we needed.
That's not the Murloc you're looking for. If you're
not the one we deserved.
It's not the Murloc you need. It's the Murloc you deserve. But even if he puts up the taunt here, the taunt's going to get cleared by the Force of Nature. The 4/4 just by itself will be enough, and that's going to be going to 2/2. We saw a quick we've seen a long series, then a quick series, and now another long series. It's actually... was he looking for swipe there, I guess?
I think he was just looking... Yeah, definitely trying to get a second swipe here. Because, like, attacking the Murloc with Shapeshift and just trading wasn't the best idea. Or, like, not even trading, just developing a taunt. He knew that the game is over. Even with, like, 2 cards in Alchemix's hand, like, you're at 4. Almost everything kills you from your opponent. So Alchemix is going to tie up the series. And what's the last deck for PhoneTap?
It is Paladin, so we're going to see Paladin versus Druid.
Interesting. That's an interesting matchup for sure.
Swipe's a pretty crucial card in this matchup against the muster for battle. But we're going to get into this game. The Paladin of PhoneTap versus the Druid of Alchemix, our deciding game in quarterfinal number 3.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Round of 8. Alchemix versus PhoneTap.
Oh my god, the hand from Alchemix, double Savager. What just happened?
That's, I guess that's bad, I think.
Oh, that's terrible. That's like,
yeah,
of
course
you do want to have one stab. Oh my god, and swipe. Like, he needs minions right now.
He has the 1 innervate, doesn't have the second like he did last time, but Alchemix is looking at his hand and thinking, what have I got to do here? He's got a top deck. Oh, that's a top deck.
Well, he is good at top decking. I give him that. But no, I'm just kidding. Well, Alchemix is a great player, so definitely with Druid also you can get into top deck mode because a lot of cards they support the original strategy of the deck, which is just do a lot of damage, especially in this build. But the matchup is all about being aggressive from the Paladin's point here, and Fontap had a pretty good situation before we saw that Druid of the Claw, because right now Druid of the Claw is more or less countering the board. He needs a True Silver. Like overall, True Silver will be nice.
That the Shielded Minibot's pretty good.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a great card here. You can kill that for free. Oh, the Aldor Peacekeeper is fantastic pickup.
Yeah, we're getting some good top decks from Fontap here. He does have he has Loatheb next turn, and then he could coin into Doctor Boom turn 6 if he wanted to, or if there's a taunt, he could use the Black Knight. I think we're just going to see the damage from the Keeper of the Grove kill off the 2/2. Or he might opt to kill off the 3/3 and trade a Shredder.
Yeah, that's definitely powerful. He can also go for face with double Savager and a certainty that he's not going to get a minion actually because it has one attack. Maybe he can go for swipe. Like you normally don't want to use the swipe because of Master for Battle, but maybe he can actually swipe this board and clear the 2/2.
I think he's just going to go for the Keeper here. But it's which would you prefer? Would you clear the 3/3 and trade your Shredder to maybe try and get a better minion than a 1/3 Shredder, or would you just kill the 2/2?
I think I like the swipe better. Even though Keeper is developing the board, you do keep the Keeper for the future here. If that also makes sense. Yeah, wow, that was a sick read from Alchemist.
A sick read of the top decks.
But do you master here? I like Lothab.
Yeah, I think at this point when you're looking at turn 5, you've got the coin, you're thinking about the potential of a muster quartermaster turn. 2 turns from now.
Wow.
Right.
Instead of trading, just going for face. It also makes a lot of sense because if you kill the 1/3, a 1/3 is not like threatening at all. And if you kill a 1/3 and you face something bigger, then Keeper of the Grove can kill you 3/3 easily. Sylvanas here a very strong play by Alchemist. Still, Alchemist in a good position, especially with the double Savager. As long as Alchemist just keeps minions on board, and Sylvanas is going to help with that, with no silence from Fontap, he might explosively finish the game with this double Savager, even though it seemed really bad in the opening hand.
Well, it's one of those things with Druid, isn't it? With the double combo Druid, is that there are so many cards that are just complete dead draws until the exact right turn and at which they're game winning. It's kind of like Pyroblast in Mage. If you draw Pyroblast in your opening hand, that feels awful, but then you have it at the opportunity that you need it. And Savager is a little bit better than Pyroblast for that because it's
certainly
not 10 mana.
Because you can like finish the game on turn 7 even. I mentioned before that he needs a True Silver weapon, and that's because I really like True Silver in this matchup versus Druid, where you can just trade the minions and help yourself to limit the board of Druid.
Oh, Wild Growth, another pretty dead card.
Not really, you just play it and then top deck Force of Nature. And kill your opponent next turn. Yeah, but this is a card that is really dead this turn. He hoped for a minion that he can play, and the only thing he can do right now is actually clear the board.
Yeah, trade and swipe. Run in and swipe with the 2 minions.
Is there anything else he can do? Probably not.
No, I don't think there's any other option. I do like Wild Growthing here over Hero Powering. Because like you say, if you top deck.
What about double Savager and going for face? How much damage is that? That's 12 plus
15.
It's 15. He was definitely thinking about that.
Loot Hoarder's nice actually. If that dies to one of the bombs, that's actually a pretty good get off the Shredder. Because he is looking for cards in his deck, obviously.
It tanked 3 damage and got a card. Not bad.
So he goes for the Hero Power over the Wild Growth. I definitely think I prefer the Wild Growth.
Well, you're still going to play Ragnaros next turn. And that was a pretty interesting turn, by the way. I think you could go double Savager and But then clearing the board to prepare for Ragnar's next turn is a different play. It's hard to say if it's better or not. It's just a different line of play he took. And for Fontap right now, he is 1 mana of an amazing Quartermaster Master for Battle. So he might just develop the Black... But then again, like, do you play Black Knight on empty board, knowing you're playing against a Druid?
But what else do you do if you don't Black Knight here? And on turn 7, you don't really want to play Muster when you can Quartermaster next turn, even though you've seen the swipe. Have you seen 2 swipes at this point? I don't know.
I think you've seen only one.
Yeah.
Yeah. He saved the swipe and now you swipe on Dr. Bloom. I think you do play the Black Knight.
Yeah.
And the reasoning is that you do develop the body, which is better than Mind Control Tech and the Dude. And I don't think you can expect any taunts from this particular Druid if you are at 19. All the Druids of the Claw will be played as a charge.
And we're going to just see Ragnaros here. Now, what are you hoping for here? Black Knight or face?
I think I want face.
Yeah.
Like, with Ragnaros.
Actually, if he doesn't kill Rag, that's lethal. Because he can silence Rag and Savage Roar.
Yes. That's one of the most interesting plays, by the way. Really, like, counterintuitive, because you don't want to silence your Ragnaros most of the time. You don't do it, usually. Because you feel like, oh, I silence it, it won't be able to shoot. But then...
It's one of those things we've all done in the early days of Hearthstone. Like, the first time, when we didn't have many legendaries, and we're, like, rank 17, and somebody played Ragnaros, we're like, oh, that ability is really scary. I need to silence that. And that's gonna be game. So that's gonna be Alchemist taking this game on the back of Silence Ragnaros as long as he sees it. Because we did see... did Forsen losing the Pinnacle because he didn't silence Ragnaros, I think?
Yeah, he might actually not see it because it's so counterintuitive. And also Fontap makes a good decision to just develop the board because you want to counteract Ragnaros, and you've seen one Keeper of the Grove already. So Alchemist is actually not seeing the play. Can he figure it out to silence Ragnaros and just Savage an attack? Wow.
But this is lethal. I'm not making that up. It's way lethal.
This is definitely lethal if he realizes, because it's again, it's not that easy to spot if you don't think about it. It is counterintuitive, and then your opponent just played a whole board to counter your Ragnaros, and you think you're in a bad spot when you're thinking about it, because you're thinking, oh my god, now my Ragnaros was never going to hit, because the chance is so low. So instead of like thinking about, hey, I can win the game by silencing my dude and just attacking,
he doesn't see it.
Yeah, he doesn't see it.
Oh, that's so gutting. Wait, what? Is that also lethal?
No, that's one. That's off, and he will try to hit with Ragnaros.
Okay.
Hey, this can cost him the match actually. How much damage is there from Fontap?
So there's 12,
6, 12, 14.
There's not enough, but he does have BGH. So he can BGH and trade, but actually Savage Roar just by itself, he needs to put up a taunt or heal. So this game's probably still over because just Savage Roar and Hero Power by themselves are lethal.
Yes.
So
wow,
that's a let off for Alchemist.
Wait, is it? He will go to 5 and Savage Roar and that's 3.
Oh no, yeah, because the True Silver healing.
Yeah, but he still has a keeper, so he is able to deal exactly 5 points of damage. So this game is over.
Well, that's a let off for Alchemist. He missed the lethal there, and the Savage Roar. Okay,
he gets Force Nature. Okay.
I guess that's probably lethal. But he did have it last turn with the Silence Ragnaros and missed it. Fontap's pretty annoyed, but this was a really close series. Both players played really, really well, and Alchemist came back from losing the first game to fight back the series and take that 3-2. And Alchemist is going to go to our second semi-final.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Even though he missed the lethal in the end, it was a very long match with a lot of tiring decisions, and like figuring out the really counterintuitive lethal is sometimes hard, especially in the tournament setting when you're stressed. You're playing for the last match, and you have to make correct decisions. It's easy for us, we are relaxed here, just commenting on the games, having fun. but then as a player, you are super nervous. And a lot of people say, like, how can you get nervous playing cards? But you can, and it's really devastating when you do.
I mean, the hierarchy of people that it's easy to spot lethal for is Twitch chat. Twitch chat is the easiest people to spot lethal, then the casters, and then the players. Because, as you say, counterintuitive plays like that, players can often, you're so wrapped up. And we saw one in the Challengers League when I was casting with, it was when I was casting with Noxious, and Dills was playing against Green Sheep, and he had quite a complicated lethal with the Dark Onyx Rogue deck. And it took us ages to spot it as well. And it's just one of those things where you go down a line of play and you get your mind kind of fixated on what your choices are going to be, and you just don't see the choice that's actually over here because you're looking that way. So it can happen. But we're getting into our last game of the day here, and just someone you might not have heard of, just a little known player that goes by the name of Amaz. He's going to be playing in our final quarterfinal against Dale. Now, Dale is something of a mystery, not only in terms of how unknown he is, but also in how he plays to me. We saw him in the third day in the group against Firebat, and he beat Firebat in his first game of the day, and we thought, wow, this guy, he's one to watch. And then he went into his game against Ari, and he shield slammed with no armor, which, as RDU proved yesterday, is something that is clearly pretty easy to do. But from going from beating Firebat, he actually made some pretty questionable decisions in the game against Ari, and Dale's kind of got to prove himself here, and he has a very, very tough opponent, one of probably the biggest name left in the tournament.
Well, what I have to say is that coming from other card games like World of Warcraft card game, in tournaments, there is some randomness in card games, and sometimes people use the randomness to get to high spots. But Dale did go through many people to qualify to be here to face Amaz. As you mentioned, he won versus Firebat. So even if at the start of the tournament he got a bit lucky, and maybe, sometimes he got lucky, sometimes he made a good decision, he is developing, he is growing with every game. And he's definitely a different Dale right now than the one who started the tournament when it started.
Yeah.
So, and again, like mystery, that's a big advantage in Hearthstone. If you bring decks that your opponent can't study you, and you can easily study Amaz. Like Amaz played in so many tournaments recently, so you just watch the VODs, and you're like, okay, he prefers to play Hymin Hunter. He prefers to play Mech Mage over Freeze Mage. So you can study that and actually prepare yourself. And how do you study Dale from Czech Republic? Like you can't say anything about the guy. You can watch the previous games, but he can bring anything, and just changed his playstyle.
I don't even know if we actually. Yeah, I think we casted maybe one of his games in the Challengers League, but he doesn't have that many VODs that you can watch. He came through the Grinders League, came through the Challengers League, beat D2, beat Dart on his way here. Dart's a guy who made it to the quarterfinals as well, so certainly no slouch. But Amaz actually seemed to be. Amaz is a player who was one of the very best in the world last summer. He and RDU kind of feuded over a number of tournaments. They were really the best players in the world at that point, and they were, butting heads at IEM Shenzhen and DreamHack Summer. But both Amaz and RDU, have kind of fallen away a little bit in their performances in tournaments. Amaz did also take some time off from tournaments while he was setting up Team Archon and getting the team house sorted. But he seems to be back in tournaments in a big way now. He was playing in two other tournaments today, and he obviously came in yesterday after hosting the Pinnacle for 3 days straight. The Pinnacle finished, and he came straight into a group game and then beat his teammate 6-0. He beat his old rival RDU, and he managed to top this group with 3 wins. So he's certainly not to be counted out. And his favorite class, Priest, was the class that was carrying him to victory yesterday. We do have interviews with these players, and we're going to go into the Amaz interview first. Obviously, you all know who Amaz is, but we'll let you see what he has to say for himself in the HearthStats League.
Hey guys, I'm Amaz from Team Archon, and I'll be playing in the HearthStats tournament, and I'm in Group D.
First of all, thanks for being here today. Can you tell us a bit about yourself?
People who don't know me, I'm Amaz. I play Hearthstone for about a year now, and it's been pretty successful. Team Archon has been doing really well, and I'm pretty happy with the progress so far. Of course, I love playing Priest, but it might be a bit hard right now to play Priest in the meta, so who knows? I might bring it, I might not, who knows?
How has forming Team Archon affected your Hearthstone career as a gamer?
It's definitely a lot more work right now to do behind the scenes. I need to organize tournaments. I need to make sure players are, doing their stuff, be happy, and just I just have to manage all the people as well. And of course, we have the website coming out as well. So there's actually a lot of work behind the scenes, and I haven't been practicing as much as I used to. But of course, for major tournaments like this one, I will put in the time and make sure I do really well.
Would you say that luck is a skill?
Luck is, well, it's funny because you need to learn how to increase your chances such that there are more, more outcomes in scenarios will help you out. So, well, luck, yeah, sometimes you need to like do some wagers, right? If you're gonna lose in a situation where you need to flip a coin with 50-50 situations, you have to do it because otherwise you're behind anyways. So to identify these situations is definitely skill, and luck is kind of like that that thing that determines one outcome. So it's really easy to confuse luck with skill sometimes, but I think people need to look at some situations more carefully.
There are Meising, Sixo, and RDU in your group. Who do you think will be the most difficult opponent to face?
Oh, okay. All right. I don't really know about my stinks or however you pronounce that. Sorry about that. But it'll be interesting. RDU, I play with him a lot, obviously. DreamHack and Via Game and whatnot. So I think I pretty much know what he's gonna play. And of course, Sixo being my teammate, he's definitely the strongest opponent in the group. Hopefully we can both advance. That'll be the best. But if I do have to face against him, then, well, the boss will have to show him some skills.
If you are a Hearthstone card, which card would you be and why?
I guess everybody expect me to say Ragnaros, and I guess I don't mind being Ragnaros. It's pretty cool to like snipe people from afar. But I guess Unstable Portal would be pretty good too. You know, it can be everything at any time. You can even be Angry Chicken. You can be a Deathwing. So yeah, I guess I'll be in Unstable Portal.
Like I said, everyone knows Amaz, but good to hear what he has to say for himself. And Nimsh, you were telling me in the break that you think Amaz has really been practicing hard for these tournaments.
Oh yeah, certainly. Like I was playing a bit today, practicing ladder, and Amaz was there all the time. Like just I think when I was checking the last time, he was 40th on NA, and his rank was going up and down. Like he was basically advancing. So he is playing a lot. As you mentioned, he was casting Pinnacle. So I would definitely say Amaz is at the top of his game currently. He knows GVG, he knows the matchups, and he has great resources in Team Archon as well, because he has Firebat and Sixo. So those guys had some amazing scores lately, and he can always talk with them and discuss strategies. So I'm excited to see what he brings to this tournament. Is he trying to mind game his opponents and bring something totally different than before, or is he just going with his trusted classes? And as you mentioned again, Priest, that's a class that makes Amaz a very difficult player to play against, because normally you just try to counter Hunter and Druid and the normal classes, but against Amaz it's tricky because he can bring the Priest and can wreck you with a Priest with difficult matchups.
I mean, we saw yesterday Amaz against RDU milling him with the Priest and the Acolyte of Pain. Amaz is one of those players. I don't know if there's any other player that I've casted so far. Obviously, I haven't casted quite as much as you, Nish, but I don't know if there's any player who I've ever seen, you know, you look at a full hand of cards and they just play a line of play that you don't understand to the end of it, and then you go, oh, well, that was an amazing play that I never even thought about with all that combination of cards. He just knows the cards in that deck, particularly in Priest. But he just knows his deck so well, and I think that's one of his big strengths. Well, let's find out a little bit about Dale now, his opponent, who, as I say, is a mystery. Let's make him slightly less of a mystery for you guys.
So, my name is Dale Sazet. The battle tag is Dale Sazet 2596. and I don't know. I am still doing my PhD, and I like playing Hearthstone. I guess that's it.
Can you tell us about your thought process during your moves? What are some of the things that you consider before playing cards?
Like, what's the value of the play, and if it helps me in the long term.
There are Posmiwan, Airy, and Firebat in your group. Who do you think will be the most difficult opponent?
Well, if there is a Firebat in our group, I guess it's gonna be him.
How do you feel about facing well-known players? Are you confident or nervous?
Well, I would say neither. I'm not confident at all, but I'm also not nervous. It's like, we'll see.
For people who have enough dust to craft legendary cards, which 3 cards would you recommend they craft first?
Oh, 3 cards. Okay. So it would be like the Ragnaros, then probably the Sylvanas, and the third one would be a useful one. Actually, it might be like Defender of Argus, or it has to be legendaries.
Yes, legendaries.
Oh, legendary. So the third legendary would be Doctor Boom right now.
Alright, last question. If you are a Hearthstone card, which card would you be and why?
I guess the Lord Jeraxas, because he has the most awesome tones and everything.
Okay, so that's Dale. Still a little bit of a mystery, but we know a little bit more about him now. And we're going to get ready to see the classes from these players. Obviously, I did say Amaz brought his Priest yesterday, and I would expect him to bring Priest again because it's just such a strong class. But we will see what they've brought. They've got obviously can change their lineups from the group stage into the top 8.
It's actually very interesting because Amaz being the Priest player kind of locks him in a Priest. Whenever he does not bring the Priest, everybody's like, "Oh, come on, Amaz! Like, why are you doing this to fans? Like, we want to see you playing Priest and play it exceptionally."
Yeah, everyone wants to see him play Priest. He's the Priest master, and I remember watching DreamHack Summer and that epic tournament, and everyone just waiting for him to play Priest, and then I think he beat Reels off the back of his Priest in the semi-finals. But actually, we see Priest on both sides, so that's interesting.
Wow. Okay, I'm really surprised. So going through the classes, we see Priest on both sides, which is like the first Priest in today's rounds, and then we see Double Warrior, Warlock. Wow, no Druid?
Yeah, no rogues. We see a Druid for Amaz, so we've got Mage, Warrior, Druid, Hunter, Priest for Amaz, and Paladin, Warlock, Warrior, Hunter, Priest for Dale. So if you're playing against Amaz, right, especially if you're a guy like Dale who, he's not a pro player, he's a guy who's come through the open qualifiers, you know who Amaz is, you've heard Amaz's reputation. Is it a first ban Priest?
Yeah, I ban Priest. And I ban Priest for a couple of reasons, being Dale versus Amaz. First, I ban Priest because it's Amaz playing Priest. Second, I ban Priest because I'm not sure if I would play well against the Priest. It's not like you face a lot of Priests on ladder, and so you can't really practice against Priest that much unless you have a really cool team with a lot of people or friends that play Priest and you can practice that. But I would definitely ban it because it's a difficult deck to play against. And the third reason being, I do bring Mage and Hunter. I definitely would not like to end up in a Priest versus Priest matchup against Amaz.
Yeah, that just comes down to player skill, and I think Amaz. I just feel like Amaz is probably the best Priest player that there is. He's certainly among probably the top 5 Priest players in the world, because you just know that he's going to see those outs that you don't see, particularly with the Wild Pyromancers. Like, no one plays a Wild Pyromancer like Amaz.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Like, anytime I cast Amaz and he has Pyromancer and a couple of cards in hand, I'm like, oh, there's probably a good Pyromancer play, and Amaz just plays it and just continues with the cards, unveiling what's happening. Also, like, using Northshire Cleric and Pyromancer to fatigue the opponents when the Priest versus Priest battle. Like, we've seen many many VODs with Amaz doing really amazing stuff with a Priest deck. But then again, Amaz is also a good Hunter player. He had a lot of Hunter success last year. And he was playing Paladin. Basically, Person as Amaz playing so many games on stream and off stream in those tournaments. He's used to all the classes. Like, I'm looking from the classes from Amaz, and I'm just remembering, like, hey, I've seen Amaz playing Hunter in this tournament. I've seen Amaz playing Paladin really well in that tournament. And I even remember Amaz playing Zoo and having success with that. So I don't know what I would do here.
So we do see the first bans. So we see the Warlock of Dale, and he played a Handlock in his Group C matchups. So we see that being banned out, and we see the Hunter of Amaz. So he doesn't go for the Priest straight away, but does go for the Hunter. That's certainly a smart ban as well. Hunter can be just such a devastating class.
So Amaz banned Hunter.
No, Amaz banned Warlock, and Dale
Amaz
banned Hunter.
Warlock. All right, okay. So a Warlock ban from Amaz is a very good pick, because before Warlock can be very flexible with regards to the class type, to the deck type. It can be a control, can be a heal deck, it can be an aggro deck, and definitely you don't want to face a weird matchup. And Handlock would be very good versus Priest, Druid, and Warrior. So that's definitely a good ban if there is a possibility for a Handlock. And for Amaz banning Hunter is kind of obvious. You don't want to face this deck, especially with face Hunters and mid-range Hunters being so good lately.
Absolutely. So we're going to get the second bans in here in a second. And I really feel like you got to ban this Priest if you're Dale. I think if you leave the Priest up, you just you're asking for trouble, really.
I think if you can ban Hunter, how do you counter Priest if you... Yeah, he did go for the Priest ban. So...
Well, no, Amaz has banned Dale's Priest. So Dale chose to ban Amaz's Warrior. So we're going to see Mage, Druid, and Priest for Amaz against Paladin, Warrior, and Hunter for Dale.
You're right. I got confused there for a moment because there is Priest on both sides. So it's like I imagine Amaz playing versus Amaz.
Well, that would be... I mean, that would be a true test of Priest skill, wouldn't it? But an Amaz mirror match. But I really feel like Amaz got the better of this pick and ban phase. The Druid is just so strong. The Priest is so strong against... can be very strong against the Hunter. It's got a decent matchup against the Warrior, depending how that goes. And the Paladin as well.
The thing is, like, if Dale is playing a face Hunter, a good build, he can 3-0. It depends what kind of Druid is Amaz playing. So, like, imagine that Amaz is playing a standard Priest build with Pyromancer. He plays a combo Druid to counter Warriors, and he plays a Mech Mage. Then Dale can 3-0 with face Hunter if he goes for Priest. And Priest might lose to face Hunter if he doesn't draw the early answers.
Wasn't a face Hunter in the group of Dale? You could obviously have changed up his strategy, but that wasn't what he brought before. We'll see if he's maybe changed up his decks. It's interesting to see most players haven't really changed up their decks and their classes from the groups. They're not that concerned about maybe people scouting them.
I think that the problem is that you can't really change the decks if you are good with certain classes.
Absolutely. So let's get into this game and see what the first matchup's going to be.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1, Round of 8, Amaz versus Dale CZ.
First game against 6, so I had to open with the Warrior.
All right, so for Amaz right now, the matchup is pretty good. And also, he got an amazing opening with Cogmaster into Annoyatron. No Fiery Warx to deal with this Cogmaster, which is going to deal some damage. And a Water Elemental for Amaz. This might suggest he's actually playing the Blingtron version.
Well, we shall see. It does have the Water Elemental. I don't think he had Blingtron yesterday. I think the Water Elemental was maybe just a flavor pick, and it does have, you know, that really high health and the freezing ability. And that freezing could be really, really crucial against Warrior.
Yeah, certainly. It's like stopping the weapons. We've seen it before. Was it versus Gara? Versus Gara, where The Snow Chugger was really useful. But what's the hand for Dale? Like, is it good? Is it bad? It doesn't look that great. And there's a Slam as well, and Defender Vargas. Interesting choice of cards.
Yeah, we do see some and Sylvanas coming into hand there. It does have the Death Spite, but that's not the greatest. It's really hard to see what Dale doesn't really have any optimal plays here. It's kind of unfortunate.
Vargas.
Yeah.
You like Vargas is interesting. If you buff the Armor Smith, kill the Annoyatron, you deny the mech, and you still have something to stop the attack from the Water Elemental. If Water Elemental attacks into Armor Smith, it's not going to kill it, so it will have to be pinged as well. And you do prepare Water Elemental for a possible Death Spite next turn.
Yeah, I like the Defender Vargas here to clear the Annoyatron. It's a much better way of clearing the Annoyatron than the Death Spite. It gets another body on board.
No, actually, you don't have to ping because Water Elemental actually kills the Armor Smith. But still, like it does prepare Water Elemental for Death Spite. On Amaza's side, it's not bad. Like, you do want to freeze the warrior to stop the weapon, so Frostbolt is a pretty good decision.
Yeah, it means he can't clear the Water Elemental this turn. That's pretty crucial. Second Armor Smith's pretty good, though.
So there is no good way to clear this Water Elemental. You can't play the weapon. I think you just slam and see what you get, but then...
What now?
Wow, already a tough situation, tough spot for Dale.
So the Mirror Entity, and he's going to proc the Mirror Entity with the Armor Smith. One of the games earlier we talked, I think it was the phone tap Alchemix Mage Warrior game, where being able to trigger the Mirror Entity with the smaller minions was absolutely crucial to the Warrior being able to stay in the game. If I'm remembering that right.
Yeah, that's definitely very important. If Mirror Entity is being played where you don't have the small minions, it's like free mana or even a free spell for Sylvanas or something better. So here that was important, and we can already see Amas playing Mirror Entity again, because on turn 6 you do suspect the Shield Maiden, and you've seen both Armor Smiths, so there's a good chance that the warrior doesn't have anything small anymore.
Oh, there's an Acolyte.
Wow, that's a pretty good top deck here.
I guess if you're going to play the Acolyte, arming up's fine, but do you maybe consider slamming your own Acolyte?
Well, you will play Dr. Boom next turn. If you feel like you're in a situation that you might actually consider slamming Acolyte, drawing 2 cards out of it, and maybe trying to get a Brawl. Because even though you have 27 points of health, so you're more or less stable still, your opponent is going to have 3 minions, start drawing cards. So this game will be more about card advantage in the end.
So the Acolyte triggers the Mirror Entity.
Very interesting.
Oh, he's actually going to slam Amaz's Acolyte. I guess that's okay. He's going to trade 1 card each, and he's going to probably use his Armor Smith to finish this off.
I'm not sure I like that play, but on the other hand, he is getting rid of the Acolyte, so stopping Amas from drawing 3 cards out of it, but he did draw 2, so basically providing your opponent with 2 free cards. But still, yeah, this puts Dale in a bad position, because he will only have one card from his own Acolyte, where he could get 2. He could actually get 3 cards out of it. He only got 1.
Yeah, that never feels good, especially when you're the warrior and you're looking for options against this deck. You get another weapon. Those 2 weapons are just sitting absolutely idle in your hand because this Water Elemental is freezing you every single turn.
Weapons are dead cards for sure. But then again, he can play Dr. Boom right now. He might also think about Sylvanas, but I'm not sure Sylvanas is a good play. The reasoning for Sylvanas would be that If Mage is able to deal with Dr. Boom and the bombs, your board is getting cleared. And with Sylvanas, you can possibly kill something and steal something else. But then there's this Acolyte, which is annoying. Amaz will be getting armor. That's actually pretty funny.
So how do you deal with this Dr. Boom here as a Maz, or do you just even maybe go for a Dr. Boom of your own?
It's not like you can go for face, really, because you do have to deal with Dr. Boom. You would love to have a Fireball. Maybe you can go for Technician and try to get a spare part, like a Freeze.
He's just going to go for his own Dr. Boom and go all face.
Wow. Okay, that's bold, and that's probably a good decision as well, because right now you force your opponent to trade with your stuff. There is no way that Warrior is going to buff. Well, there is no Savage for Warrior, no Bloodlust, so you know that Warrior is not going to kill you with Burst. So instead of choosing to have like weird trades and ending up with no minions or like a weird situation, you do force your opponent to make the tough calls.
Absolutely. It's one of those things, isn't it? You do play this kind of game of chicken a lot of the times when you play these mirror minions. It's okay, well, you played yours and I played mine. Are you going to trade now? Because if you don't, and then if you don't trade, am I going to trade? And how much back and forth do you do? And Dale can't afford too much back and forth with his life total.
So he is going to play Sylvanas and try to maybe steal Boom with that, but no, it's not possible. Well, it is possible if one of the bombs actually hits Sylvanas before. Then he can Taskmaster Sylvanas. But other than that...
Oh, bomb train incoming. Didn't quite hit the fourth one. That's a shame.
He's going to kill the Shredder.
Yeah. See what comes off it. Okay, it's just a 2-2.
He almost denied the mechs, but there is still one more mech on the board, and for Amaz it's looking good. It's not like the Sylvanas is going to die to anything on board right now. But then again, Warrior got back to 22. And also, Sylvanas is making it difficult for Amaz, because if there is a brawl coming, then you can't really overextend. Oh, he picks up a freeze. That's actually huge. And with that, he probably just has to go for face with the rest. Or maybe like trade with a 2-2.
It's very difficult to see how Dale can get back into this here with his damage.
Well, we know that Dale doesn't have the brawl, so he is in a tough spot. But then Amaz is playing around brawl anyway. Overextending with a Sludge Belt pilot. I keep calling Piloted Shredder Sludge Belcher. I don't know why.
Well, it's a minion that spawns another minion when it dies. It's a similar concept.
Yeah, kind of. Maybe I was just calling the Sludge Belcher that just got top decked.
You're just confused. You're looking at too many things at once.
The board is frozen. So is there any way for Dale not to die in 2 turns? There is no brawl. He can develop the Sludge Belcher. He can kill the bomb. No way to kill his own Sylvanas.
Nope. That's a shame.
1 damage. He's probably happy about that. Armor up. Sylvanas will be annoying for Amaz next turn because there is no freeze. But maybe he will get another spare part there.
Yeah, he's got an opportunity to draw another couple of cards here, Amaz. I might go for the Azure Drake first in case you manage to top deck a Fireball, because that'd be pretty crucial to deal with the Sludge Belcher. Yeah. And there you go. Top deck Fireball. Called it.
Wait.
See, that's the next level casting.
Yeah. That was pretty good. I called it Sludge Belcher, you called it Fireball. We see the future. But you still go for the freeze or stat swap. +1 attack is not the card he needed. But the thing is, like, alright, actually Dale can kill his own Sylvanas. For a moment there, I thought like there is no way, but he can play Death Spite and Fireworks. So right now for Amaz, it's
Okay, yeah.
He has to do something to deal damage. I think you just go for the base with the last card. So.
And freeze it once again. And fill your board as well. And I guess the Clockwork Gnome, that's an extra weak target. So yeah, do you go for the Fireworks break it Death Spite here?
I think you do. But what's the order? You can go. Wait, you can't really attack with it. So if you just base 6, what happens?
So I think you kill probably the 4-1 with Sylvanas. Yeah, you kill the 4-1, and then you kill either the Armor Smith or the 2-1. Yeah, so you'd kill off.
I think you kill the Azure Drake.
Yeah, you kill the Azure Drake because you kill all the 1 health minions with the Whirlwind effect.
So you kill Azure.
You can actually execute. He doesn't need to burn the weapons, but I personally would because the weapons are just such dead cards.
Well, you can't execute your own Sylvanas.
You can execute your own Sylvanas. I just did an Artosis. That's wonderful. That's another thing that will die to the Whirlwind. That's a pretty good pickup.
Yeah, and executing War Elemental, that's actually pretty sweet.
Yeah,
He
so
has like 100% steal here.
Yeah, he's gonna have a chance of. Either way, it's gonna be. Yep, that's what he's gonna do. Pretty good read by Dale, seeing that play.
Wow, that's actually a fantastic board here. Well, one of the 4/4s.
So much armor though, Jesus. Maz is up at 13 armor. And there's another freeze. Double fire.
Wait, is that it? How much damage is this? This is 14?
14 plus 4 is 18. Oh, he's 1 off. No, in fact, he isn't. Oh, no, yeah, he is. Yeah. he's 1 off.
So close.
Yeah, double fireball, attack face, and then either ping or put on the whirling blades. Either way. And personally, I would just go for it. And freeze the 4/3.
If the last card is like Straza,
if the last card's Alexstrasza, then the chips fall where they may, I guess.
I think you want to develop the minions. So you pinged it to 1, you go for face, you develop Snow Chugger, and you buff the Azure Drake +1 and go 5 damage to face. And that's pretty safe. And then next turn, assuming that Azure Drake died, let's say Azure Drake dies to...
He's gonna go for the 1 fireball.
That's fine. There's only 1 card in your opponent's hand.
And so that's it. That's lethal.
Is it?
Yeah, because
he will armor up.
He can armor up, but then he
Belcher and kill. Not kill anything. If he plays Belcher and armors up, it's not lethal. But if he attacks, if he kills one of the minions and assumes there is no other fireball, it's really tough. It's a really tough call. Like your opponent just fireballed your face. Do you assume that the last card is fireball as well?
I think you do. I think you see the pair of cards he's been holding on to, and you just kind of assume it.
So now the decision: death or life? Attack into one of those minions, or not?
I wonder.
What is he going to do? Amaz with a poker face, not really concerned. Oh my god, such a sick read. He actually assumes a fireball. Amaz gets Antonidas.
Oh man, that's such a sick pickup.
I wonder.
So right now Amaz is facing the Sludge Belcher, and you can actually think about... Wow, this is a tough call. I think he just... You can Fireball Sludge Belcher and then kill the Sludge attack face with Azure Drake.
What to do?
And he's actually going for it. An alternative is just killing the Belcher and playing Antonidas on empty, but... Yeah, this is definitely tough.
Someone's out on me.
It's not like Amaz is in trouble. He has 30 life and 10 points of armor. Dale picks up his shield slam. Well, but there's... I guess you do develop the Ragnaros and armor up. That's it. Like, there are no other plays.
I wonder.
Alright, so there's Ragnaros is getting played, and armor up from Dale. He's probably thinking if he should attack into this this mech, and that's a correct call because there's a blast mage coming. That might have been lethal. So now Ragnaros is starting to do some damage. Amaz still no spells. Wow, that read. Dale's the master of reading mage, from my perspective. And right now he needs a shield block. He gets, oh my god, he gets a shield maiden! That's so sick. He's out.
The hit.
Alright guys, so apparently Dale is actually coming back from this. He was able to develop this Ragnaros. He was able to clear Antonidas with a Shield Maiden. And Amaz is in trouble with just top decks, but how is he going to deal 11 points of damage where his Dr. Boom is gone, his Antonidas is gone? Dale is actually in a good position to finish this game and take the lead with 1-0 versus Amaz. Right now, Amaz is in a very tough spot. He is really agonizing about it. He knows there's probably no way he is going to win, but because he's seen some questionable cards like Slam, he wants to see what this warrior is going to play. This is his last turn, last top deck. Mad Scientist is not going to cut it. Amaz is going to concede this game. Dale is taking game number 1 versus Amaz, eliminating Mech Mage, which is a contender. It's a tough deck to play.
Sorry about that, Dave. Don't know what happened. My internet went down there for just a second, and I'm back just in time to be here to see the end. So Dale picking up that game there, pretty unlikely win for him over the Mech Mage.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't know if you've seen that, but there was like a Shield Maiden, Shield Slam shenanigans, great top decks, and Amaz also had to decide if he wants to fireball the Sludge Belcher. So basically, a very tough game for both players and good decisions there. So right now, Amaz has to decide what deck to pick to counter the warrior. He has the Druid though, so should be a pretty easy pick.
Yeah, that certainly feels like a good counter. It's he maybe might go for his priest as he likes it so much, but honestly, I'd probably rather he didn't go for a priest warrior match. But we're gonna get into this match and see how it's gonna end.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1, Round of 8, Amaz versus Dale CZ.
Okay, so let's see how it's going to end. We'll see how this match is going to shake out. We did see a Kazan Mystic in the Druid of Amaz. That's not going to be an important card in this game, but it could be an important game if Dale gets down to his important card if Dale goes on to his Hunter.
That's probably why Amaz was thinking about this match. If the Druid is fine-tuned to counter other classes, but still, even with Kazan Mystic being not really a dead card, but a card that's not that relevant in this matchup. It's Druid is still doing the same thing, which is playing minions, attacking, and then winning with the combo. And right now, what do we know? Is this the taunt or is it the combo? This probably the combo because we see the force, and taunt doesn't play a single copy of Force of Nature.
Yeah, I think it's got to be the faster Druid. We see the Shade of Naxxramas as well, kind of gives us an indication of that. And innovating out the Shade on turn 1 always feels good. It's even better if you've got the Wild Growth to follow it up, but it's okay, I guess, by itself.
Well, right now, even though he has the Shade, his curve doesn't look that well. He needs to top deck something. Druid of the Claw is not a card he wanted. He still doesn't have a turn 3 and turn 4 play. From turn 5, he's going to have a couple of good plays, but for now, it's just he's too slow. So he needs to decide if he wants to attack into this Acolyte. He decides not to. For Dale, I think his hand is alright. He has this Acolyte. He can use Taskmaster to get a couple, like to get a draw and to start attacking. This is exactly what Alchemix was doing before. Just develop those small minions early and try to get an advantage, try to get an edge, abusing the fact that Amaz doesn't have a play. Wow. That's a great play.
In the words of Amaz himself, that's a card.
Yeah, that's definitely a card. That's probably the best 4-drop you can play against Warrior, especially because of brawls and other stuff.
It's pretty good. Fiery War Axe though for Dale, it's it's good that at least he has that answer. And he's going to be able to trade off for the 3/2 that comes off as well. Does have Shield Maidens. He's going to want to get them out turn 6 because he's starting to get a little bit low on health. You got to watch your health against the Druid. Just from the beginning of the game, you've got to be aware of your life total, and Warriors have got to get that armor off.
By the way, Amaz got a Priest card from Pilot to Shredder. I'm not even surprised.
That's true. Are there any others? Priest cards? I think it's just that one, right?
Yeah, Priest is having 2 drops, so that's one of the most prominent 2 drops for Priest. And the chance of Amaz getting a Priest card was actually pretty low.
It was actually pretty high. Let's be honest, Nimsh. The chances of him getting a Priest card were pretty high.
Agreed. So what do you do here? Azure Drake is a nice card to get. Playing Azure Drake instead of Druid of the Claw is fine because you do get a card to increase the quality of your hand. And Azure Drake is not easily killable here with the 2 free attack sources.
Yeah, this is it's pretty difficult. See where this is going to go in turn 5. We're going to see a second Acolyte by the looks of it.
Because he probably wants to Whirlwind. So with Acolyte, you can trade with Azure Drake and then Whirlwind. But then you can just attack the Drake first and see what you get. Like, draw a card first from... Oh, wait. Actually, he can draw more cards before Whirlwind. Like, you just Whirlwind first, draw 2 cards, and then trade. Yeah, that's pretty smart. I like it.
That's pretty good play. And he's going to, as you say, draw those cards. Gets the... Defender of Argus. That's interesting.
Yeah, so Dale is playing in a way so that he still has the one... Oh, Amaz mostly missed turn 3, but Dale has the minions. He got a lot of cards, so the quality of his plays will be very high starting from the next turn. With Shield Maidens... if you play Shield on, let's say turn 7, Shield Maiden into Shield Slam. That's one of the best counters in the game against Ancient of Lore, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. Maz is looking... He doesn't have any great mana efficient turns. He could deal with this this Acolyte. He could develop a Druid of the Claw.
I think you develop Druid of the Claw as it sounds and attack with the Shade.
He can make him overdraw for 1 if he wants to.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's actually doing anything. You can possibly try.
Amaz just loves making people overdraw, so
Yeah, I know. That's a fair point, and if you actually burn Grom, that would be pretty huge.
Well, that happened to you yesterday. There's the shield slam. Oh, that's perfect. So I guess you do shield maiden turn 6, and then next turn, second shield maiden, shield slam.
Yeah, exactly for the turn 7. But this shade is getting bigger and bigger, and also Amaz is keeping the board cleared, so that's a pretty smart play on Brawl.
That shade is just absolutely massive at this point.
How much damage is there? Let's say in 3 turns, 7, 8, 9. In 3 turns, this shade will have 10 attack. So the combo is 26. So this is something Dale has to think about. On turn 9, he has to have more than 26 health.
Yeah. That's
or
insane.
taunt.
Well, we'll see if the shade does manage to get any huge attacks off. That'd be pretty crazy. But he does have to choose here. This feels like a pretty obvious shield maiden to me, but Dale's thinking about the Sylvanas.
I like Sylvanas as well. If there is no silence and you've just seen Keeper, so you don't expect silence, you give yourself a chance to steal the shade.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Actually, this could well be a better play with the 2 shield maidens in hand. That if the Ancient of Lore comes down, you trade the Sylvanas. You kill the 2/4 with the Sylvanas, and then you play Shield Maiden, Shield Slam your own Sylvanas, and then steal either a 5/5 or an 8/7 shade.
You can also just Shield Slam the 2/4 and trade your Sylvanas into 5/5 and steal the shade. So there's a couple of options, and all the options are good. Like whatever happens, if there is no silence from Amaz, and like being Dale and thinking, if he doesn't have a second silence, I'm basically good. So a very tricky turn for Amaz.
He's gonna Wrath here.
Wow, that's like a next level play.
He Wrathed his own shade for...
I like it, that's ballsy.
Okay. Oh, there's the Brawl. Wow.
Well, to be honest, it means that Amaz will have, with Innervate, Amaz has how much mana next turn? 10. And he is getting his opponent really low. Even though right now this board is really tricky. Like, how do you steal the shade, kill everything? Can you do that?
Can you steal the shade and kill everything? That's
I think you can with slam. If you slam the 2/4, attack it with a weapon, then armor up, attack with Sylvanas into the
4/4.
cat. Yeah, and then use. Is there a Taskmaster? Yeah, there is a Taskmaster.
Okay.
So let's
do that. That sounds good.
6. Yeah, that's pretty much the turn you can do, and you still save the shield slam for Ancient of Lore or anything that is a 5/5 and it's not Lothab.
What now?
But the question is, but that's a lot of effort. The question is, do you really do it? Is it like, yeah, you can also just brawl.
And if Amaz top decks a Savage Roar, if you don't put the Defender Vargas, this is lethal anyway.
Oh man, the worst
option.
Outcome for Dale.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I guess he maybe didn't want to commit as many card resources to a move with Sylvanas like that, but it's difficult.
Brawl was definitely easier, and there was a good chance to get a cat that has charge, so you can attack with it, or just getting that massive shade. Here Amaz just pushing the advantage, and that's why also Druid is so good versus Warrior. Warrior already at 9, and Force of Nature in Amaz's hand. He also has the draw potential. Like if the board is getting cleared somehow, even though after Lothab it will be troublesome, he still has Ancient of Lore, just in case.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Amaz here on the Druid, and the Druid just has crazy burst potential, you know. Like I say, Savage Roar comes off the top and this game is over. So Dale is only ever 1 card away.
Isn't this game just over right now? No, I think not really actually. Or is it?
What now?
What's the way to kill this board?
trying to think. I'm not sure if there is a... Well, if he armors up and shield maidens, he goes up to 16. And then, yeah, then he's still dead because the hero power.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is over.
Even with Ragnaros hitting the 5-5, like he doesn't play Ragnaros at all.
Nope. He's going for the... Okay, the Defender of Argus.
I like it, and the game is not over with it. He was able to actually set up a board and taunts. And this only proves like the Defender of Argus is an interesting choice and a card that can be used. Looking at the standard options, we decided that the game is over because Ragnaros didn't do it. There was no way for the Shield Maiden to do it with armor up. But then Defender of Argus put him in a situation where he's still in the game, and Amaz is actually getting lower and lower. Golden Chasm Mystic. And right now the Shield Maiden, the spells are back because Lotheb is already played, and Shield Maiden will be useful with Shield Block. And Warrior can actually escape thanks to that. Wow, that's amazing. We lost Callum for a moment, so I'll continue along, guys. In this situation, it seems like a repeat from the last game where Amaz played Mage versus Dale. Even though right now Amaz has many more tools to win the game because he still has double combo, or at least like double Saboteur at one force. And as mentioned before, he can draw cards. But Dale barely surviving in a very tough spot with this Defender of Argus. And this is one of the strengths of Warrior, that he can come back from those tough situations and use the cards in the end game to just pull himself over. Whoa, a Grom pickup, and he has 10 mana and a slam. That's it, that's lethal. If he slams his own Grom, he kills Amaz right now. What a game. Can he spot that? Can he, because he didn't slam his own Acolyte before, but he is getting slam and Grom. He reads the slam and he spots that. He has lethal, and Dale is going to take a second game with his Warrior. We thought he is going to play aggro decks, but he is playing this control matchup really well on the back of his Defender of Argus being non-standard card in this Warrior list. What a game. Amaz getting really close again and getting defeated. So right now Amaz is down to his Priest deck. So the good news is we are going to see some Priest game from Amaz, but the bad news is that's his last chance to sweep. And he will have to use his Priest versus Warrior, which is a very difficult matchup, which I believe gives an advantage to Amaz because I'm sure he played this matchup many, many times before, especially after GVG as well. Then he has to win versus... What are decks Dale have? If we can see the class selection for a moment, we can see what will happen next. So Dale still has his Druid. Oh no, that's actually Amaz. So Dale has Priest and a Hunter, and the Hunter might be good versus Priest. But if we believe in Amaz, Amaz can still do it, and Frio with a Priest, he's the last person who can do it.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1, Round of 8, Amaz versus Dale CZ.
Alright, so Priest versus Warrior, and Amaz's Priest with Zombie Chow might be a Defralo Priest actually. And if it is a Defralo Priest that is a bit more aggressive, this is a pretty good opening with Zombie Chow into Coin Dark Cultist and Okanai as well. We don't see a Pyromancer, but this is a good opening, I'd say for sure. Sylvana is also an amazing card from us here. And for Dale, with armor stuff and with Armor Smith and Sludge Belcher. No Acolyte of Pain this time.
So Amaz is going to have to 3-0 with his signature Priest if he wants to take this matchup. And well, if there's anyone that can 3-0 with Priest, it is Amaz.
Yeah, certainly.
Sorry about that again. A little bit of connection issues, but should be back now. Coin Dark Cultist. Dark Cultist is such a crucial part of the Priest early game. And these Dark Cultists can really get out of control. And you see Zombie Chow, you see Dark Cultist. This is a really commanding start for Maz.
So right now for Dale, a tough spot kind of. Not really a turn free play. If you Taskmaster your Armor Smith, you won't be able to kill the Dark Cultist. Killing Zombie Chow does not achieve that much. But still, you do have a very good turn 4 play in Pilot the Shredder and Sludge Belcher. Amaz just continues doing the priest stuff. He has Harrison Jones, which might be important in this matchup as well.
Pilot Shredder coming out for Dale, it's a pretty good 4-drop. These two are going back and forward with the good draws. Light of the Naru was an MVP card for Maz in his priest matchups yesterday.
The damned stand ready.
I'm just thinking, like, how do you really play this matchup? What's important and what's not? With the priest, Amaz has a kind of like more aggressive version of the priest, so he should be able to just trade minions and create a board. If there is no brawl, this might be too much for the warrior to handle. So it's not a standard priest versus warrior where you just go to fatigue and try to fatigue each other out, and priest wins because he heals and uses thought steals. I would say Amaz is not even playing thought steal in this priest deck. I would take that guess. Alright, so Dale develops the Sludge Belcher, and this is stopping Amaz for a moment, but he can use the Naru with Okanai. There's no point in using Harrison yet, I believe. Okanai with the heal is going to help him to clear the Belcher, and he will develop a 3/5. Pyromancer. That's one of the signature cards for Amaz. He can also just kill the Belcher and then use Circle of Healing, and maybe then play Alkanai. Like, there's a lot of options. He can... Definitely. Just kill the Belcher, heal, and play Alkanai, or... You could also Okanai Naru, but then getting your minions low, and he can use Circle of Healing after playing Okanai. He decides to keep Circle of Healing in his hand. Well, with this Piloted Shredder, Piloted Shredder is contesting the board a bit, but definitely I'm not going to try questioning about his play as Priest. It's really tough, and again, having so many cards in hand. With Explosive Sheep, that's a card you definitely don't want to see as a warrior, especially if you can get a 4/3 or a 4/4, being Millhouse Mana Storm as Succubus. Explosive Sheep is kind of weird. So as a warrior, you got the... well, you have Acolyte of Pain, so possibly Explosive Sheep might draw you some cards. But then if they would go for double Acolyte of Pain, being greedy and ambitious, Amaz could have cleared with Okanai Circle. Right now, Amaz... because Warrior only has 4 cards, and whenever Warrior has 4 or 5 cards, I'm really happy about that. And that's an amazing turn 6. Just not playing anything, healing your cultist, being super patient in this matchup. So for Dale, what do you think looking at Amaz not playing a card? Turn 6, heal your minion, pass. Dale has this Defender of Argus, but then again, you probably want to get rid of the sheep. So maybe just attack with the sheep first, unless you want to draw more cards. So then you attack with the sheep first, and play maybe Defender of Argus still, and attack... like, sheep attacks into minion. You draw cards, then play Defender of Argus to build up the board. It's very difficult. He has the shield stomp still. But do you really keep the sheep on board? So the rope is running. He's almost out of time, but he was able to clear this cultist. And with double dark Acolyte of Pain, so with double Acolyte of Pain, he is going to draw the cards he needs. So for a mouse in turn 7, he can clear this easily. Playing Sylvanas would be weird. Just he can easily lose it to a weapon. Maybe Pyromancer and heal himself with Naru, so that he gets a Light Warden, clears the Acolytes. Or maybe he'll pass. That's exciting. Many times I've seen Amaz playing this matchup. He was always going for a passive approach. And if you go for a passive approach, you put your opponent in a very tricky situation. Like, look at Amaz right now. He's super calm. He knows what he wants to do. And he's going for it. Also, for Dale, there is no good way to actually draw the cards from those Acolytes right now. So he needs to decide if he wants to go for some kind of damage, maybe Defender of Argus this time, to deal more damage and make those Acolytes a bit more tricky for a possible Pyromancer.
I must choose.
Do you develop the board? Well, the good news for Dale is that he does have Alexstrasza and Grum, so he might be able to create a situation. Alright, so for Amaz right now, the situation on the board didn't change that much. He can still just hero power pass. If he continues passing, he's just collecting the cards for the key turns. So Dale is going for Alexstrasza and going to deal a bit of damage, trying to prepare for the Grum finish. He got the Taskmaster, which is really important. He will be able to deal 12 at least from his hand alone, even if the board gets cleared. So now this is the turn for Amaz to decide what to do and how to deal with this situation. An easy clear would be just Soul Priest, Okanai Soul Priest with Circle of Healing, and then he can use Double Circle, but that's kind of like a waste. He can still just use Naru and the hero power. So Amaz has a lot of options and a lot of cards right now. He definitely needs to clear. But then again, he has to heal himself because he's exactly at 12. So if there is a second Taskmaster, he's just dead right there. Tough decision for Amaz. So if he heals himself, he has to heal himself. Then he gets down 7 mana. Okanai Soul Priest, that's 3 left.
Must consider.
Choose quickly.
Wow, is he just going for Okanai? Maybe he can also double circle and then heal himself. Get back to like 17. Will he actually manage to finish all the things? Because of the rope. Amaz, no, you're getting roped! queued all the actions. So Amaz goes back to 15? 17. Wow. Alright. Pretty close there with the rope, but apparently you can queue the actions and the game will still execute them. So now Dale in a weird spot. He knows the double circle Okanai clear is out. It's gone. And Amaz is down to 5 cards. You probably don't suspect that there's any way for Amaz as a priest to kill him out of 43 points of health. So now Amaz just needs to decide how to clear the boom, and if there is a way. There obviously is a way. Like, he can attack into boom with both minions and use the Holy Nova, and there's a lot of other options here. Alright, we have some technical issues, guys. That's why I'm solo casting for now. But, well, this game, guys. What is happening here? So Amaz was able to clear the board. He still has, like, a big Pyromancer. He's going to start dealing some damage. Dale probably not happy about the situation right now. He does have a weapon, though, so maybe... Shield Maiden, Death Spite. With Death Spite, he gets Amaz to 15, and then next turn, if Amaz goes to 17, he will have 16. So still not it. Still not it. Amaz escaping the lethal range really exceptionally. Sure. Welcome.
Hey guys.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hey guys, so I'm Jeff. I'm actually the creator of HearthStat. Since Callum is here, I'm gonna step in for now.
Alright. So can you tell us more about HearthStats?
I can take the hit.
Sure. No, just the tool people use to keep track of their game and stuff like that. To know how they can get better. So, like, obviously Dale uses it. That's he's beating Amaz 2-0 right now.
Oh yeah, he's definitely playing well with the warrior and the help of HearthStats. Well, right now Dale is in a situation where he is a bit off. Like, even if he gets the with weapon attack. Well, after Harry's third play, so Amaz really well disabling the strategy that Dale's applying here and keeping out of the lethal range.
Do you think this will go to a fatigue war anyway?
I don't think so.
Because Dale is many cards ahead.
I think Amaz is actually in a situation where he will be able to develop the board and just keep giving out. It's 9 turns. Can this game last 9 turns? Dale is getting lower and lower. Possibly.
So I feel like Dale still has a lot of board clears and like silence to take care of Savannah and Sledge Belcher and such.
What now?
Yeah, actually, looking at the hand, Dale, I think Dale has ways to deal with everything that Amaz is going to play. Also, Amaz doesn't have that many cards, so that's a very valid point.
Is someone injured?
Oh, even with Northshire Cleric.
Yeah, that's changing stuff a bit. And Power Shield, okay.
Oh,
and
Thought
he
Steal.
actually runs a Thought Steal. Is he going to get Ragnarok?
Oh, the Execute.
Well, Execute will definitely be useful here.
Yeah, definitely for the Girl Mash, right?
Wow. Okay, so for Dale, he still has this Grommash that can deal 12 points of damage, and he has a weapon. So if he feels ambitious, he can actually go with the weapon and attack face.
Go fade. Yeah.
Then you really probably want to use Taskmaster on this Harrison Jones. And you know that this Death Spite will be an activator for Gromash anyway, but then you will be short on lethal because Amaz.
Yeah, Amaz also got 2 Sledge Belchers in hand, so it's pretty good for now.
Yeah, Amaz is safe for now, and as long as Dale is threatened by this board and uses cards to deal with it, then Amaz will be in a good shape with all the endgame potential. Because even though Grom is an endgame card, he is a finisher. It's not like you play Grom and then you win the board because you played Grom, like Sneeds or Zap. It's like a silver bullet.
So yeah, it seems like he's doing exactly what he said.
This proves that Dale knows what's going on, because like some of the people can be really ambitious and try to keep Taskmaster for one burst attack and ignore the possibility of a Sludge Belcher or a bigger heal. So Dale definitely knows how to play this matchup, and unfortunately, this matchup is going to last. Like this specific match is going to last and exhaust both players. So we might actually see the fatigue match.
So in that case, I guess if Dale actually knew they're going to fatigue, he shouldn't have killed the Northstar Cleric. Should have probably left that on board and.
True, and try to amass to force Amaz to draw more cards.
Yeah, that'd be interesting if he made that read.
But at this point, it's really hard to say because you still hope that you can win with minions, and do you really expect those Sludge Belchers from the Priest and Priest winning the board? And you do have the Brawl, so.
Yeah, that's true. So what do you do here? Do you just clear the Sledge Belcher?
I think you can actually attack Sludge Belcher and Whirlwind. You want to get rid of this Light Warden because it can deal a lot of damage if left alone. Zombie Chow, it doesn't matter that much, and if Amaz gets a Sludge token like 1-2, it doesn't matter as well. But then you don't have any other plays, like just playing. You can consider using Silence Belcher.
Does he drop the Gromash here? I guess not.
No, I think it's far too early. But on the other hand, he used most of the activators. That's the situation sometimes where that's a trap like for warrior players. You do use double Death Spite, you do use double Taskmaster, and then you use your Whirlwind.
Is someone injured?
Samaz going to drop the Cleric and draw a card.
Another Saw Steal.
Wow, that might be key. Getting another Belcher in Shield Slam. Oh, Shield Slam is a dead card for now. And probably will.
The Belcher is definitely very annoying for Dale to deal with.
Yeah, especially where Warrior is running out of cards. How many cards Warrior has still in the deck? Around 5? 6?
6 car.
So Warrior is getting out of the tools.
What now?
And Amaz is getting higher on health, and we've seen Alexstrasza already, haven't we? This game is going for so long, I'm actually confusing the cards right now.
I don't think we saw Alexstrasza.
I think we saw Alexstrasza actually, yeah.
No, I'm not sure.
What's Dr. Pool? Dr. Pool must not. I'm not sure. But still, Warrior has a limited amount of cards to limit the priest's health pool, and then to win with Gromash being activated. And right now the activator that Dale has is the Shield Slam, but then there is a token. So this turn is definitely not exciting at all with Hero Power Pass being a correct play, but still, like you don't want to Hero Power Pass with 10 mana.
Yeah, just not sure what else. Oh, Arcanine comes out for Amaz here. Oh, I think Amaz is definitely thinking about the fatigue play. since he's not healing himself now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Amaz has all the tools he needs. He just needs to respond to whatever Dale's going to play, and then dismantle it. He is pretty safe at 22. It's not like Warrior is going to deal more than 12 damage in one turn out of the empty board. Also, Amaz doesn't want to create a board that's good for the brawl.
Mm-hmm. So it's a very smart and patient play from Amaz here.
Yeah, certainly he really knows the matchup and knows how it goes. And he showed it like before on turns 3, 4, 5. He was just passing turns.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure that all the Priest fans that really wanted to see Amaz playing Priest are excited about this exciting match.
Oh, Shadow or Death, that's definitely gonna be useful. Well,
yeah, it's a good card. If there is a Ragnaros in the deck,
pretty sure there was, right?
Yeah, there is. Like we've seen that before. So
yeah,
he already has everything, and he has no need on to play any card. Just healing yourself and using those 3 small minions to chip in the armor.
So if you're Dale, what are you hoping to get here now? Your Rag?
You hope to get a Rag, but then you know that Rag is going to die. So you hope to get a Rag and then hit face. But more or less, you want to get minions. You've played Sylvanas. I'm not sure if he played Sylvanas already, but you do want to play something that you can buff with Defender of Argus and deal with the board without casting Brawl. But I'm not sure if he has any specific cards to put him. Like he might be thinking like, what else do I have in my deck? Like, how do I still win the game? He's seen double Circle of Healing though with Okanai, so he can go for a possible silence Defender of Argus to deploy some kind of board. But it's definitely looking good for Amaz for now, especially after Dr. Boom being picked up. Alright, so Amaz is thinking about the play right now. He does have this Sludge Belcher to kill, which shouldn't be a problem, but it's just about using your cards well. Dealing 5 damage with Zombie Chow, which is kind of interesting. Zombie Chow dealing a lot of damage before as just a 2-attack minion. And then turning into a lethal weapon, kind of, with Okanai Soul Priest. Oh, he doesn't even have to kill the 1-1. The Ragnaros finally comes.
Finally.
Lord.
So I guess here you just drop the Rag and...
Oh no, they can hear you.
I'm thinking like, is there maybe Silence and Defender of Argus as well as the play? Like you develop 2 minions. You silence the 3/5 to limit the amount of damage you're taking and to make it like just a 3/5 blank kind of. You Defender of Argus to kill the Cleric, but on the other hand, do you really want to kill the Cleric because of the heals?
Yeah, I'm thinking...
If you go for Ragnaros, you have 2 weird targets. You're probably fine with killing the 3/5, but you definitely want to hit face.
Yeah. I guess if the Rag hits face, you just kind of go aggressive.
Oh, he hits the 1/2.
Well, bye-bye Rag.
Double Shadow or Death. If you would have like a faceless manipulator and 11 mana, you could go for a BM faceless Rag and then double Shadow or Death.
That'd be funny. I guess Amaz, did he play a Mind Control yet?
Nope, and we haven't seen it, and it's possible that he doesn't play it at all.
Huh. Because that's really interesting. In the previous round, he had a Mind Control and helped him win several games. So I guess it kind of like, messes with Dale here if he watches previous game.
Yeah, it's possible that he plays it again or just modify the deck a bit. Removing your Mind Control after playing it before is also smart because people still play around it. Like, there is still the fear of the mind control in the deck, even though it's not in it. But mind control is definitely a strong card in this metagame. Well, for Dale, I think you can possibly... Normally you could concede, but seeing this priest, you probably want to see a bit more a couple more cards. If you see Dr. Boom, that's a valuable information. It seems like there are no options. Just armor up and play weapon and pass. Like, you don't attack Vulture because... Yeah, this is a small, slow agony. Vol'jin.
Ooh, it's a bit too late though.
Yeah, but Amaz has all the tools to win the game. No point in overextending.
Well, seems like the game's gonna go to Maz. Do you just silence and
silence the Vulture, go for face, and play Defender of Argus, armor up. You could have done that last turn, I guess.
What now?
Oh, you don't have the cards, so you have to do something. Unless you will just want to stall and see more cards from your opponent. But the Maz was patient like the whole game, so there's no reason to think that he's going to make a misplay now and maybe give you any information. I think this is also a very important match for Amaz, because not only he's not getting eliminated from the tournament, Amaz is in his comfort zone as a priest playing this matchup. And for Dale, I can only imagine how agonizing it is to try to match against this priest, being behind.
Sure, but I'm sure Dale is very satisfied with his play so far.
Oh yeah,
2-0 against Amaz. Yep.
But then entering the next game, they will be after a very tough loss, and this might cancel the momentum he had after winning 2 games.
For sure, for sure. So Maz looks like he's very comfortable. You can see from his webcam there.
Yeah, here's like no chance that Amaz is going to die, so...
I guess you just clear and hit face and pad?
Possibly. You have 2 extra vultures. Maybe you can develop some of the bigger minions.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter that much now.
Yeah.
Could drop Dr. Boom.
Possibly. Just get the brawl out of the way and then play those vultures. Or maybe just hero power pass. Is Amaz going to play a card? Please vote on the chat. Sylvanas is the last card for Dale.
I guess we're gonna see a concede here soon. I'm still gonna try to.
Yeah. He's trying, but he knows that this situation is dire. Like, even activating Realm with this time. And Mind Control is the last card.
There it is.
Wow. You were on point. Okay, so do you just Mind Control Sylvanas? I think it makes sense.
I wonder.
Amaz is probably also thinking like, why is my opponent not conceding? But still, definitely a good play from both players, and they're really resistant to the pressure here, even though the game looked really tough. And I will have to tell you, like, those games where you just wait and wait are the most exhausting games ever, because you have to think still after about like all the weighted chances, and just hang on and see what's happening. Like, if Amaz shows Mind Control, that's an information that Dale gets, and that's a very valuable information that he got because he was patient, he didn't concede. but Amaz is probably thinking about trying not to show it.
I have no time for games.
Alright, so Amaz is going to Shadow or Death his own Sylvanas to steal Sylvanas and go for face. Concealing Mind Control makes a lot of sense for the future games. So now Dale, are you going to be patient and still try to do something? There's no way to win this game, but maybe a brawl right now will give you some more information from your opponent.
Your magic
Silence
shall not
brawl.
save you.
Alright, we're going to see a brawl, guys. Is the Spellbreaker going to survive this? And the Soul Priest is the last card standing. Can't say it's an unlucky brawl. I think it's alright. It might be a bit lucky from us. So we are going to see some fatigue damage here, but Amaz knows that brawl is out of the way, so he can overextend easily. Never expect the second brawl. Somebody is going to surprise us with a second brawl at some point, and everybody will be like, oh my god! He's going to win the game because of the second brawl. Well, there is lethal next turn, so no point in stalling anymore. Mind control still hidden. And Amaz is going to stay in the game. Dale's still leading 2-1 versus Amaz. Amaz down to his priest and has to continue as a priest. Dale still with the druid, I believe, and a priest of his own, if I remember correctly. That's a very interesting match. So, oh, and it's actually Paladin and a Warrior. All right, my memory is getting fuzzy. So Warrior is done, and Hunter and Paladin is still left for Dale. Paladin is an awkward match and a very difficult one versus Priest, and Hunter, it's also not the best matchup. A face Hunter can win if it's, but maybe not versus Maz. It really depends if Maz gets the answer as a Priest. The mid-range one is a bit better, I believe, but still a tricky matchup. Paladin, again, if the Priest gets the correct cards, because class, then it's a good matchup for the Priest if he gets the cards. If he doesn't, Paladin can just outrun the Priest. It happens that Paladin just plays the dudes, Balu, buffs it with a Quartermaster, and the game is over because the Priest never got the Pyromancer or Okanai Soul Priest. All right, so soon we are going to start another game, guys. Check out HearthStats for sure. Pretty cool site. And who is going to win, Amaz or Dale from Czech Republic?
All right, guys, we're just trying to find another real caster to join Nimshir, so he's not as dry.
I think you were doing pretty good, man.
All right, thanks. Let's go into our next game then.
All right.
Let the hunt begin.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Round of 8. Amaz versus Dale CZ.
All right, so we're going to see the mulligans.
Whoa, old Sneed? What is going on here?
In a Hunter?
Yeah.
That's an interesting list. So it's possibly a mid-range Hunter, a bit with a bit of a custom touch, which is
that's
good.
Okay.
So a very strong start from Dale with Knife Juggler. I really like starting with a Knife Juggler as my first card because if there is no answer, you just deal 4 points of damage with attack. And you haven't, like, Dale haven't seen any Holy Lights, and well, Pyromancer is not something that clears this board yet. So a good start for the Hunter versus a Maz that actually has cards. He has Dark Cultist, and he will be able to develop some kind of board to fight the minions. But then again, Dale has Hunter's Mark, and he has the Cult Master. Well, actually, this is amazing. Healing this Dark Cultist, getting 2 minions, even more minions with Web Spinner, and then Cult Master next turn to draw the cards and replenish your hand. Wow, if a mouse doesn't get Wild Pyromancer, it will be tough.
Alright, here it is. Nope.
Nope.
He is gonna villain chosen the Light Warden here.
Yeah, that's a free 6, but then you can... interesting. You probably use skill command at it, actually.
Kill command and trade in the Web Spinner?
Yeah, because you can get a beast and play it at the same turn. You can also play the Cult Master and actually trade it for cards, but I don't think that's the optimal play. Unless you're playing... Well, you already use 100 Mark, so a chance of getting a second one, if he even plays it, is pretty low.
But Amaz is doing a good job already, delaying the Hunter so much. Oh, so he is going to go with the Hunter's Mark. I mean, Kill Command?
Yeah. Amaz is definitely doing a good job here, because he did heal and develop a minion that soaked 6 points of damage. So basically tanked 6 points of damage, but then still, Amaz is getting lower and lower. He's going to develop, a second Belcher.
Double Belcher, that's going to be good.
Definitely a good defense. But right now we might see this Cult Master being played, and Direwolf Alpha from Web Spinner is also a great card that will help to deal with the Belcher. Or is it? If he goes for Cult Master, he's just going to draw cards and trade with this Belcher anyway. He needs to hit it with a knife. And he hits it! Wow. Right now he has it.
Oh, wow.
3 cards. And clearing the Belcher and still having 6 points of damage on the board. Full hand.
But he does have another Belcher right now.
Yeah, but there is
Zombie Chow too.
silence. Zombie Chow is interesting, but there is a silence from Dale. Do you go for face with do you silence? Well, interesting.
Unleashed and silent?
Yeah, I think you for that. Or if you use the Dark and Hero Power, that.
Yeah, that's probably better.
10 points of damage, and with Leper Gnome on the board, and Unleash the Hounds in your hand. Wow, this might be the last game for Amaz. And with 3 cards in hand that are reactive, they are not even reactive, they're like blanks. Whatever he plays doesn't change the board state, he will only be able to trade.
He's gonna need a Holy Nova here, or else it's over.
Yes, that's the only card he can use with Circle of Healing.
Is the game done now?
I think it is. He is going to kill the Cult Master and Dog, and that's 4, 5... Yeah, with Unleash the Hounds, that's it. That's over. Wait, that's 10?
No, he's at 10. There's
7, 8... 1 off. Whoa, he can play Dr. Boom, so... So Dale being 1 damage off lethal. Give me some Bible thumbs for Amaz, guys. And for Dale.
I wonder.
Hey guys. I'm alive, I think.
Oh, hello.
So what happened was I saw it was going to be a Priest Warrior match, and I just shut off my router. I thought I'll just go for a little nap, and it looks like I've come back just in time.
Well, I think you just saw the priest versus warrior and you disconnected on purpose because you didn't want to cast that particular match. We've seen a lot of hero power pass, but here Amaz is in real trouble. Right now, there was 1 damage of lethal from finishing the series. Amaz with his back to the wall, not really having any options.
This priest of Amaz is really going to have to do some big work here. Is there anything he can do to come back into this? Other than, I mean, I guess he's got to go for an Arcanine circle here and hope that the bombs don't kill him.
Yeah, he has to heal himself, but then he's wait, is there a way to kill Dr. Boom? If he how can I heal Dr. Boom? Attack Boom with Cultist and then circle?
Can you not heal your own face first? Yeah. Then Arcanine attack the cultist into the boom, and then you Arcanine circle. And your Belcher.
And then you can still die to the bombs. Because
if the bombs do 5 damage and go to face.
Well, there's also the hero power.
Oh.
Wow, he actually survives that?
Wow, that's insane. How has Amaz survived?
Yeah, the only person that could survive that was Amaz. But still, he is back in the trouble business with double piloted Shredder.
I have no time
and Shadow Word Death.
Shadow Word Death and Sylvanas, but that is going to be it. It's going to be game number 4 going over to Dale. Dale's going to win this series 3-1 and knock out probably the biggest name left in this tournament, Amaz. Wow, what a performance from Dale.
Yeah, that was definitely surprising. Amaz, great plays, but Dale was is the hero of the day.
He can't quite believe it himself.
Yeah, well, you know, Amaz had a priest, right? But there was off to a fantastic start with Warrior. First facing the mage from Amaz. Amaz really close to killing Dale, but Dale somehow stabilizing on like 1 health or 3 points of health, and then getting back with a Warrior. Amazing game. Great plays. And then he played versus Amaz's... What was the second deck Amaz played?
Amaz played his Druid.
Was it the Hunter?
It was the Druid of Amaz.
Druid was the next where we actually called that's that game over. Like there is no way to come back. And Dale somehow came back with his Defender of Argus, stabilized, and did the same thing again, being a couple of points of damage from lethal, getting that early 2-0 lead with his Warrior, then just losing to Priest in a Priest versus Warrior matchup, but still being very brave and keeping it till the end, to position himself to face the Priest with his Hunter deck, which is Amaz didn't get the answers, but still they played really well with his own build, Sneasel Shredder, Cult Master, a very interesting build of a Hunter, and playing that correctly, he will actually advance to tomorrow.
Absolutely. What an incredible day of games we've seen here. We've seen 3 very close series and a 3-0 performance from Ari, but all the other 3 series have been 3-2, and that shows just how close even these guys like Phone Tap and Dale, how close they've held it in against these games like these guys like Alchemix and Amaz. So we don't quite have the updated bracket on your screen there, but we're going to have 2 semi-finals tomorrow. We're going to have Gara versus Ari at 5 p.m. EST, and then after that we're going to have Alchemix versus Dale. And then those 2 winners will go into a best of 7 grand final for $3,000. These are our semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry for the technical issues leaving you during that last quarterfinal, but I was able to join you once again for the end of this tournament. Nimsh, what a day of games we've seen here.
Well, that was an amazing day. We've seen a lot of games and great decisions from players. We've seen some surprises with the deck choices, and we've seen a couple of Shamans, but unfortunately Shaman fell down. I never won a game. Still, I'm hyped that Gara is still alive. Maybe we'll see some more Shaman from Alchemix as well. Like, actually, both Shaman players, they did advance, even though they lost with their Shaman decks. So maybe there is something to the Shaman we don't know yet, but we are going to see more of it in the future. I was really excited the whole time, let's got some more games tomorrow.
Absolutely. So we're going to be starting again at 5 p.m. EST tomorrow. We're going to bring you the 2 semifinals and the grand final. Of course, I've been your host, Callum Leslie, and Nimsh has been my co-caster. You can find me on Twitter at CLeslie92, and you can find him on Twitter at NimshTV. And there is the updated bracket. So make sure you join us tomorrow as we decide who's going home as the first HearthStats Champions League winner. We want to thank Kinguin once again for hosting us today after their tournament was finished. And they're going to be starting at 3 p.m. CET. So I believe that is like 9 a.m. Is that it? Is that tomorrow?
EST?
Yeah, 9 a.m. EST, I think. That may be wrong, but they're starting pretty early tomorrow. So Kinguin during the day, and then you can come to us in the evening. We're happy to support those guys, and they're happy to support us. We're all about growing Hearthstone and growing the tournament scene at the end of the day. So guys, we all need to work together. And we appreciate everyone who's come and made this the biggest day we've had in the HearthStats League so far. I'm just looking at the numbers right now. We're looking at like 23,000 viewers right now, which is absolutely insane. We've got 10,000 viewers in the Chinese stream, another couple of thousand viewers on the Russian stream. This has been a huge success for us, and a great honor for me to cast with yourself, Nimsh.
Likewise, man. Thank you so much for hosting. That was really comfortable for me, and I hope we'll have some fun tomorrow. Definitely looking forward to the games with our amazing players.
Absolutely. Until next time, we're going to be here tomorrow at 5 p.m. EST. Make sure you join us for what are going to be a thrilling conclusion to the HearthStats Champions League. Thank you very much for watching. you.